Welcome back to my Manhwa recap channel. If you enjoy my content, please subscribe and hit the bell icon. Don't forget to leave a comment with your feedback. Subscribe now and enjoy the recap.
The blue sky, where the birds flew, the lake, the peaks of the mountains and trees were visible. On the prosperous mainland of Kyushu, at the end of the mountain range of the southern region, there is one mystical place, the mainland of Kyushu, the southern region. Floating islands were visible in the sky, with temples on them, a wooden gate near the temple, with a sign of the Manhwa clan, one of the 5 clans of immortals. Only monks who have mastered the foundation period and above can easily enter and exit these places. 3 people wearing white clothes and long brown hair flew above the trees, standing on swords that released blue rays of light behind them. The leaves on the trees that were illuminated by the sun, a pair of green leaves fell, flying in the air, for example the main character, Lu Chuan. A guy in white clothes stood on the path, his long dark hair was tied into a ponytail, and thin rays of blue energy were flying next to him. A green leaf from a tree was falling above his head. He is a time traveler. Lu Chuan frowned as he pulled the sword out of its sheath, placing his hand on its hilt, before the green leaf from the tree fell below. He is a disciple of the Manhwa clan, Lu Chuan. The guy with yellow eyes narrowed his eyes. The green leaf in front of him covered half of his face, which was illuminated by blue light. He swung his sword, releasing brainy beams of blue energy into the air that flew forward. Lu Chuan swung his sword above his head, blue energy swirling around him as he stood on the path between the trees. A system window appeared above the guy and he threw the broom over his shoulder. On the system window it was written, Daily Task, Fencing Training Completed, Character Experience, plus 100, Creativity Experience plus 300, Current Fencing Level 5, 2,400 out of 25,000 points. The guy thought that the job is done. He sighed, looking at the system window, holding a broom in his hands. There was a pile of green leaves next to him, and he thought that in total he had been traveling around this world for about 2 years. The broom in the guy's hands swept the road, collecting green leaves from the trees into a heap. They flew forward from the wind, and Lu Chuan thought that fortunately, he has a system panel that helps him navigate here. It provides him with daily tasks that allow him to improve. The guy with dark hair looked at the system window, on which it was written, Daily Cleaning Task Completed, Character Experience plus 100, Cleanliness plus 1, he thought that by completing tasks he could gain experience. A system window appeared, on which it was written that the character's current experience is sufficient for elevation, whether he wants to move to a new stage, and the answer options are yes or no. Lu Chuan frowned, pursing his lips, clicking on the yes option on the system window, thinking that he needed to follow the rules and requirements to successfully advance to the next level. There were no so-called limits here. The main character clenched his hands into fists and closed his eyes as blue energy appeared around him, causing his hair and long-sleeved white clothes to flutter. He thought that the only strange thing was that despite increasing the character's level, cultivation progressed more slowly. He is only the 4th rank of Qi refinement, but this is not so important, because his real combat power is displayed on the system panel. On the system window in front of the guy was a character sheet that said, Name, Lu Chuan, Age, 17, Level, 50, 268,500 out of 30,000 points, Skills, Fencing Level 5, Cooking Skill Level 5, Crafting Level 3, Construction Level 2, Medical Skills Level 3, Pill Making Level 4, Weapon Making Level 3, Talisman Making Level 2, Shaping Level 4. The guy thought that he had made a breakthrough, but daily tasks alone would not be enough. The main character put his hand to his chin, looking at the system window in front of him and thought that he needs to rise at least 7 more levels. In any case, if he cannot break through to the next stage, all his efforts are pointless. Behind him, someone shouted that it was time to cook, and the guy raised his eyebrows in surprise, opening his eyes wide. Lu Chuan ran along the road while leaves were falling from the trees and shouted to his mentor that he was already on his way. The guy clenched his hands into fists, his hair flying back as he ran, thinking about what to cook today. His eyes widened and he thought he had almost forgotten something. Lu Chuan rested his feet on the ground, stopping at a wooden house with birds flying over it. The guy frowned and waved his hand, shouting forward. Several spinning projectiles that glowed with blue energy flew near the guy. They flew into the forest, crashing into trees and leaving behind glowing blue symbols. The system window showed, Daily Task, Formation Training Completed, Character Experience plus 100, Formation Experience plus 300, Current Formation Level 4 Level, 1,200 out of 20,000 points. Lu Chuan stood on a stone road near the trees, next to which 4 seals with hieroglyphs glowed. A man came up behind him, saying that this was pretty good, and the main character looked over his shoulder. A girl in white clothes, long sleeves and long dark hair smoothed a lock of her hair. She asked who the guy was defending against in the Manhwa clan, Elder Lu Muan. Without turning to face the girl, Lu Chuan called her. She looked at the guy in surprise. The guy raised his hand and said that in the 1,500-year history of the Manhwa clan, they had faced great troubles for their clan several times. One could say it had to be rebuilt again. Lu Muan turned away from him with a nervous smile and said that she already knows this and she will not interfere. Let him focus on shaping. Lu Muan raised her index finger and blushed, telling him to remember, no trouble. A big explosion, from which 2 people flew to the sides. The girl said that otherwise she would have no students left at all. Lu Chuan smiled, looking at the girl, and replied that she should not worry, and he understands everything. He will modify the formation so that no incidents happen. He thought that his mentor is very good, but sometimes she worries too much. Lu Muan walked towards the house, raised her hand and told the guy to hurry up with cooking. He smiled and replied that he was already on his way. Lu Muan was sitting at a wooden table in one of the rooms. Lu Chuan stood nearby, who asked what the girl wanted, hot pot or food on a skewer. The girl with red eyes held a brush in one hand, and raised the index finger of her second hand, saying that it has been a little hot lately, so something from light food. The main character looked at her in surprise, wondering what it was. Something lighter. Lu Chuan smiled, putting his hand to his chin, and thought that she seemed unwell, so the moment had come when he could show his medical skills. The guy sat down at the table, putting 2 fingers on his mentor's wrist, saying that something must be hurting her. Lu Muan embarrassedly pulled her hand away and smiled, while the guy frowned and put his hand to his chin, asking if she had poisoned herself. The girl with dark hair looked at the guy embarrassedly, blushed and answered with a smile that everything was fine. She thought that she knew that she shouldn't have made him worry, and that he was too attentive. The main character raised his head with a smile to the system window that appeared in front of him and thought that he managed to complete 2 tasks at once, and this is not bad. On the system window it was written, Daily Task Medical Skills Training Completed, Character Experience plus 100, Medical Skills plus 300, Current Level of Medical Skills Level 3, 900 out of 1,500 points. Mentor's Task, Respect for the Mentor, Progress, 2 out of 5. Lu Chuan sat down on his knees in front of the box, opened it and told the girl to better take a blood pressure pill. Lu Muan held out hand, worriedly saying that she was just feeling hot and what the pills were for. The main character was holding a lot of jars in his hands, turning to Lu Muan, and saying with wide open eyes that this was just in case. He placed many jars on the table, placing his hand on the lid of one of them, while Lu Muan watched him nervously. The guy said that different pills act differently. For example, some against paralysis, others can even remove snake venom. The main character put his hand to his chin and picked up the orange pill. A bright golden light illuminated him and he asked if he could prepare fruit-flavored pills for her. Lu Muan looked at the guy excitedly, blushing slightly. She lowered her gaze in embarrassment, folded her hands in front of her and asked embarrassedly, then maybe with peach flavor. The system window showed, the mentor's task is the mentor's daily respect. The current progress is 3 out of 5. Lu Chuan gave the pills to the girl with a smile, closing his eyes and saying that these pills will help remove everything negative from the body. The girl immediately threw the pills into her mouth. She put her palm to her cheek, looking at the guy, and said that she had the feeling that he was acting as an elder. Lu Chuan smiled smugly, saying that she was inventing too much for herself, and it was late. It was time to cook dinner. The dark sky above the wooden temple, stars were visible in the sky, birds were flying. Lu Chuan stood in front of a pan that was steaming. He held a spoon in one hand, bringing it to his face, and in the other hand the lid of the pan. The guy thought that if his mentor had not slept with him one day, he would have died long ago. The guy smiled, licking his lips with his tongue, and thought that there are many ways to complete tasks, but he wants to show her as much respect as possible. The guy with a wide smile carried a plate of food, saying that Lu Muan was on a diet. The girl looked at the guy with a smile, raising chopsticks in her hands and saying that his skill was getting better and better every time. The main character, closing his eyes, put a plate of food on the table in front of the mentor, saying that he was glad that she was happy. Lu Muan also closed her eyes with a smile. there were many plates in front of her and the guy thought that before the mentor had not eaten anything at all. People during the Golden Core period, food is not that important. The system window showed the mentor's task, daily respect for the mentor is completed, reward for the task, character experience plus 500, random gift set. Lu Chuan sat next to the girl at the table, putting his hands on his cheeks, saying that she seemed to be pleased with today's dinner. He thought that his skill was not in vain. The mentor succumbed to the spell of the law of true aromas. The guy raised his index finger, saying that Lu Muan had a lot of dirty things in her room, and maybe she would give them to him to wash. The girl closed her eyes, holding a mug in both hands and answered in agreement. She drank her tea, blushing slightly, while the guy behind her left the room. Suddenly the girl turned around sharply, spitting the drink out of her mouth, nervously screaming about her dirty clothes. She abruptly opened the door to her room, asking the guy to stop. Lu Chuan turned to her in surprise, holding a blue cloth in his hands. In front of him was a stack of clothes, next to it was written underwear. The guy looked in confusion at the girl, whose face was completely red and her mouth was open in shock. She took the blue cloth in her hands, pulling it towards herself with a nervous smile, saying that she then remembered that he did a very good job today, so he can leave the washing to her. Lu Chuan sadly looked at the girl, holding the cloth in his hands and said that after all, she was tired all day, and why not rely on him? He thought that washing clothes brings 100 experience points, he cannot refuse such generosity. Lu Muan closed her eyes, blushing, and nervously said that she knows that the guy respects her very much, but these are her personal things, and she prefers to wash them herself. Lu Chuan looked up at the girl, smiling and holding the cloth, telling her not to be modest and leave it to him. The girl frowned, looking down at the guy, asking if he really didn't understand what personal things meant. Lu Chuan scratched the back of his head, looking at the embarrassed girl who pursed her lips, and said with a smile that apparently the mentor was shy. A wooden building surrounded by a fence, mountains were visible in the distance and the guy asked what was wrong with it. The main character, with tears in his eyes, rubbed his head, on which a bump was visible, and thought that Lu Muan is a representative of the Golden Core period. She is already over 100 years old, why is she so shy? The girl with dark hair looked away embarrassedly, holding a blue cloth in her hands and said that in any case, she would wash her clothes herself, let her not touch anything. She looked in surprise at the guy, who sadly scratched the back of his head and closed his eyes, wondering if her story had really upset him so much. Lu Muan stood in front of the main character, looked down at him and told him that men are different from women, and he must understand this. In 2 or 3 years he will go out into the world and become an adult, so you should think about finding your soul mate. Lu Chuan opened his eyes wide, looking at the girl in surprise and asked if she really wanted to help him choose a partner. The guy extended his hand, with a serious face, saying that he only cares about his improvement. There can be no talk of any couple. A golden glow emanated from the guy, and the mentor covered her face with her hands, closing her eyes, answering that she understood. Lu Chuan smiled with his hand on his chin and thought that besides, if he finds a mate, how will he then complete daily tasks? He can't miss this opportunity. The girl next to him rubbed her eye and said that in that case, let him focus on cultivation. Lu Muan sadly lowered her gaze to the main character, looking at him and thinking that his student was good at everything, be it alchemy, education, fencing, and even cooking. She imagined how she was sitting on the table with a smile, holding a mug of tea, while next to her old Lu Chuan was leaning on a stick in his hand. She thought that cultivation was not so easy for him. After so much time he was only at the 4th rank of Qi refinement. I think it will be very difficult for him. Lu Chuan stood in front of the lantern in the room, turning in surprise at the girl who was looking at him, wondering if he could continue to live. This is a big question. The guy frowned, looking at the girl and smiled, telling her not to worry about him. He is trying very hard to cultivate, and he thinks that due to his youth, progress is not as good as hers, but in the future everything will work out. Lu Muan looked at him sadly, knitting her eyebrows and thought that he doesn't want his talent to be buried, and she doesn't like watching him suffer at all. What should she do? Lu Chuan said with a smile that it is not a fact that he can achieve immortality. After all, death is a normal phenomenon, so he doesn't worry about anything. As long as he is alive, he will work hard and cultivate. Lu Muan blushed and pointed her finger at the guy, saying that he knew about the cruel reality of cultivators and still didn't try to put in more effort. She asked if he was postponing his training to do something else. Lu Chuan looked at her with a smile, blushed slightly and said that he only puts them aside when he can help her. The girl with dark hair looked at the guy in surprise, opening her eyes wide and blushing deeply. The main character approached the face of the embarrassed girl, asking what was wrong with her face and whether she was really sick. Lu Muon immediately hit the guy on the head with her fist, frowning and embarrassedly answering that she couldn't have a cold, she was in her golden core period, so it simply couldn't be. The golden lantern brightly illuminated the area. A wooden house with a black roof, above which there was a dark sky. Lu Muon stood in front of the main character, who looked at her in surprise as she said that they would get down to business, and in a month there would be a clan competition to see if he was ready. The guy looked up at her in surprise, nervously answering that he thought that with his current strength he would not achieve much success, it would be better to wait until he had fully mastered chi refining. The guy thought that in any case he was not particularly interested in the rewards for the competition, therefore it is not worth taking part. Lu Chuan leaned his elbow on the table and rested his head on his palm, turning away and thinking that the most important thing is that you should not lose experience, everything else is not so important. Lu Muon pouted, closing her eyes and frowning, holding the seed between her fingers and thinking that the main reward for the competition is the same. Many people don't even dream of such a prize, so she thinks Lu Chuan is at least worth a try. 3 system windows appeared on which it was written, a new task, participation in a clan competition. The first part of the task, register as a participant, the reward for the task is unknown. The main character looked in surprise at the system window that opened in front of him, opening his eyes wide. On the system window it was written, note, the reward for this task will depend only on abilities. The guy frowned, looking in shock at the system window and thought that the system had come to life. He slammed his palm on the table, pointed the thumb of his other hand at himself and said with a wide smile that he would participate in the competition. Lu Muon looked at him in surprise, asking if he hadn't just said the opposite. The main character clenched his hand into a fist, with tears in his eyes and a wide smile, saying that he was the main disciple of the Manhwa clan, who else could try to take the prize. He thought that the system had finally moved, was silent for 2 years. Lu Muon watched at the guy, asking if he is not the only student. She folded her hands in front of her and smiled, saying that since he wanted to participate, he should give it his all, and should not set her up. The guy blushed and looked down at the girl, resolutely telling her not to worry. With his 4th rank of chi purification, he is invincible. Lu Muon was floating in the air next to the wooden house. She looked at the main character who was standing on the ground, saying that he needs to prepare, and don't be idle, time is running out. The girl flew to the side, shouting to the guy to try hard. He looked at her with a smile, agreeing. Lu Muon frowned as she flew through the air and thought that she would definitely help him advance in cultivation. Her flight sent a beam of light through the air, leaving pulses in the air when she thought she wouldn't leave it like that. The system window showed, filial piety, a random gift set. Lu Chuan stood in front of the system window, pressing his finger on it and telling him to activate it. The system window showed 3 icons, with a ball, a scroll on which was a blue design and a flower. On the second system window there were also 3 icons, with something round, next to which there were small fragments, a crystal and a moon. On the third system window was a green scaly scroll with gold accents, around which there was golden energy. Another system window showed that the main character had received the Fantastic Space Sutra. Lu Chuan kept his hands on the system window, looking at the sutra in front of them, asking with a wide smile if this was the highest attribute. He stretched out his hand, taking the item from the system window, saying that it was good since he got an attribute of this level. After all the attributes are taken from the reserves of the Lanhua clan, and it can be said that this is an S-class item. The guy looked down at the sutra, which was flying above his hand, and which dissolved into the air, glowing with golden energy, saying that it turns out that he can create illusions through camouflage. Lu Chuan clenched his hands into fists as golden energy flew around him. When the sutra completely dissolved, his hair and clothes fluttered with energy and he closed his eyes, saying that even though he cultivated quite slowly, thanks to this sutra, he would be able to create at least the illusion of increased rank. The guy clenched his hand into a fist in front of his face, looking at her and with a smile said that it turns out that those who are below his level are not his rivals, and if the mentor knew that everything was solved so easily, she would definitely not worry. Green mountains, trees growing around, turquoise sky visible, Baichao Peak. Lu Muon stood in front of the red temple. The girl in green clothes folded her hands, saying that she would report her arrival, and the girl in white clothes replied that she would not. The green-robed girl bowed to Lu Muon standing in front of her. Lu Muon walked into the room, walking on the red carpet. A dark figure at the end of the hall looked at the girl, asking why she had come. A girl wearing green clothes and long green hair, as well as a mark on her forehead, looked at Lu Muon with a smile, asking if it was again because of her disciple, the head of Baichao Peak, Fan Hongwen, the owner of the Baichao Hall. Fan Hongwen and Lu Muon were sitting outside at a round table opposite each other. The girl with green hair said that there was nothing special about her student Lu Chuan, even though he was good in medicine. She blushed and looked at Lu Muon in surprise as she called her name. The girl with dark hair puffed out her cheeks, looking at her with tears in her eyes, holding a cup in her hands and saying that she believed her, but could not leave it like that. Lu Muon bent down, sipping tea from a mug, and pointed her finger at the green-haired girl, saying that he took a magic pill, but it had no effect, and maybe there is some reason for this. Fan Hongwen sighed, holding kettle and closing her eyes. She said that she knew so. The green-haired girl put her hand to her head, frowned and said that the pill is a kind of elixir that can help a cultivator break through from the golden core period to yuanying. It is not an exaggeration to say that this is a very valuable treasure, but all she did was give away pill to his student. Lu Muon leaned closer to her, taking the green-eyed girl by the hand, and said with a smile that she can improve the pill, and she knows Fan Hongwen it won't be difficult, maybe they'll try. Fan Hongwen closed her eyes, blushing and replied that Lu Muon values her disciple very much, but the cultivation of immortality is against the sky, and if she helps her in all this, won't she feel bad later? Lu Muon lowered her gaze in surprise, blushing. Fan Hongwen pulled the dark-haired girl's cheek, looking at her irritably and said that she was too attached to Lu Chuan. The dark-haired girl tearfully replied that she knew. She put her hand on her cheek, blushed, and said that she didn't want him to live like this and let Fan Hongwen come up with something. Tears appeared in her eyes and snot dripped from her nose as she looked at the girl with pleading eyes, asking please. Fan Hongwen frowned while looking down and raised her hand, thinking it was too cute. She closed her eyes and put her hand to her cheek, blushing heavily and answering that she was warning her that if she tried to give Lu Chuan another pill and she would be offended. Lu Muon smiled happily and raised her hands, thinking that this was cool. The red roof, supported by red columns, was illuminated by the sun. The two girls stood on the balcony. Fan Hongwen said that Lu Chuan's health is good, although the progress is quite slow, he does not stand still, and although the pill did not bring him the desired effect, it was clearly not useless, and she thinks he is one of those who find it difficult to advance in his cultivation. Lu Muon turned to her, blushing and asked what she meant by this. Fan Hongwen looked at the girl, raised her index finger and answered with a frown. Did she think that in reality her student's abilities are not so bad? Maybe he's just hiding his strength. Lu Muon sat on the railing with one leg resting on one leg, answering that this couldn't be, and he had been living with her for a long time. Wouldn't she have noticed? The girl with green hair extended her hand, asking how a chi refinement period cultivator could completely ignore the action pills. Even after consuming it, it would seem that nothing happened at all. Lu Muon looked embarrassed at the girl next to her, turned over her shoulder and replied that was why she said that something was happening to him. Fan Hongwen raised her eyebrows, blushing slightly and said that she was leaving. There was only one thing left. Next to her in front of the entrance, a man in green clothes asked someone to wait, saying that he would report his arrival. A girl in a pink dress walked onto the balcony, saying that she urgently needed to meet with Elder Fan Hongwen. A girl with long wavy hair, a fan in her hand and a pink dress, the elder of the Lanhua clan, Yu Lingzhao. She frowned, asking what Lu Muon was doing here. Next to her table was a girl with gray hair tied in two tails, white long clothes and a sword in hands, student, Lin Yanbing. The girl with dark gathered hair and green clothes bowed, nervously saying that they could not leave them. Fan Hongwen extended her hand, saying that in any case, nothing could be done. Next to her Lu Muon thought what was so special about her being here. Yu Lingzhao raised her fan, pointing at the gray-haired girl, saying that they must know who she is. The one who was able to overcome the laying of the foundations in just 2 years, mastered swordsmanship at the age of 16, is known as the most powerful swordsman of the Lanhua clan, the disciple of the first the beauties of their clan, that is, her disciple, Lin Yanbing. In front of them, Lu Muon looked at the girl with green hair with an embarrassed smile, asking if there was something for dinner, while she looked at her displeasedly. Yu Lingzhao clenched her hand into a fist, raised it and asked irritably who she was talking to. Lin Yanbing looked to the side, frowned, and said that she came here to ask Fan Hongwen for a recovery pill. The girl with green hair looked at the student with concern, stretched out her hand to her, energy flying next to her, and asked if she was injured. Lin Yanbing replied that today she went to get the sword, but ran into trouble. In Lin Yanbing's hands was a sword with a black hilt on which there was a golden design. There was blue energy around the sword, and Fan Hongwen said in surprise that this blade looked familiar. Lu Muan said in surprise that it was an ice rain blade. The Lanhua clan has existed for more than 1,000 years. In its history there was only one most memorable woman. 250 years ago the clan was attacked. A burning temple, against the backdrop of mountains and an orange sky, in front of it were many soldiers who were fighting each other. That girl defeated the enemies, but her further cultivation was at stake. She is a legend for many generations, who is famous not only for her personality, but also for her weapon, the ice rain blade, and her name is Yu Xian. A girl whose figure was hidden in shadow, she stood on top of a burning temple, her dark hair blowing in the wind. Lu Muan blushed and looked over her shoulder, while Fan Hongwen blushed and said that she didn't think that after 200 years the ice rain blade would recognize someone as its owner, thinking that it was the most complex blade in the entire Lanhua clan. Lu Muan laughed quietly, putting her fist to her face and turning away, while Yu Lingzhao put her hand on her student's head, turning dissatisfied at the girl with dark hair and blushing, saying that recognition is not everything. Now she needs to be able to fully master it, and besides, he has not yet fully acknowledged her. Yu Lingzhao pulled Lin Yanbing's cheek, closing her eyes with a smile and fanning herself, saying that she was sure that her disciple would bring glory to their clan. The girl with brown hair opened her eyes and looked to the side, smilingly telling Lu Muan that she was also one of the most influential in the clan, and why shouldn't she try, maybe the blade would recognize her. The girl with dark hair closed her eyes, smiling, and said that she could try, but she didn't want to. Yu Lingzhao abruptly closed her fan and asked what this meant. Was she really hiding something? Lin Yanbing looked at the sword in her hands and said to be quiet. The brown-haired girl looked at her in surprise. Lin Yanbing pointed at the sword and said that Master Shuang was speaking. Yu Lingzhao looked down and crossed her arms, asking who it was, and the gray-haired girl replied that Shuang was the name of the blade spirit who was now trying to speak. The girl in the pink dress clenched her hand into a fist, irritably screaming for the blade spirit to come out, asking how he dared to harm her student. Fan Hongwen closed her eyes and smiled nervously, asking if she had already forgotten what purpose she came for. Yu Lingzhao turned to her, saying that for sure, she wanted to ask for a pill. She turned back to the sword in the hands of the student and said that very so. On she would take. Pull yourself together. Lin Yanbing looked forward, thinking that it seems that everything is not so simple with the blade. Fan Hongwen looked at her, saying that she was told that she has no problems with taking medications, but the drugs are very expensive. The girl with gray hair asked. It comes out, there are not enough of them. Yu Lingzhao smiled and extended her hand towards the girl with green hair, saying that there is nothing to worry about, and just let her say what is missing and they will find everything. The price of the components is not important. Yu Lingzhao and Lin Yanbing stood on the road in front of the temple. The girl in the pink dress looked at the paper in shock, saying, "Here is the check." The student turned back, thanking the elder. Fan Hongwen and Lu Muan stood on the balcony, looking at them, and the girl with green hair said that of course the amount there is not small, but nothing can be done. Good luck to them. The girl with dark hair put her hand to her face, laughing. Fan Hongwen hit the girl next to her on the head with her fist and said irritably why she was laughing when she couldn't deal with her problems. She raised her hands and answered with a smile, "Let her be calmer." Fan Hongwen looked up at the girl and said that it was not that they did not have a solution to her problem. Lu Muan looked at her in surprise, frowned and asked the truth. Yu Lingzhao stood by the tree, looking at the temple. She hit the tree with her fist. Lin Yanbing stood behind her. The girl with yellow eyes frowned, her face was distorted with anger, and she said that she was leaving. They didn't want to help her, but Lu Muan was happy, and how mean of her. The system window showed that the daily task, alchemy practice, was completed. The second system window showed character experience plus 100, alchemy experience plus 300, current alchemy level 4, 18,500 out of 20,000 points. Lu Chuan stood near the house, holding a red pill in his hands, and said that he was about to reach the 5th level. He asked what the name of the pill was that the mentor asked him to take, and it seemed to be very important. The guy smiled widely, pointed his finger forward and said that it was a spirit transformation pill. This pill is very much appreciated. How good it is that he has it. it's a pity that he didn't take it earlier. The guy ate the pill, chewing it and looked forward decisively, saying that as soon as he reaches the 5th level of alchemy, he will immediately help his mentor. Lu Muan put her hand to her chest, looking forward in surprise, opening her eyes wide and asking if there was anything that could help identify Lu Chuan's anomalies. She looked at the girl with green hair, frowning, and said that she heard that the Yaoang hidden blade is capable of this, but it is quite reserved. Not everyone is ready to turn to this clan for help, and she is afraid that they will not be able to come either. Fan Hongwen tilted her head, looking at the girl slightly blushing, and said that then they have no other choice, the clan conference is their last option. The green-haired girl folded her hands as she stood next to the surprised Lu Muan, asking her how she liked her medical skills. Lu Muan smiled widely, blushed and raised her index finger, saying that she thought the girl was one of the top 3 on the continent. Fan Hongwen closed her eyes and awkwardly said that she was still far from Yaoang. She put her hand to her chin, frowning, and said that it would not be an exaggeration to say that they have no equal in the entire Qian country. Behind the girl there was a map where there was a green island with the inscription Qian country. Lu Muan raised her head to it, looking up in surprise. Night, the sky became dark. Fan Hongwen and Lu Muan stood on the balcony of the Red Temple, and the girl with dark hair said that even this clan could not help in cultivating Lu Chuan, and she did not know what to do next. The second replied that she should not. I was worried, they are strong, so there shouldn't be any problems. The green-haired girl smiled and hugged Lu Muan's shoulder, saying that at the same time they would check whether another pill could affect Lu Chuan. Since the spirit transformation pill did not help him, the dark-haired girl nervously looked up at her and awkwardly thanked her. A girl with dark hair walked forward with a determined look, saying that she would go to the head and ask to invite a member of Yaoang. Fan Hongwen pulled the girl's white sleeve, closed her eyes and said that it was late, and wasn't she afraid of being scolded. Lu Muan looked at her in surprise, and the green-haired girl smiled, telling her to rest and they would hit the road tomorrow. The girl with dark hair looked at her embarrassedly, blushed and answered okay, saying that she still wanted to go tomorrow. Fan Hongwen smiled and pulled the girl forward, saying that then she would stay with her, and quite a long time had passed since they shared secrets. The girl with dark hair tried to object, but the second one interrupted her, saying that she didn't want to listen to anything anymore. Wooden doors leading into the house, light was visible in the windows. Lu Muan joyfully said that her bed smelled so delicious. Fan Hongwen replied that if she wanted, she would give the same ones, and the second replied that it was not necessary to be so welcoming. High mountains, a crescent moon shone in the sky, stars were shining. On one of the mountain peaks the main character stood looking at the sky. Clouds floated across the sky, blocking the luminous moon. The system windows showed a countdown, enjoying the moon, 50%, 70%, 90%. Lu Chuan looked up at the sky, where the moon appeared from under the clouds. The guy waved his hand, releasing several beams of blue energy. Blue energy flew into the sky, dissolving into the air. Several system windows showed. The daily task of enjoying the moon was completed. Character experience plus 100, current character experience level 50, 26,900 out of 30,000 points. An hourly increase was obtained. Incomprehensibility. Lu Chuan raised his hand to the system window, clicking on it and said eat. He took in his hand a scroll with a green scaly pattern and gold inserts. Next to it was an inscription, a fantasy of emptiness. The scroll opened in front of the main character, who was sitting on the ground. There were rays of blue energy around him. Incomprehensibility can cause the effect of insight, significantly increases the effectiveness of practices. The guy closed his eyes, blue energy poured into his forehead, and the system window showed a fantasy of emptiness. Lu Chuan smiled and slammed his fist into his palm as blue energy flew around him, saying that it was time to try out this S+ technique. He spread his arms to the sides, his clothes and hair fluttered with energy, and several system windows showed, performing practices, 4th rank of Qi purification, 5th, 8th. Lu Chuan clenched his hand into a fist, lowered his gaze and said that he had almost completed the period of Qi purification. The guy stretched out his hand, looked at her and said that once the changes in his body become too drastic, it will not lead to good. Then he believes that even Lu Muan herself, who has the golden core period, does not make such rapid progress. High mountains, a sky across which clouds and a bright moon floated. Several system windows showed that the fantasies of emptiness represent 3 stages of cognition. The first, you look at the mountain, is a mountain. You look at the water, it is water. The second, you look at the mountain, this is not a mountain. You look at water, is not water. Lu Chuan walked forward, pointing his finger forward and put his second hand behind his back. The system window next to him showed. The third, you look at the mountain, it's still a mountain, you look at the water, it's still water. The guy said that with each level cultivation will undergo major changes, according to his current progress. He only needs to move to the next stage and nothing more. There are 30 days left until the clan conference. The main character approached the wooden house, waving his finger and saying that it was already so late, and the mentor had not returned yet. A wooden house with a dark sky above it. The guy asked what she was doing there. The next day, Lu Muan and Fan Hongwen stood in front of the man in white and gold clothes who was standing on the rise, saying whether Lu Muan was too much trouble. After all, she herself occupies a high position, and doesn't she really know how busy he is? A man with a black mustache, beard and long hair crossed his arms over his chest, looked down irritably and shouted that he had neither the time nor the opportunity to search for her, the head of the clan, Zhang Yufeng. Lu Muan frowned at the man and asked displeasedly why he didn't just want to try. The man looked at the girl with anger, frowned and shouted that this was too frivolous. Lu Muan turned around, raising her hand and replied that she did not have many students, so there was no point in bothering him, maybe then she herself would go in search. Fan Hongwen turned to the dark-haired girl, asking if she didn't promise to help Lu Chuan with all her might. Why was she leaving? The dark-haired girl looked at her and replied that she tried, but there was nothing else to do, she would have to act on her own. Zhang Yufeng raised his hand, looking down at her in irritation and shouted that he would remain silent about the fact that she gave an important pill to her disciple, but if she did not stop behaving like this, then she would be in trouble. Lu Muan turned her gaze to the man, and frowning, she replied that she was capable of making decisions herself. Zhang Yufeng's eyes opened wide and he shouted to her, has she really decided to protect him all our life, why not invest energy in her own development? A girl with dark hair walked forward with her hand raised, while Zhang Yufeng and Fan Hongwen looked after her. She turned to them and asked why she couldn't put effort into her cultivation. If she wanted, she could quickly overcome the golden core period and break through to Yuanying. The man with dark hair sighed and put his hand to his head, saying that if she is so willing and ready to personally take responsibility for everything, then fine, but let her remember that there are several rules in the Yaoang clan. One of them is that others do not need to be saved, and also let him not save the enemies of the Yaoang clan, not save those who need help and who, in principle, cannot be saved. Lu Muan walked along the red carpet, waving her hand and saying that great, it turns out that she will not only be able to meet with the Yaoang clan, but also remain in her position. Zhang Yufeng shouted to her to leave and stop interfering. Fan Hongwen smiled as she looked after the girl and thought that Lu Muan always carried only light within her. Who would have thought that she could be so persistent, and deep down she is ready to do anything to achieve her goals. Zhang Yufeng turned to the girl with green hair, irritably asking what she was worth and didn't she have her own goals. She looked up at the man. She also walked towards the exit, walking along the red carpet and replied that she was already leaving. Zhang Yufeng looked after her, frowning and said that everyone had left and she was going to hide for a long time. The girl with brown hair said she knew it. Yu Lingzhao held a fan next to her while the man looked at her. She said that Lu Muan came for the sake of her disciple. Zhang Yufeng smiled, looking at the girl's back and asked if she was unhappy with student Lu Muan. Yu Lingzhao blushed and puffed out her cheeks, narrowing her eyes and saying that this is not her student, and why should she be happy with him, she doesn't even know him. Zhang Yufeng frowned at the girl, saying with a smile, since she didn't care about him, why did she spy? The temple, which was visible between the mountains and flying islands, the girl shouted who else was spying here. Yu Lingzhao grabbed the man's face, blushing heavily and frowning, shouting that she had come to talk to him and nothing more. Zhang Yufeng frowned, sweat dripping down his face, and asked with tears in his eyes what she thought of the Yaoang clan. The girl with golden eyes looked down at the man, displeasedly answering that these are just rumors. Her father once said that the lord of the Yaoang clan himself is composed of various medicines and poisons, has extreme strength, and she believes he must be in the period Mahayana. Zhang Yufeng looked at her in surprise, exclaiming in surprise. He rubbed his cheeks, looking at the girl and thought that even he managed to achieve only the middle stage of transformation, and there was still a higher stage ahead, and only then the Mahayana stage. Yu Lingzhao closed her eyes and, turning away from the man, extended her hand, saying that she heard, a new elder has appeared there, who is also very gifted, on the same level as the head of Yaoang. If she could invite this elder, she believes that he would definitely help Lu Chuan with his Average cultivation. Zhang Yufeng frowned at the girl, asking if she really thought the problem was that he had low abilities, not lack of them. Yu Lingzhao put her hand to her chin and frowned, answering that she was watching Lu Muan when she took over Lu Chuan's students for 2 years. He absorbed energy very slowly, and she would rather remain silent about talents. The man smiled nervously, sweat was running down his face and he thought that she had been watching for all 2 years. The girl clenched her hand into a fist and exhaled loudly, closing her eyes and saying that she warned her then, paying attention to his low abilities, but she disobeyed and gave her a pill, which only led to the opposite effect. Yu Lingzhao walked to the exit of the room, and the man stretched out his hands in her direction, asking what she plans to do now. Is it really possible to help? The girl answered. Does he really think that she cares about the students of Lu Muan, in addition, for a month who offers to find something? Zhang Yufeng followed the girl out of the temple, asking her where she was in a hurry. The girl turned over her shoulder and extended her hand, saying that she had a lot to do, so she had to go. Yu Lingzhao flew into the air, frowning and narrowing her eyes, saying that in any case, all was not lost for her disciple if he could still turn to the elder of the Yaoang clan. Zhang Yufeng looked after the girl who flew across the sky, leaving a white trail behind her, and said that she says one thing, but does something completely different. A week later. Lu Chuan was lying in a clearing that was surrounded by trees, stones were flying in the sky, 2 system windows showed, fantasy emptiness rank increased, alchemy reached the 5th level, and the guy said that in just 7 days, he was able to increase fantasy emptiness. The guy sat on the ground, holding a knife and a wooden figurine in his hand, asking what the elder was doing all these days, and it was a pity that they couldn't see each other every day. A wooden figurine in the guy's hand and a knife. He said that he hoped that Lu Muan did not go for new pills. The system window showed, the daily craft practice task was completed. Another system window showed character experience plus 100, craft experience plus 300, current craft level is 3rd, 7,800 out of 15,000 points. Lu Chuan put the wooden figurine under his clothes, looked at it and said that it seems that Lu Muan was in close contact with representatives of Baichao Peak. We should ask. Suddenly, a strong explosion occurred on the ground in front of the guy, raising dust. Lu Muan stood on the ground, looking at the main character with a smile, and he shouted that she had finally returned, and they had not seen each other for several days. The girl extended her hand, approaching Lu Chuan and said that she went to other clans. She didn't have much time, so she couldn't leave a message. The guy asked if she really went because of him. Lu Muan smiled, raising her index finger, and replied that she had heard about a new method that could help him with his advancement in cultivation. Lu Chuan pursed his lips and frowned, thinking that it seemed like it was his fault. She was so tired, and he needed to bring fantasies of emptiness to the end. The guy opened his mouth, a drop of sweat running down his cheek as he tried to say something. Lu Chuan looked down with a gloomy expression and thought that she should not find out that he was deceiving her, otherwise he might hurt her and she must restrain herself. Lu Muan smiled, closed her eyes and put her hand on the guy's shoulder, saying that she was tired and wanted to rest. The girl walked towards the house, and behind her the main character sadly lowered his gaze and said that he was sorry. Night, wooden house, glares of blue energy were flying around. There were many plates of food on the table with a purple tablecloth, and Lu Muan exclaimed enthusiastically, looking at them with a wide smile. She held chopsticks in her hands, chewing food, and closed her eyes, saying that Lu Chuan's skill was getting better and better. He smiled widely and closed his eyes, standing next to the girl, and replied that he was glad that she was happy. The guy opened his eyes, looking at his mentor, saying that he not only practices cooking, but also cultivates. Lu Chuan spread his arms to the sides, rays of blue energy emanating from him. Lu Muan dropped her chopsticks, looking at the guy with wide eyes in surprise, and said that this is the 5th rank of Qi purification. She took the student's hands, looked at him with a wide smile and asked how he had progressed in his cultivation. Lu Chuan smiled nervously, closing his eyes, and replied that he had been practicing a lot in the past few days, and then he had progressed in his cultivation, and he hoped that soon it will be possible to break through to the next kingdom. Lu Muan looked at the guy happily, smiling, and asked if he could continue. She pressed her forehead to Lu Chuan's forehead, closing her eyes, blue energy flying around them, and the girl said that despite his breathing, his energy makes itself felt, a true 5th rank of Qi purification. Lu Chuan blushed, moving away from her, and raised his fist to his face, saying that she was rejoicing early, and there was a feeling that in the future he would be able to advance even further in his cultivation. Lu Muan raised her hand to her face in surprise, asking about the feeling, and is it really possible that he has a feeling about this? The main character smiled, raising his index finger and looking to the side, saying that perhaps the pill she gave him earlier had worked, apparently playing an accumulation effect. Lu Muan looked at the guy questioningly, asking about the accumulation. She thought that it seemed that the last pill did not work at all, it seemed like it had a delayed effect. The girl grabbed the guy's hand, smiling widely, and pulled him forward, saying that in that case they can go to Baichao Peak, let the elder examine it. Lu Chuan looked at the girl in shock, eyes wide open, and shouted that he was just guessing. Not the fact is that this is exactly the case. He thought that his fantasy of emptiness would not fool the Yuanying people, so not everyone should know about his cultivation. The guy clenched his hand into a fist and pulled the girl in the other direction, with tears in his eyes, saying that he wants to maintain his position. You never know, what if the expectations of others are not met? Lu Moa and looked at the guy in surprise, thinking that he could be right. She let go of the guy's hand, raised it and looked down at him with a smile, saying that if any changes occur in his body, let him tell him. He happily agreed. The roof of the house, above which the dark sky was visible, Lu Chuan asked the girl to try the dish and she answered delicious, to which the guy told her to try something else. A ship was flying in the sky, illuminated by the sun. It was hovering between flying stones. People were standing on the ground, walking along the street. The people who were standing on the street raised their heads, looking at the sky. The wooden ship flew through the sky, passing over mountains and numerous floating islands. Two people in black robes stood on the ship, and one of them said that this really is the Lanhua clan. This Lanhua Peak is the same as the territory of their entire clan. A fat man in green-blue clothes and gray hair smiled widely, stretching out his hand and saying that among the 5 major clans, Lanhua occupies the most extensive territory, spreading along the entire ridge from south to north. One of the 5 great clans, the Lingyi clan, the elder Lingyi clan, Qi Siyuan. The man stood in front of 2 people in robes, closed his eyes and showed his index finger and little finger, saying that despite all the greatness of the Lanhua clan, its landscapes cannot compare with theirs. The people in the robes smiled and one of them said that there is no better than the Lingyi clan. The ship flew across the sky above the houses. Many people gathered on the ground, and someone from the ship said that there were many people below. Asking who they were, they answered that many of them were mere mortals who wanted to gain immortality. 2 people in robes looked down and one of them noticed that there were so many of them, and the second said that it was useless, and anyway, none of them would ever be able to advance, and laughed. One of the people in robes asked not to say that. Behind them stood a man with stubble and brown hair who grinned. A man in a blue jacket and a bandana that covered his eyes opened his mouth wide, sticking out his long tongue, and said that he was hungry. A stone gate leading into the city, with a black roof, had a floating ship on it. A man with long curly blonde hair and a straw hat, he was wearing long white clothes. He smiled, saying that the clan competition is still 2 days away. It's too early. Su Zhen, the elder of Kanjian Peak, Lanhua clan, standing next to him was a bald man in white clothes and with his arms crossed on his chest. Qi Siyuan descended from the ship, stretching out his hands and saying with a wide smile that he only wanted to get to know him better. If there were any interesting treasures. Su Zhen closed his eyes and said great with a smile. One of the black-robed people looked at the high mountain, asking if this was Blade Mountain. The second one next to him answered accurately. The bald man next to Su Zhen jumped from the ground, flying into the air. He landed on the ship, in front of 2 robed people who looked at him in surprise. The bald man sat down on one knee and raised his hands, smiling broadly, saying that the Blade Mountain represents the kind of true and eternal blade that their great ancestor left behind. The new head called this peak Banhua, in honor of Mr. Yuban. The inscription next to it, Disciple Kanjian Peak, Duan Hai. 2 people in robes put their hands to their cheeks, saying that he is so ancient and looks very majestic. Duan Hai was telling them something with a smile, sitting on the ship, and turning to the dark figure behind who was holding a sword. Su Zhen smiled nervously, saying that the student is too ignorant and he asks not to blame him. Qi Siyuan smiled widely and waved his hand, answering that let the youth communicate. Duan Hai turned over his shoulder, looking at the man next to him and raised his index finger, saying what he sees. The guy is constantly looking at the peak and maybe he has some questions. The man with stubble answered with a smile that he was simply admired by the former strength of the clan. It's a pity that he doesn't live in the generation of their ancestors. The guy with a bandana on his face held a sword on his shoulders, smiling widely and saying that he heard that they have a genius in their clan and could they introduce him to him, the Lingyi clan, Zhou Yutian. Duan Hai scratched his cheek, turning to two people in black robes who stood with smiles. One of them asked where this genius was and let him introduce them. Duan Hai scratched his head while looking at them and replied that he could not help them since he did not know this person and he was unable to do anything. One of the people in the cloak replied that there really was no point in barging in on the geniuses like that simply. Zhou Yutian crossed his arms over his chest, answering also correctly. Duan Hai turned to the man in the bandana, saying that if he was so interested in meeting him, he could ask for him, but he could not give any guarantees. Zhou Yutian smiled widely, answering that he would still stay in the Lanhua clan, so there would still be a chance to meet him. The two cloaked people said that they did too, and the bald guy raised his hand, smiling widely, saying that he would do his best. Zhou Yutian thanked him. The guy in the bandana looked to the side while Duan Hai was talking with the people in the cloak, and with a smile he thought where to look for the genius. He stuck his long tongue out of his mouth, placing the sword with turquoise energy glowing around it on his shoulder and said that this is very exciting. Bayua Peak, the great gate of the temple, from which there was a staircase, they were surrounded by many stones and plants. Zhang Yufeng raised his hand, saying with a wide smile that he had gathered everyone today to discuss the upcoming opening of the secret realm. The man stretched out his hands while the man with grey hair and Yu Lingzhao looked at him, saying that they have protected their lands for a long period of time. It is time to open their gates, because a secret kingdom is about to open. Only those with a gold rank will be able to enter cores. This year he bears most of the responsibility. The man with grey hair extended his hand and said that they should show a little more patience and protect all the treasures and resources. The man with long grey hair tied up and a long grey beard looked to the side and clasped his hands together, saying that there was one more thing he wanted to ask, whether he really wanted to give spiritual beads as the main reward. The inscription nearby, Lanhua clan elder, Gu Hong. Gu Hong raised his index finger, saying that they were given to them by the first head. They contain all the great achievements that have never appeared before. They should only be managed by the heads. Zhang Yufeng smiled nervously, closing his eyes and replied that they retained the sense of creation inherent in their ancestors. The man stood in the center of the hall. People were sitting at tables on either side of the carpet, and someone asked the truth, their insides. Zhang Yufeng closed his eyes, raised his hand as sweat ran down his face and said that the ancestor was a great swordsman, which they were very far from being. Gu Hong looked at the man in shock, raising his eyebrows and said that he believed that among their generation there would hardly be an experienced swordsman. Yu Lingzhao crossed her arms and sighed, looking at him and saying that no one could compare to her student. The man with grey hair turned to the girl, opening his eyes wide and asked the truth. Two other people were sitting in front of them. One of them in white clothes said that the decision to take the spirit beads as the main reward was too hasty. The second added that the transmission of pure energy of the spirit beads might end up being interrupted. Yu Lingzhao closed her eyes and frowned, answering that they need to have more faith in her student. Su Zhen and the man with brown hair smiled and answered correctly too. The man in the blue vest and brown hair closed his eyes and smiled nervously, saying that it looks like you don't have to worry too much about the beads. Yu Lingzhao looked at him, asking if there was anyone else capable who could get the beads. The man turned around with a dissatisfied face on the girl. The man in the blue vest extended his hand in which he was holding a white glass and, trembling with anger, said that her student was magnificent, and he wished in advance a clean and easy victory. Yu Lingzhao crossed her arms over her chest, looking at him and replied that she already knew that victory would be hers. Zhang Yufeng put his hand to his face, saying with a nervous smile that he had already made his decision regarding the spirit beads anyway, and is not going to change it. Today representatives of Lingyi arrived in their clan. The man in white and gold spread his arms to the sides, saying that during the visiting period he would ask everyone to carefully carry out their duties. The others responded according to him. Zhang Yufeng pressed himself against the wall with a tired face, saying that it was Yu Lingzhao who pressed him because of the spiritual beads, and whether her disciple could really handle it. The girl looked at him with her arms crossed and replied that she didn't think he would worry in this regard. The man said that this is very important. A real dilemma opens up before him. Yu Lingzhao smiled, tilting her head. She said that Lin Yanbing could definitely take first place. The girl with grey hair stood with her back turned over her shoulder and holding a sword in her hands. The red-haired girl waved her fan, placing her hand on Zhang Yufeng's shoulder, saying that she was already in the middle stage of laying the foundations. The Man smiled, closed his eyes and said that it would be a piece of cake for her anyway. He turned back to the girl, saying that in this case he would not ask any more questions. Yu Lingzhao asked what about the search. The man frowned and looked away, scratching the back of his head and asking if she had any ideas. The red-haired girl blushed deeply and frowned, pulling Zhang Yufeng's hair while cursing loudly. Suddenly someone knocked on the door and the girl turned to the side. She said that she didn't know where to run. There was an inscription Lu Muan on the wooden board. Zhang Yufeng frowned and closed his eyes, asking what was going on. The entrance to Shaozhu Peak, a girl with blonde hair and a black cloak opened her eyes wide, looking at something with a smile. Next to her a guy with blonde hair in a black cloak clenched his hand into a fist and smiled widely, saying that this is such a beautiful peak. Next to it is the inscription, Student of Lingyi, Ho Tao. Duan Hai turned to Zhou Yutian, asking him with a smile. He had been attracted to him for a long time. He smiled and answered that he wanted to find a place to relax, and did not think that such landscapes would open here. Ho Tao smiled widely, closing his eyes and clenching his teeth, asking why no one had built a mansion here yet. A girl with brown hair next to her also smiled, clenched her hand into a fist and said that there is one, but an elderly woman lives here. She doesn't have one. Especially large house. The two of them walked forward. When the guy said that he wanted to meet her and they needed to show respect, Duan Hai confusedly extended his hand towards them and asked them to wait, saying that they couldn't go there. The girl with brown hair turned to the side in surprise, asking why. Ho Tao behind her also turned to the man. The bald man with tears in his eyes pointed to his head, saying that there are many traps hidden here. She doesn't want anyone to disturb her chambers. If they just come, no one will be happy with them. The guy and the girl with brown hair looked at her and fear him. Zhou Yutian licked his long tongue while looking at them and thought with a smile how interesting it was. He extended his hand, holding the sword on his shoulder with his other hand and said that in any case, he came here for the experience. He wants to look at the different clans and compete with them. The girl in the black cloak raised her hands and said that she wants this too, and Ho Tao behind her replied that this is absolutely true. Duan Hai looked at them in confusion, asking them to wait. Behind one of the mountains, which was watched by a man in white clothes, a bald man said that he would wait for them for an hour, and if they did not return, he would go to the elder. Lu Chuan looked questioningly at the mountain. The main character stood in front of a large board on which there were white and black chips, looking at it and said that they were acting too rashly. 3 black chips standing next to each other, leading to them were arrows and icons with a girl with brown hair, Ho Tao and Zhou Yutian. A white explosion passed between their 3 icons and next to Zhou Yutian another white explosion that threw back blue energy. Lu Chuan waved his hand, looked down with a smile and said that it was on them that he would try out his new formation. Ho Tao and the girl ran away with tears in their eyes from the white clot, and the guy said that he was not going to let them go. Lu Chuan reached for the black chip on the board, looking at it with a smile and said that he just wanted to check a few things. 3 white chips ran behind the icons of the girl and Ho Tao, the inscription pointed towards them, hidden flag. Lu Chuan said that it was time to give them some gifts. 2 people in black cloaks and Zhou Yutian walked along the road, which was surrounded by bushes. The main character thought that his set of illusions had changed since he entered the game. One of the people stepped on the blue luminous pentagram on the ground, and Lu Chuan thought that he was divided into golden wood, fire, water and earth. As soon as a person steps on the formation he left behind, he falls into an endless circle of illusions. Huge waves flew into the air, throwing up stones. The girl and guy in black cloaks were thrown into the air, and Zhou Yutian stood on the stones, putting his sword on his shoulders and shouting in shock that this was an illusion. The main character stood at the board. A girl with brown hair and Ho Tao were drowning in the water. Next to Zhou Yutian they were surrounded by white and black figures, and the guy smiled and put his hand to his chin, saying that it seemed like they were unlucky since they ended up in the most difficult formation, and apparently not all the disciples of the Lingyi clan are weak, there are some capable ones among them. Lu Chuan raised his hand, from which many white and black chips were falling onto the field, and he asked if he could try something else, and if he succeeded, he would have a hard time. He said that he should have been more careful. Zhou Yutian was standing on broken stones that were floating on the water. The waves sank onto the stones and they went under the water along with the man. Zhou Yutian swam underwater with his mouth wide open and his hand raised, thinking that he had fallen into an illusion. The guy swam in the depths of the water while air bubbles floated around and thought that he needed to fight. He clenched his teeth and grabbed his sword by the hilt, drawing it from its sheath. Zhou Yutian swung his sword sharply, cutting through the water, causing it to disperse in different directions. He looked around, the waves of water towered over the guy. Zhou Yutian looked forward in surprise, his mouth opening. Behind Zhou Yutian, blue water began to descend on him, with jellyfish swimming in it. Water with jellyfish inside overwhelmed the guy who was standing still. He swam again in the depths of the water, black and blue jellyfish flying around him. A huge blue dragon appeared in front of Zhou Yutian, looking at him with glowing yellow eyes. The three people who were emitting golden energy were watched from the top of the mountain by Duan Hai, who said that he told them not to go there, but they didn't listen, and just last week the same thing happened. Ho Tao was heard shouting that Duan Hai's death was so tragic. The bald man opened his mouth in surprise when he heard this. A guy with brown hair sat on the ground, holding a log, with tears in his eyes saying that he was sorry, and if he had known that everything would end like this, he would never have dragged him into the water. The bald man looked down at him in surprise and frowned, saying that he felt very bad, and if this all continued in the same spirit, he would no longer be able to distinguish reality from illusion. Duan Hai jumped off the mountain, flying down with a determined look, shouting that his name is Duan Hai. He is accompanying the disciples of the Lingyi clan on an excursion, when suddenly they were caught in an illusion. Duan Hai landed on the ground, breaking it under his feet, and raised his hands, shouting that he was asking for help in disbanding the formation. He would like to help them. Duan Hai looked forward with a frown, sweat running down his face as he thought that apparently he would have to contact more than just the elders. A girl with brown hair, Ho Tao, and Zhou Yutian flew into the air. Golden energy was visible in the sky and someone shouted that this was the last time. Duan Hai wiped his face and smiled, sighing and looking up, thanking the man. One of the disciples in a black cloak began to rise from the ground, asking if the dragon had disappeared or not. It was an illusion, he was at Shaozhu Peak. The second disciple in a black cloak also rose, saying that the sea was scary, he would never swim in his life. Duan Hai stood in front of them, saying that they were under the influence of an illusion, and he asked someone to stop all this, so they managed to escape. Ho Tao hugged the bald man, crying in his eyes that he was so glad that everything was fine with him, and he didn't know what to do. Zhou Yutian sat on the ground looking at them and said that he had to admit, this formation was very impressive. He didn't even realize that he was in an illusion, he didn't distinguish between illusion and reality. The man in the bandana smiled widely, saying that he then tried to break the connection with the formation, but only lost the remnants of energy, nothing more. He thought that there was no one around, but he failed to destroy the formation without revealing his identity. The man stood on the ground, behind him there was a road surrounded by trees, and he said that today Zhou Yutian from the Lingyi clan visited Shaozhu Peak, truly imbued with the formation he fell into. Doesn't he really deserve to meet the elder even now? Ho Tao put his hand on his shoulder, looking at the man with concern, and told him not to even think about it. We already insulted her when we came without an invitation, that's why we ended up in the formation. There's no point in interfering anymore. Zhou Yutian clenched his teeth and looked at the guy angrily, turning over his shoulder, blue energy emanating from his eyes. Ho Tao looked at the man in fear, opened his eyes wide and smiled nervously, calling his name. The man in the bandana smiled at the guy, saying that everything was fine, he was just a little tired, he would be back first. Zhou Yutian walked forward, a girl in a black cloak watched him, asking how he was, and Ho Tao replied that it seemed he was not fully awake. Duan Hai behind them said that it was better not to mess with people from Shaozhu Peak in the future. Zhou Yutian clenched his teeth, holding the sword on his shoulder, and lowered his head, mentally asking, and it was he who went hunting, and indeed, he received a beating from the victim. Zhou Yutian's evil face was visible on the large wooden board in blue seal. Lu Chuan watched him with his arms crossed. The guy with brown hair put his hand to his chin, raising one eyebrow and saying that this is Zhou Yutian from the Lingyi clan. He definitely has secrets, but they don't concern him. Lu Chuan looked at the white dot that appeared on the board with a wide smile and said that the teacher had returned. A small boat was floating on the water, and a man was descending from the air towards it, flying down. Lu Muan landed on the boat behind the girl, wearing a long pink dress and a straw hat with a veil that covered his face. Lu Muan smiled and looked to the side, thinking about the main character. 2 days later, a clan competition. There was a round area on the street. around which there were round statues. Balconies were visible, between which there were stones and trees growing. Qi Siyuan and Zhang Yufeng stood on one of the balconies. The man in white and gold clothes looked at the second, smilingly asking if he thought there were any promising students here. The man in green clothes smiled widely, closed his eyes and answered that before him I heard rumors about one, a bald guy named Duan Hai. A man with brown hair tied up and wearing blue clothes held a cup with tears in his eyes, smiling and saying that his student achieved the results just a few days ago, so he was very lucky that he was able to enter the top 16. Zhang Yufeng turned to him and Qi Siyuan, and the latter scratched his head and asked if he was the one who took his students to give a tour, but was interrupted. Qi Siyuan smiled widely, raising his index finger and opening his eyes, saying that it seemed that it was a disciple from Shaozhou Peak. Would he really become a dark horse in the competition? Zhang Yufeng next to him sighed irritably, rolling his eyes, and the guy with blonde hair and blue clothes smiled, saying, are they really talking about Elder Lu Muan's disciple? He is very talented, but rather secretive, which is upsetting. Qi Siyuan turned to the man in white and gold clothes and asked what it meant. He smiled and smoothed his black beard, saying that he heard that this disciple will also take part in the competition, so he will find out. Down on the field, two competitors were fighting, and Zhang Yufeng put his hand on the balcony railing, saying that he would find out what the dark horse was. The man said that he might be the real abyss. Lu Chuan stood in front of the system window, looking at him and putting his hand to his chin, frowning. There was a dark hood on his head, and blue energy glowed around his body. Two participants fought on the field. One waved his weapon, from which blue energy emanated. Two system windows showed received, a book of skills and experience, plus 10,000 fencing points awarded. The current fencing level is 5th, 21,400 out of 25,000 points. Lu Chuan extended his finger to the system window, looked down at it with a smile and said that he needed the 6th level of fencing. A system window appeared on which it was written, the second main task is to win the clan competition, reward, unknown. On another system window it was written, note, this task is a key one, so the reward will depend on how far he goes in completing it. There are additional tasks that also need to be completed. If he fails, the task will not start again. Lu Chuan put his hand to his chin and frowned, looking at the system window and saying that it was exiting, then it would be impossible to restart the task. He pursed his lips, waved his hand, causing the system window to begin to dissolve, and said that it was clearly too late to retreat, and he was afraid that his 8th rank might not be enough, but there was nowhere to go. The guy stood on the balcony next to the other students. The girl in the dark cloak smiled widely and raised her hands. Ho Tao put his palms to his cheeks, asking in their clan everyone is starting so epically. The guy with blonde hair and blue clothes smiled widely, throwing his head back and speaking, that they simply do not understand anything. We are talking about entering the secret kingdom, so you need to make it to the top with all your might to gain access there, because in the secret kingdom you can see the legacy of the ancestor Su Jufeng. Ho Tao looked at the blonde with a wide smile, asking him to repeat. He laughed and raised his hand to his mouth, answering no, no way. Lu Chuan looked at them, thinking that there were so many people today. The guy put his fist on the railing and sighed, leaning over and closing his eyes, thinking that spiritual beads were good, but wouldn't help much in his situation. Lu Chuan put his hand on his cheek and looked towards Zhou Yutian, who crossed his arms over his chest with a dissatisfied face. The main character thought that his energy was so disordered, as if he was practicing demonic techniques. Lu Chuan raised his head, looking up. There was a tower and high mountains nearby, and he wondered if they sensed something was wrong. Suddenly, the field where the participants were fighting glowed with golden light, for yin and yang patterns appeared on it, and Ho Tao pointed his finger forward, asking to see what was happening. He shouted in shock, could this be the same disciple from Shaozhou Peak? His formation. Lu Chuan pursed his lips, a stone fell on his head. Dust rose on the field. One of the participants was lying on his back, clenching his teeth. The second participant stood above him, breathing heavily and clenching his hands into fists. Someone announced that the winner of Di Jingguan, a guy with blonde hair, said that he was something. Then he doubts that despite the fact that he has lived in the Lanhua clan for a long time, he still has not seen this disciple. Ho Tao opened his eyes wide in surprise, saying that even he with his 9th rank of foundation laying would hardly have survived after this. Lu Chuan knelt down with his hands on the railing and wondered if it was too rude. Next to him Ho Tao turned to the blonde and said that Duan Hai from their clan was also strong. He was the one who saved them from the formation. The guy with brown hair smiled, saying that if it weren't for him, he would have died a long time ago, and he is very grateful to him. Behind him, Zhang Yufeng looked at him displeasedly, clenching his teeth. The blonde laughed, closing his eyes, and said that he had heard somewhere that a disciple from Shaozhou Peak had been in the qi purification stage for 2 years without achieving anything, a true black sheep in the clan. Lu Chuan clenched his teeth while lying on the balcony railing when another stone with the inscription White Crow fell on him. The guy with blonde hair and blue clothes said that he was afraid, he did not dare to take part in the competition. Ho Tao looked at him in surprise, exclaiming, "It can't be." Zhang Yufeng watched them, thinking that he really wanted to find out about him. A man in blue clothes approached them all, and all the participants turned to look at him as he asked if they were talking about Lu Chuan. He knows him. A man with red hair, moles and wrinkles on his face, a disciple of the Lanhua clan, Lu Xiuza. He said that Lu Chuan consumes quite a lot of resources, but is practically incapable of anything. If not for his mentor, he would have been kicked out long ago. A man with red hair hugged the shoulder of the main character, who looked up at the man in surprise and asked with a smile if he was wrong. The others looked at them, wondering who he was. Lu Xiuza looked down at Lu Chuan, smiling, and said that he was given a lot of pills, but he never showed good results. He believes he will have to find a other half so as not to remain in their clan. Lu Chuan smiled nervously, closing eyes, sweat running down his face. Next to the main character stood another man with black hair, who looked at them and said that he heard that before he got into their clan, Lu Chuan got into trouble, from which elder Lu Muan pulled him out, and it was there that he damaged his channels for cultivation. The blonde guy closed his eyes and folded his hands, saying that there is no need to gossip so much. Lu Xiuza closed his eyes and replied that there is no need to justify him, this is wastefulness. The man with red hair smiled and looked down at Lu Chuan, whom he hugged by the shoulder, saying that there was nothing in it. Asking why he looked so familiar, the host announced that the next battle was the 107th versus the 451st. Lu Chuan smiled and removed the hood from his head, saying that it was his turn. Lu Xiuza's eyes widened as he looked at the guy, asking in shock if he was Lu Chuan. The host announced the main character, who stood on the balcony railing, clenching his hands into fists, while the rest of the participants looked at him in shock from behind. The guy jumped from the balcony, flying down with a determined expression on his face. Lu Chuan landed on the field, in front of a guy with gray hair who crossed his arms over his chest. The guy with gray hair smiled, clenching his fist with his palm in a greeting, saying that he was from the inner gate, Li Cheng. Lu Chuan smiled as he looked at him, his cloak and hair fluttering in the wind, and he put his hand on the edge of his cloak, saying that he was from Shaozhou Peak, Lu Chuan. Zhang Yufeng leaned his hand on the balcony railing, watching, and said that he had finally waited for this. The man in the blue bandana smiled, quietly saying that he didn't seem to have a very high cultivation rank. Where did he get so much courage to participate in the competition? The blonde looked at the man nervously, thinking that he looked intimidating. Li Cheng looked worriedly at the main character in front of him, saying that although they are clanmates, they should support each other, but this competition is very important for him, even if it means harming him. Lu Chuan looked at the guy with a smile, answering that be that as it may, he also recently made a breakthrough. The guy clenched his hand into a fist, holding it out in front of him. His body was surrounded by blue energy and he invited him to fight. Blue energy emanated from the main character and swirled in the air. Ho Tao looked at him in shock, frowning and opening his eyes wide, asking if he was not the fourth rank. The blonde also opened his mouth wide and asked in surprise if he no longer had problems with cultivation. Zhang Yufeng gritted his teeth, looking down in surprise, blue rays of energy flying next to him. Qi Siyuan smiled widely, closing his eyes, their hair flying with energy. Yu Lingzhao looked at the blue energy in surprise, frowning. Fan Hongwen next to her smiled, also looking to the side at her. Lu Chuan, surrounded by blue energy, walked forward with a determined expression on his face. Zhang Yufeng smiled as he looked at him, clenching his teeth, and thought that this is very good. Lu Chuan rises to the same level as Lin Yanbing, he will enter the secret realm, and then he will deal with him. Li Cheng also smiled, clenching his teeth, looking at the guy and said, it means he is also making progress. The main character clenched his hand into a fist, bringing it to his chest, and Li Cheng said that they would start a fight. On the field where the two students were fighting, ice shards and smoke emanating from them were visible. Li Cheng clenched his hands into fists, raising them and smiling as ice crystals flew around him. he said that he was starting the 8th rank of the Qi refinement period, Ice Cultivator. Lu Chuan clutched his sword in his hand, smilingly telling him forward, 8th rank Qi refinement swordsman. The guy with gray hair raised his hand, from which ice shards were emanating, and frowned, thinking that with a swordsman you need to be much more careful, you will have to use sophisticated techniques. Li Qing waved his hand, bending one leg, many ice shards flying towards the protagonist. Lu Chuan frowned, looking at them with a serious expression. He swung his sword in front of him, jumping up and deflecting the ice shards that flew towards him. The guy flew in the air, beating off crystals with a wave of his sword, and Li Qing put his hand behind his back, and other ice shards appeared next to it. He swung his hand sharply, throwing it towards the main character, who jumped to the side, dodging. The gray-haired guy jumped into the air, throwing ice crystals towards Lu Chuan, who was running away from them with a sword in his hand. Li Qing landed on the ground, touching his hand to the ground, which was covered with a crust of ice, asking if he could only run away. Ice surrounded the protagonist's body to the waist, and he looked down at him in surprise. Li Qing shouted a large ice blade, he raised his hands and a huge ice blade appeared in the sky and hovered above Lu Chuan's head. A boy with gray hair and eyes wide open extended his hand forward, blue energy glowing around it. Lu Chuan raised his head, looking at the ice blade that was descending on him. He clenched his hands into fists, the ice around his body and the ice blade breaking into fragments as beams of blue energy passed around him. He jumped forward and Li Qing looked at it in shock, asking how. He clenched his teeth, looking at the main character, who was flying towards him, raising his sword hand to strike, thinking that he was too fast and he underestimated his strength. The hilt of the sword that Lu Chuan was holding stopped at the gray-haired guy's chest. Lu Chuan stood in front of him with his other hand behind his back and told him to give up with a smile. Li Qing smiled, scratching the back of his head and saying that he lost, but he is not sorry. Lu Chuan is indeed much stronger than him. There were shards of ice lying around them and the white fog was dissipating. They were standing on a field that was covered in ice when the leader shouted that he had defeated Lu Chuan from Shaozhu Peak. They were both at rank 8, but the difference in power was too great. Lu Chuan was excellent with the blade, who even dared to say that he useless. Did they really decide to relax their vigilance on his behalf? Now nothing will come of it. Did he really hide his abilities all the time? The girl with brown hair with tears in her eyes put her hand to her face, saying, "Is her formation worse than that of a swordsman?" Ho Tao opened his mouth and eyes in shock, shouting, "Isn't he a master of formation? How did he become a swordsman?" Zhang Yufeng smiled, clenching his teeth and thought that he was much more useful than he thought. He had a lot of abilities, so it would be more difficult to cope. Zhang Yufeng looked down in shock while standing on the balcony. Two other people stood with the same shocked faces. Qi Siyuan smiled widely and laughed. The brown-haired man smiled nervously as he looked at Zhang Yufeng, saying that it was quite unexpected that Elder Lu Muan's disciple would show such cultivation success. Qi Siyuan said with a wide smile that this is indeed a very talented guy. Zhang Yufeng smiled nervously while his face sweat flowed down. Next to him there was an inscription that he fell face down into the mud. Yu Lingzhao crossed her arms over her chest and frowned, saying that it is too early to rejoice. There are still many difficulties ahead. Maybe he is just lucky. If he fails to get into the secret kingdom, what will happen to him? Lu Muan is not going to protect him for the rest of his life. Zhang Yufeng looked over his shoulder at the girl and smiled at her, extending his hand and saying that she was stricter with him than Elder Lu Muan herself. The girl replied that she was just telling the truth. The man with black hair said that so many years have passed, and she still can't accept that her and Lu Muan's strengths are equal. Yu Lingzhao pulled his mustache and said with an angry expression that he doesn't understand anything. Yu Lingzhao looked ahead with a frown. She narrowed her eyes, looking down at the main character, who lowered his gaze, holding on to his cloak. The girl said that she hoped her efforts on his behalf would not be in vain. She even went to the healer. Zhang Yufeng lay on the ground with a smile, while Yu Lingzhao in front of him put her hand on her cheek, frowned and looked up, asked when she would be back. If she was late, she would not see Lin Yanbing win. Li Qing looked at the main character with a smile, saying that he had previously heard rumors that he could not cultivate, which is why everyone turned away from him. Now he understands that these are just rumors that wanted to tarnish his reputation. Lu Chuan smiled, looking at him and replied that the path to cultivation is the thirst to conquer mountains and move forward. He has not yet fully figured out the problems of cultivation, and he is not going to pay any attention to rumors. The guy with gray hair closed his eyes, smiling widely, and said that great success awaits him. A system window opened in front of Lu Chuan and he turned to look at him in surprise. Several system windows opened, on which it was written, "The second main task to win the clan competition has been completed, the reward has been received, Memory Fragment 1, the third main task is to enter the top 64, the fourth main task is the path to victory." Lu Chuan stood in front of the system window, on which there was a blue fragment, from which energy emanated, on which was written, "The reward for the task, a memory fragment, an entrance to the secret kingdom." The guy asked what kind of memory fragment it was. A fragment flew out of the system window, crashing into the guy's chest, and he looked down at it in surprise, frowning. Lu Chuan pursed his lips, opening his eyes wide. Lu Chuan lowered his head, opened his mouth and frowned, wondering if these were memories. Lu Chuan and Li Cheng stood in front of each other. The main character held a sword in his hand, saying that Li Cheng is not his opponent, so it's time for him to admit defeat. The guy with gray hair replied that he understands his kindness, but victory is very important to him. Lu Chuan wondered if it was him. The main character shouted that he was stupid. He hit the guy with gray hair on the arm. There were ice shards around them, and Li Cheng's hands were covered in ice. A man with black hair held the bloody body of Li Cheng in his arms, raising his hand from which blue energy emanated. He shouted that he defeated Lu Chuan from Shaozhu Peak. A guy with brown hair stood with his back to them, his clothes were covered in blood, and he said that he asked for trouble. Lu Chuan frowned, looking ahead with a gloomy gaze, while other people shouted, "It is obvious that he is much stronger than his opponent. Lu Chuan is a ruthless person." The other shouted that he does not deserve to win, he will become a real demon. Lu Chuan stood in the building, holding a white bottle with the inscription pill in his hands. While someone coughed outside the window, he said, Li Cheng knew that he could not cope, but still entered the fray. Many monsters that looked like jellyfish stood on the ground. They had red eyes, between which there was a mouth with sharp teeth. Between these monsters stood a red demon with white hair, who opened his mouth. Lu Chuan thought what was the matter. Lu Muan and the other elders behind her looked at the monster, and the guy wondered if this was the teacher. Lu Chuan jumped forward, swinging his sword and cutting through several monsters. Blood gushed out from their wounds. One of them opened its mouth wide. The guy clenched his teeth, frowning, looking to the side. His face was covered in blood, and a monster with red eyes and horns was running towards him from the side, its mouth wide open. A sharp appendage protruded from his mouth. Li Cheng stood in front of the main character, and the appendage pierced his chest. Blood gushed out from the wound, and Lu Chuan thought that it was him. The guy with gray hair was lying on the bloody ground. Lu Chuan walked up to him, shouting that he was in the Golden Core period. Why did he come here? And the guy with gray hair asked him not to take his pills anymore. Li Cheng smiled widely, while blood flowed down his eye and nose. He asked Lu Chuan to live. Li Cheng worriedly put his hand on the shoulder of the main character, who opened his eyes and mouth wide, while sweat was running down his face. The guy with gray hair called out to him worriedly, and Lu Chuan thought that these were his memories. He looked over his shoulder with a smile, frowned and asked Li Cheng if a disaster happened, would he help him? The guy with gray hair looked at him in surprise and answered of course, and Lu Chuan closed his eyes, asking even at the cost of his life. Li Cheng smiled widely and laughed, closing his eyes, saying that he needed to think about this. Lu Chuan leaned his back on the railing, looking at him with slightly narrowed eyes, and replied that he should not take it seriously, but thanked the guy for his answer. Li Cheng raised his hand, saying that he looked serious. Behind them, Ho Tao waved his hand and called Lu Chuan. The guy with brown hair pointed to himself, asking if he remembered them with a wide smile. The main character closed his eyes and smiled nervously, asking that they dared to enter the territory of Lu Muan. He thought that there were so many of them that it was difficult to remember them all. Ho Tao smiled widely, pointing behind him, saying that then he helped them destroy the formation so that they would survive. Behind the guy stood a man in a black hood with brown hair, Lu Chao, a guy with a wide smile and gray collected hair, wearing a black cloak, Zhuoboi, a guy with red hair and a blue bandana, Zhou Yutian, a girl with brown hair and a black hood, Lu Qi. Ho Tao introduced himself by name, saying that these were his brothers and sisters, calling everyone by name. Lu Chuan smiled awkwardly, closing his eyes, and apologized for the inconvenience, saying that they did not know each other then. The main character pointed his hand at the man in the bandana, saying with a smile that he had a special impression of him. only he was able to destroy his water formation, the others failed to do this. Ho Tao shouted what? Zhuoboyi raised his eyebrows at Zhou Yutian and said that he always knew that he was strong, but to be so strong, the man with the bandana clenched his teeth and thought that he was on purpose. Ho Tao leaned towards the man with a smile and closed his eyes, placing his hand on his shoulder and saying that in fact, they are also impressed by Zhou Yutian's strength, aren't they? Zhuoboyi looked at them with his hand on his chin, thinking that his cultivation was mediocre. If not for careful training, would he have been able to destroy the formation? The man in the bandana approached Zhuoboyi, who looked up at him, and clenching his teeth, said that he had understood everything wrong. He was not very well versed in the structure of the formation, and got out of it by pure chance. Lu Chuan closed his eyes and smiled, saying that it seemed like he was just lucky, because if the man really understood the formations, they would have already been broken. Zhou Yutian turned around at him and raised his hand, answering that he was a modest person. The guy in the bandana smiled, mentally clenching his teeth in anger, thinking that he had never experienced such humiliation. Did anyone dare to insult him like that? Ho Tao stood in front of the main character, raising his hand and saying that he was amazing during the competition. He crossed his arms and smiled awkwardly, answering oh well. Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes, looking to the side, and thought that he had heard that if you entered the Yuanying period, or practiced demonic techniques, you could even take over bodies. Zhou Yutian walked forward, throwing his sword over his shoulder. Under him there was water, in which he was reflected with red glowing eyes and a wide open mouth. The guy thought that despite the fact that his appearance Zhou Yutian is no different from others, the energy is very chaotic, which stresses him out. Even people close to him feel something, and he thinks this is not the real Zhou Yutian. Ho Tao looked forward with a wide smile and shouted that it looks like Lin Yanbing is there. Lu Chuan next to him turned over his shoulder. Round field, Lin Yanbing with long grey flowing hair and a sword in her hand. She was wearing a long blue dress. Lanhua clan, Lin Yanbing, a swordswoman. Someone shouted that she was a fencing genius. Someone said that she brought an ice blade with her reign. Another shouted that she had only been cultivated for 2 years, but was already showing very great success, and that she was a real genius. Ho Tao and Zhou Yutian smiled as they looked at her. The man in the bandana thought, I wonder if she would be as beautiful in a pool of blood. Lu Chuan looked back at him. The judge stood between a girl with grey hair and a man in a long brown cloak. He said that although there is no time limit for the competition, let them not stay long. He thought that in the end who knows what their true powers are. The girl with grey hair agreed. A guy with grey hair, a green hoop around his head and a long brown cloak also agreed. Balian Peak, Wang Shi, a gunsmith. The guy frowned and narrowed his eyes, raising his hand, with blue energy appearing around him. He thought that the mentor must be watching him now, so he should not give up. He should not put Balian Peak in an awkward position. Wang Shi waved his hand, throwing forward a blue claw ball with a chain trailing from it. Lin Yanbing ran forward, frowning and holding her sword in front of her. She swung her sword, deflecting the ball, which flew back, blue energy glowing around the chain. Wang Shi gritted his teeth and raised his hand, with blue energy appearing around it, looking at the ball flying in the air. The guy extended his hand forward, frowning. 5 chains came out of the claw ball and flew forward. They landed next to Lin Yanbing, who ran forward dodging their attacks. The girl stood between the chains, looking at them and holding her sword in front of her. She jumped into the air above the guy, raising her sword above her head to strike. Wang Shi gritted his teeth as he looked up at her, a ball of blue energy forming in front of his hand. Lin Yanbing slashed her sword towards the guy, who put up a shield of blue energy in front of him, clenching his teeth. Wang Shi frowned and opened his mouth. The shield in front of him turned red and red lightning emanated from it. Lin Yanbing looked down at him, narrowing her eyes and raising her eyebrows. She jumped into the air, flipping there as red lightning flashed around her. Yu Lingzhao frowned at this, saying that he was not up to her level, too weak, and couldn't they come up with something better. Zhang Yufeng looked back at her nervously. One of the men with blonde hair shouted in fear that the dark shield was exploding. The second with dark hair frowned and screamed. Someone shouted that he was crazy. A hammer of red energy appeared above Wang Shi. A bright portal opened on the shield, from which red lightning struck, and the guy's cloak fluttered behind his back. Blue energy began to glow around the grey-haired girl as she jumped towards the red hammer. The girl frowned and narrowed her eyes, her reflection visible in the blade of the sword next to her face. Lin Yanbing swung her sword forward, breaking the red hammer. causing red shards to fly off to the sides. She flew past Wang Shi, surrounded by blue energy. The clothes of the guy who stretched his arms forward were torn to shreds. The other students and the main character looked at this in surprise, their eyes and mouths wide open. Lin Yanbing stood in front of Wang Shi, telling him to give up. The guy sat on the ground, laughing nervously and saying that he had lost. The host announced that Lin Yanbing from the Lanhua clan had won. Wang Shi was grabbed by the head by his teacher, in green clothes, shouting that in 2 years of studying the craft he had not really learned anything, but at least he remained alive. Lin Yanbing stood with her back to them on the field while the spectators shouted that she was very strong, and Wang Shi struggled so much, but did not even scratch her, and no one could stop her. The girl with gray hair lowered her gaze and frowned, saying that despite the high quality of the magic weapon, it is not fully capable of saving. She thinks Wang Shi needs to heal the wounds. The man with a mustache and brown hair smiled widely and closed his eyes, thanking her for his concern. He held the guy by the cheek and he said that he was mistaken. Lin Yanbing frowned and looked up. Lu Chuan looked at her in surprise, his eyes wide open, and wondered if she was really looking at him. The man with the dark hair and mustache tied up turned his back to the man with the blonde hair, stabbing him. He clenched his teeth, his eyes turned white and purple energy flew around them. The man with blonde hair lay on the field, and the man in purple clothes landed on his feet. The host announced that Duan Wuyan had been defeated. He was after all the youngest in the late stage of laying the foundations. The opponent was too strong, but it's okay if someone collides with Lin Yanbing in battle, then inevitable death will await him. He asked what is the main thing in this competition, battle or luck. A man in white sea. Lothies and with dark hair and sideburns trembled, smiling gloomily and frowning, saying that his student trained hard for 10 years, but did not even enter the top 64, and this is some kind of absurdity. Isn't he just as good as Qi refinement rank 8 cultivators? Behind him Gu Hong was looking at the man. The man with gray hair turned back and smiled, saying that it seems that not everyone is happy with the clan competition. Zhang Yufeng smiled nervously, looking at the old man and asked what the elder thought about this. Gu Hong looked up at him, clasped his hands together and said that he thought that the passage to the secret realm should not be so easy. Maybe they should transform their competition a little. The man in white clothes said that he agreed, and the other man in green clothes raised hand, answering with a dissatisfied face that he did not think that everything should be blamed on the rules. After all, it was not because of them that his disciples suffered at the hands of Lin Yanbing. Su Zhen looked at the man in white and gold robes, saying that he also believed that it was time for them to transform the competition system. It had remained unchanged for 30 years, it was time to change something. Zhang Yufeng stroked his beard, looking at him and replied, that he understands the intentions of the disciples. Everyone wants to get into the secret kingdom, but if they start making amendments now, it may not work out in their favor. Yu Lingzhao sat with one leg crossed over the other. She closed her eyes and raised her hand and said that since they were so dissatisfied with the evaluation system, they could let the dropouts fight again with the students who are in the top 64, whoever wins will get chance to enter the secret realm. Su Zhen and Zhang Yufeng turned towards her with shining eyes. The girl in the pink dress opened one eye and looked to the side when someone said that this was not a good idea. Another said that in that case they would need to add more guards. Another asked if they would force all the students to fight each other. How long will it all take? Yu Lingzhao opened her eyes and extended her hand forward, frowning, saying that they will only accept those students who have entered the foundation period. Each participant will only have one attempt. A student from the top 64 must endure 3 rounds, after which they will already fail results. Zhang Yufeng and 2 other men looked at the girl with wide smiles and shining eyes. The man in white and gold clothes closed his eyes and raised his hand and walked forward, saying that there was no objection, and so they would do. A large round field around which there were balconies. From one of them Zhang Yufeng shouted that for those who had already entered the top 64, the rewards would remain the same, but if one of the dropouts managed to defeat another student, he would receive the right to enter Secret Kingdom. They will not keep the ranking table in the future. Someone shouted back that the competition system has changed, and who would have thought that one day the rules would change? Lu Chuan looked up in surprise, eyes wide open, and thought that it was only a matter of time before he entered the realm, and he thought it was time to increase his cultivation level. The guy clenched his hand into a fist, raising it, his hair flying from the blue energy that appeared around him. The system window showed a breakthrough. Lu Chuan stood with his hands clenched into fists while other students turned to him in surprise. shouting that someone had made a breakthrough. The system window next to the guy showed the 9th rank of Qi refinement. Lu Chuan turned to the other students, closing his eyes and smiling awkwardly, saying that he had taken a lot of pills earlier, so his body had accumulated enough strength, and right now his energy decided to be released. Ho Tao smiled while looking at him and said that it was so harsh breakthrough. Swaboyi also smiled, congratulating the guy. Lu Chuan turned to Zhou Yutian with a smile, who told him that he was very talented. He overcame the next barrier so easily, and he thought that he would not have any problems in the secret realm. Lu Chuan closed his eyes, smiling and frowning, thinking that he wants him to enter the secret realm, and Zhou Yutian is definitely up to something wrong. It's great to catch him. A guy with long red hair and long red clothes, he raised his hands, golden amulets were flying around him. The leader shouted that this was the winner from Linchu Peak. Ho Tao lowered his gaze to the field, smilingly saying that it looks like today's game is coming to an end, and he wonders who will win. Lu Chuan extended his hand, looking at him and said that he thinks everyone is already tired, and they can go to Shaozhu Peak and rest. He would like to make amends for the poor hospitality last time. The main character looked at the guy with white hair and smiled broadly at him, saying that besides, he read about the new formation and he would like to explore it. Besides, if they need help with anything, they can safely turn to him. Swaboyi smiled broadly, looking at the guy and asked him to tell him about the new formation. Zhou Yutian smiled as he looked at them and thought it was interesting. Shaozhu Peak, blue sky with the sun shining brightly, trees with green leaves. A group of 4 people in black cloaks, Lu Chuan and Zhou Yutian, stood on a field surrounded by trees. The main character said that this formation does not harm strangers. It was created to smooth out the topography of the peak, to enhance the effect of their formation. They just need to find its center. Zhou Yutian held a sheathed sword in his hand, with a golden seal open behind his back. He walked forward to the wooden gazebo that was emanating golden energy. He said, perhaps Lu Chuan meant something like that, and he believes the center is somewhere here. Zhou Yutian stood in front of the board, on which black and white pieces were arranged, saying that one piece is at a disadvantage, then it is swallowed up by another. The guy took a white chip from the basket nearby, looking at the board, and said that no matter what, someone will die tragically in this game. The man lowered the white chip onto the board, holding it between 2 fingers, saying that there was no point in talking, and he would try to get to the bottom of it. Zhou Yutian lowered the white chip onto the board, golden energy appeared around it, and his hand began to dissolve. Zhou Yutian landed on the game board, golden energy emanating from him and holding his sword in his hand. The guy stood in the corner of the field, on which there were white and black chips, saying that he thought that the established formation needed to be broken a little, but wouldn't this become a kind of test for him? The man opened his mouth wide, sticking out his long tongue from his mouth, saying that this is very interesting. Lu Chuan is a real genius, only he is worthy of capturing all his abilities. Suddenly, a bright golden beam of energy hit the middle of the field and illuminated it. Zhou Yutian smiled, his face illuminated with golden light, and he said that this game will only become interesting when he completely destroys everything. Dark energy appeared around the man, dark hands appeared from the chips nearby and stretched upward. Zhou Yutian ran forward as shadows with red eyes surrounded him, and he smiled widely, shouting that they were starting. The shadows towered over Zhou Yutian, one of them raised its clawed paw. The man brought his sword behind his back to strike. He swung his sword with a wide smile, the cut glowing with blue energy, cutting through the shadows. A bright beam of blue energy passed in front of Zhou Yutian, and another beam of golden energy struck nearby. The guy extended his hand with a wide smile, black shadows looked at him. Zhou Yutian jumped into the air and was surrounded by golden energy that shot out in all directions. He landed on the ground, a blue light shone around his hand, and he asked if this was the power of the reincarnation period. How so? Zhou Yutian looked up, sweat dripping down his face, and he loudly asked who this Lu Chuan was. A huge hand rose above him, around which a golden light shone, and he said that it was time to act seriously. Zhou Yutian opened his mouth, his teeth were sharp, a long tongue protruded from his mouth, his eyes glowed with purple light, and purple energy also appeared around him. Zhou Yutian transformed into a demon with dark purple skin, red hair and glowing purple eyes, purple mist flying in the air, the inscription, explosion, the highest stage of foundation formation. Suddenly, a fist landed on the field, breaking the field into fragments, and golden energy flowed from its impact. Lu Chuan hit the playing field, looked down at it and frowned, saying that they seemed to be in trouble. They said they missed him. Valley of Fog, many people with red glowing eyes and clenched teeth, holding their heads and growling. Zhou Yutian also held his head, his eyes glowed red, veins bulged on his arms and neck, and dark red energy emanated from the man. Lu Chuan said that it seems that Zhou Yutian and the other disciples were practicing demonic techniques. They skillfully deceived everyone, maintaining the behavior of the original owners of the bodies. A group of people stood in a field. They were surrounded by huge shadows, with red glowing eyes that pulled their clawed paws forward. The guy said that apparently he was planning to lure him and the others into a secret kingdom, and then lure him into a trap, all for a sacrifice. Zhou Yutian was flying in the air. The main character was visible in the open space, who extended his hand, looking at him and said that it looks like someone was deliberately disturbing them. Zhou Yutian's demonic skills are not so simple. Lu Chuan raised 2 green talismans, saying that even though he now has a wild desire to kill him, he can still be useful to them. The guy waved his hand, 2 amulets flew forward into Zhou Yutian's head, and Lu Chuan said that his memory fragments did not contain information about demonic cultivation. They needed to find the right moment to expose him. Zhou Yutian, Ho Tao, and Zhuo Boyi came out of the red portals. The main character stood in front of them, congratulating everyone on the successful destruction of the formation, saying that Zhuo Boyi was the first to escape. Then there was Ho Tao. The main character looked at Zhou Yutian, who was rubbing his head, and closing his eyes. He said with a smile that he was the last to arrive. Unfortunately he was a little behind. The man asked what just happened. Zhuo Boyi looked at Lu Chuan with a smile, raised his eyebrows and said that his formation is very cool. He recreated a game of chess. In order to destroy the formation he needs to start the game. Ho Tao looked to the side in surprise and said that despite the rather powerful formation, he managed to cope with it. But why didn't Zhou Yutian succeed? The man in the bandana smiled as he looked at Lu Chuan, saying that although he failed to break out of the formation, he still learned a lot, and next time he will definitely do it. The guy with dark hair looked at him with a smile, frowned and replied that in that case, he thanks everyone for participating. He is very glad. Valley of Fog, cleft, blue energy flew between the rocks. A group in dark clothes entered a cave with a high passage. The one in front was holding a lantern. A man with a lantern, from which golden light emanated, walked forward. Behind him, one of the people in dark clothes said that it seemed to him that someone was looking at them. The man with the lantern looked forward, frowning, and replied that he understood their fears, but there was no need to panic. Most likely the lady was wandering somewhere, so everything was fine. In the depths of the cave, only darkness was visible. Someone shouted who it was. A girl came forward, wearing black tights and a long black dress. A girl with long white hair, golden eyes and a black dress, with open shoulders and hips. Someone shouted that this was the head. A man with a black mustache sat down on one knee in front of the girl, pressing his hand to his chest and saying that his subordinates found her too late, for which they apologize. The girl with white hair looked down at him, asking why it took them so long. She has unfinished business. The man closed his eyes, holding a golden amulet on his palms, from which a bright light emanated, saying that they were ready to follow her anywhere. The white-haired girl frowned and took the golden amulet from the man's hands, holding it up. A group of 4 people stood at the entrance to the cave. A huge turquoise dragon that emanated a blue glow, its eyes glowing red. The competition field, which was surrounded by stones on which balconies hung. Lu Xiuza trembled, closing one eye and holding his cheek, saying that the guys with the laying of the foundations are too strong. With the period of chi purification, he clearly cannot cope with them, no matter how hard he tries, and he will not get into the top 64. Smiling at him, a blond man in blue clothes looked at him, saying that stop blaming others for your weaknesses. If you have time for complaints, let him start training. Lu Xiuza turned to look at him irritably, frowning, and next to him, Ho Tao shouted that Lu Chuan was coming out. Lu Xiuza smiled, turning around and looking down, saying that here are another different participants. Wang Lizho is in the foundation period. He is a disciple of Elder Wang Yu from Wanli Hall, and he wants to see how he will smear him. A man with blue hair and blue clothes, he crossed his arms over his chest with a smile, holding a sword between them, greeting his opponent. Lu Chuan looked at him with a confused expression, wondering if he was offended by him. This was the first time they met. The guy with dark hair extended his hand and narrowed his eyes, frowning and asking if he was his rival. The guy with blue hair clenched his teeth, a shadow fell on his eyes as the audience shouted that he was in the period of laying the foundations and wasn't he afraid, and so brave. The man with blue hair smiled, pulling the sword out of its sheath and said that it looks like the main character needs to be taught manners. He replied, has he really just woken up, and he will repeat again, he is not his rival. The blue-haired man smiled widely as he raised his trembling hand and frowned as sweat ran down his face, asking if he knew he once had a cat that he beat to death for being disobedient and he wants to do the same to him. A wooden house that was suspended on a rock, the man shouted that he would crush it with one finger. Yu Lingzhao crossed her arms over her chest and frowned, saying that they had something new. Zhang Yufeng, nearby, replied that a competition is just a competition, but a sharp tongue never hurts. In any case, in their Lanhua clan there are only decent people. The man with brown gathered hair and beard smiled, looking to the side. One of the great clans, the Xuanxuan clan, Mu Xinyu, he said that they can talk to the death of the enemy, there is definitely no doubt about it. The man with blue hair and mustache smiled awkwardly and scratched his cheek as sweat ran down his face, and he asked to be excused, saying that he should have worked more on the student's behavior. Despite his arrogance, he is very kind, he would never cause harm. As soon as his competition ends, he will immediately take up it. Yu Lingzhao with her arms crossed on her chest looked to the side and smiled, saying that in any case they have enough defenders, even if something happens to Lu Chuan. The girl raised her head, blushing, thinking about the main character lying at the feet of Lu Muan, who put her hand to her mouth with tears in her eyes. The brown-haired girl thought that he would definitely run to Lu Muan's skirt. A judge in gray clothes stood between a guy with blue hair and the main character, saying that the competition was beginning. The blue-haired man pointed his sword forward, frowning and yelling for the guy to get on his knees. Purple energy swirled around the field, and some spectators shouted that this is such a technique at the very beginning. Can Lu Chuan survive, and they have such a strong gap in strength? Lu Chuan extended his hand, frowning at the guy and said that he was a fool. The guy thought, had he really gone crazy? Lu Chuan waved his hand, many white writings appeared in front of him, casting an orange light. Ho Tao clenched his hand into a fist with a wide smile, saying that he took advantage of the formation. A man with blue hair stood in front of the main character, behind whom a large orange seal was open, asking if he had decided to build a formation, and if he really thought it would save him. The blue-haired man waved his hand, throwing his sword forward, a bright blue energy glowing around him. Lu Chuan stretched his arms forward with his palms open, his hair flowing with energy, and behind the guy was illuminated by a golden seal. Suddenly, a large blue beam of energy hit Lu Chuan's chest, knocking him back. Someone shouted that this was the end and let the judge stop him. The guy with blue hair smiled, holding out his hand, purple energy shining next to it. Someone shouted that a beam of energy passed through Lu Chuan's chest, red sparks flying nearby. Golden sand appeared around the blue-haired guy and surrounded him. Zhuoboyi said with a smile that Lu Chuan built the formation so quickly. The guy with blue hair waved his sword, throwing sand away from him with a wide smile, shouting that such a trick would not work on him. Ho Tao frowned, looked down at him and loudly asked what was the matter. Did he really destroy the formation? Zhuoboyi also lowered his gaze, saying that despite the benefits of the formation, if the difference in strength is too great, it will not work to keep the enemy trapped for a long time. Moreover, if the formation consists of any element out of the 5 available, its quality is noticeably weakened. 2 talismans were visible on the field. Sand was coming out of one of them and Zhou Yutian said to look. The man with blue hair jumped back, leaving a blue light. Golden sand hit the ground next to him. 2 amulets with the inscription Wind and Earth were visible above the guy. Zhou Yutian said that several more techniques appeared. A table with a yin and yang sign in the middle, one of the areas was highlighted. Zhuoboyi smiled and said that this is already a golden formation. The wind is superimposed on the ground, causing a golden formation to appear. The main character was flying in the air next to an amulet on which the earth was written. A man with blue hair bent down, there was blue energy around him and he shouted that he was taking too much on himself at the chi purification stage. Lu Chuan waved his hand, several green shoots came out of the amulet, which cast green light. Green tendrils flew towards the blue-haired guy and he swung his sword, cutting them down and shouting that they would see what he would do when his spiritual power ran out. He jumped into the air, between 2 amulets, with the inscription Tree and Earth. The guy swung his sword, cutting rays of green and blue energy, asking if he really decided to fight to the last. The blue-haired man turned to the side, looking at the amulet that said tree, frowning and asking if he didn't break this formation. Lu Chuan raised his hand, 5 amulets appeared above his head, yellow, orange, blue, green and red. Someone shouted where he got the 5-element formation. Monsters emerged from the amulets, with white fur that shimmered and different colors and red eyes. They opened their mouths, flying forward. The monsters flew towards the man with blue hair when the main character extended his hand towards him. The guy with blue hair put his sword in front of him, looking up at Lu Chuan. The monsters surrounded him and he shouted that such a quantity is useless, and what is wrong with Lu Chuan? The man clutched his sword in his trembling hand, shouting why he wasn't fighting face to face. Lu Chuan landed on the ground in front of a huge pile of monsters that jumped at the blue-haired man. The monsters disappeared, leaving behind golden energy. The man with blue hair trembled and the main character asked what was wrong with him, waving his hand. The blue-haired guy fell to his knees, his eyes were wide open and he leaned his hand on his sword. Lu Chuan told him, can't he see what's happening to him? He said that he was about to lose his life. The guy with blue hair clenched his teeth and lowered his head, said that he lost. This cannot be. He looked up at the guy in front of him, frowned and shouted that he had broken his formation. Lu Chuan frowned at him and asked with a gloomy look why he decided so. Zhuoboi frowned, remembering the main character with amulets flying around him, and said that from the very beginning he was pushing Wang Lizhou to destroy the formation. In fact, Wang Lizhou did not destroy a single formation, because all this time Lu Chuan was deliberately weakening them by creating just a look of destruction. Ho Tao looked forward in surprise, remembering how the guy with blue hair swung his sword, leaving a blue glow from the cut, and said that in this case, it is not surprising that the formations changed so much. Wang Lizhou was trapped. Wang Lizhou clenched his sword in his hand, looking up at the main character with an angry expression, shouting that it was all an illusion, and he deceived him. Lu Chuan extended his hand, looking down at him, golden energy flying above his palm, and he asked, did the guy just realize this? The guy with brown hair walked away from the guy with blue hair, looking to the side. The host said that he defeated Lu Chuan from Shaozhu Peak. 2 system windows showed. The third main task to enter the top 64 was completed. The reward was received, memory fragment, entrance to the secret kingdom. Wang Lizhou's hand, which was holding the sword, trembled as he looked after the guy. Someone said, is Lu Chuan really that strong? And despite their prejudices, he turned out to be not so weak. Wang Lizhou ran towards the main character, raising his sword to strike and shouting that he had not lost and this could not happen. Lu Chuan looked at him, and a man with blue hair and a mustache asked what he was doing. Suddenly, Wang Lizhou, who was standing with a crazed face, was hit on the shoulder by a strong blow from blue energy, which flew further, cutting through the mountain in front. Wang Lizhou grabbed his bloody shoulder from which blood was flowing and screamed loudly. Lu Chuan pointed a sword at him with blue energy around it. Someone shouted that the blade energy was very powerful, an unexpected turn of events. Next to Wang Lizhou, his teacher descended into the arena. Lu Chuan walked away from them and the spectators shouted that he had the intention of the blade. Isn't it only Lin Yanbing who achieved this? And if Lu Chuan achieved the intention of the blade, does that mean that he and Lin Yanbing is on the same level? Was Lu Chuan really just pretending to be weak all this time? The main character walked into the passage that was in grief, while the audience was saying that Lu Chuan injured Wang Lizhou right in front of the elder. Everything will be fine now. After all, someone loses and someone wins. I wonder, changely Lu Chuan in the eyes of the elders. The man with blue hair and mustache smiled nervously with his eyes closed as he stood in front of the man in white clothes, saying that as it turned out, Wang Lizhou's skills were quite mediocre. The man with blue hair turned to the main character, frowning. An orange light shone next to his hand and he said that they would take care of him in the future. Shaozhu Peak, high mountains over which birds flew. Lu Chuan lay in the stone bath, resting his head on the side and side, closing his eyes, saying that this time it was not easy. He frowned and looked to the side. A huge dark shadow, from which red and gold light emanated, it had red bright eyes, and chains were visible below. The shadow extended its hand forward, red energy flying nearby. A large blue field appeared in front of the main character, which blocked the monster's blows. Lu Chuan stood in blue pants and a robe. The guy smiled, looking at the monster. Rays of blue energy were flying next to his face and he said that he was asking him to let him go or he still wanted to fight. Fortunately he was not empty-handed. Lu Chuan adjusted his pants on his hips with a smile and called Wang Yu. A beam of red dark energy hit the guy next to him. A dark shadow with red eyes and a smile. She said that Lu Muon was watching the guy very closely. How did he know about his identity? Lu Chuan tilted his head and smiled, looking at the monster from under his brows, saying that it was understandable that everyone wanted to avenge their son, who suffered such a grand defeat. In the end, he decided to look. The huge shadow expanded, casting rays of dark energy from itself, and shouted that he was smart, but his brain would not save him from death. Lu Chuan frowned at her and put out 2 fingers in front of him, around which there was blue energy, thinking that this was the Yuanying period, and he would be able to cope. Someone shouted duplication. A blue shadow with red eyes appeared in front of the main character, which he looked at in surprise. A dark silhouette was visible behind the guy. Lu Chuan frowned and looked over his shoulder, mentally asking that this is not him, this is another energy. Lu Muon, with a dissatisfied expression on her face, extended her hand, next to which there was blue energy, and loudly asked how dare he. A man in white clothes and a straw hat with a veil stood next to the girl, asking if his help was needed. Lu Muon answered in the negative. The huge shadow opened its mouth, lowering its gaze, wondering if Lu Muon had left, and why she came back now. The girl with dark hair looked at Lu Chuan, smiling, saying that he held out well. Let him leave the rest to her. Lu Chuan looked at the girl with a smile, agreeing. A small blue crane appeared next to the protagonist's hand while a huge shadow stared at him, and he thought that originally he could suppress Wang Yu with just one move, but now the situation has changed, it will most likely scare him away. The blue crane flew back from the guy's hand, leaving a trail of blue energy, and Lu Chuan mentally told him forward. Roc Dumas, Wang Yu and Wang Lizho sat with their backs to each other, with rays of red energy flying around them. The man with blue hair and mustache frowned, raising his hand as his body was illuminated by red energy, and he thought, why is Lu Muon so arrogant? She is not afraid of him at all. Next to the energy streaks, a girl wearing white clothes, a straw hat and a veil covering her face was visible. Wang Yu thought that next to her was obviously a Yuanying period cultivator. The man stood up from his seat, saying that it was time to leave. Wang Lizho looked at him in surprise, asking what. Wang Yu looked down at his son, looking at him, and said that if they fight her now, then everything will end for them here and now. Wang Lizho replied that he understood. Wang Lizho and Wang Yu jumped forward, flying between 2 stones. Blue energy emanated from them as they flew through the air above the trees, and a man with dark hair and blue clothes, looking at this, said, isn't there Wang Yu with Wang Lizho? Behind the 2 of them, a crane flew through the air, throwing blue energy away from it. Shaozhu Peak. Lu Muon stood in front of the red shadow, striking at it. Rays of blue energy emanated from the girl, stones flew to the side. The girl swung her sword, raising it above her head, and beneath her the monster opened its mouth, rays of dark red energy stretching towards her. Lu Chuan looked at this in surprise, opening his eyes wide and thinking that the teacher is magnificent. Even though she is in the golden core period, her skills are refined and graceful. Lu Muon swung her sword, from which a beam of blue energy emanated, striking the monster and placing her other hand behind her back. The guy thought, the higher the cultivation period, the greater the gap between the forces, many cultivators would not survive. A huge shadow opened its mouth, falling to the ground. A blue light was visible in its chest, and the main character thought that the mentor was gaining the upper hand. The monster opened its red eyes and mouth wide, thinking that it was in the Yuanying period, so her death was just a matter of time. The monster stood on the ground, shouting that this was fate. Rays of dark red energy flew around him, and a dark red amulet appeared above him. Lu Muon's eyes widened and she frowned, shouting that it was a bloody soul demon. 2 years ago. City, next to the rubble stood a dark shadow, behind which was a bloody red amulet. In front of it stood a girl with brown hair and a butterfly hairpin. Lu Muon thought that she would never forget the tragedy in the Wan family village. Lu Muon frowned, looking at the demon in front of her. She held Lu Chuan to her chest, thinking that in order to save his life, she had to let the demon go. The demon opened his eyes and mouth wide, laughing loudly and shouting goodbye. Lu Muon frowned at the demon with an angry expression, saying that she didn't think she would meet him again. Lu Chuan looked at the girl, Fro Ning, and shouted to her that it was Wang Yu from the inner gate. She turned to him, asking again in surprise. The demon smiled, stretching his paw forward. Rays of dark energy appeared next to it. Many skulls were visible that were flying down. The guy shouted to the mentor to be careful. Lu Muon put the sword in front of her face and narrowed her eyes. The girl swung her sword around her, leaving a blue cut mark, slicing through the skulls that were around her. The girl's eyes widened and she screamed, "The moon entering." The demon looked at her in shock, his red eyes wide open. A powerful huge beam of blue energy hit him, with blue lightning circling around him. The huge demon opened his mouth wide when he was surrounded by blue lightning and he shouted that this couldn't be. He was in the Yuanying period. How did she defeat him while being in the Golden Core period? A large dense white cloud of dust rose in front of Lu Muon. Zhang Yufeng appeared behind the girl and looked at her, asking what was the matter and what happened here. Lu Muon turned her gaze to him. The man frowned, looking in surprise at the huge dark shadow that was stretching its paws up, screaming loudly. Zhang Yufeng pointed at the demon who opened its mouth, saying that this is the bloody soul demon, let someone grab it. The demon looked at the protagonist, waved his paw and called him. Lu Chuan looked at him in surprise. A dark red fog surrounded the guy, and the demon said that since his death was inevitable, he would take him with him. Lu Chuan found himself in the air as the demon held him. Standing in front of him was the Straw Hat Girl and Lu Muon, who shouted that a Yuanying period cultivator could reproduce self-arson. Lu Chuan clenched his teeth as the demon looked at him with a smile, saying that they would die together. A huge white cloud of dust rose, from which rays of golden energy flew off. Lu Muon looked at this in surprise, frowned and said that this could not be, because she had already found him a person who would help him with cultivation. Lu Muon jumped forward, stretched out her hand and called the main character. Tears appeared in her eyes when she heard Lu Chuan call her back. In the cloud of white fog, the silhouette of Lu Chuan was visible, standing in front of the girl. He smiled, clenched his teeth and closed one eye. A few abrasions were visible on his face, and he said that he was fine. Lu Muon looked at the guy in surprise with tears in her eyes wide open and her mouth parted. She smiled and hugged him, saying she was glad he was okay. Lu Muon held the pill between her fingers, anxiously asking the main character to eat it quickly. Lu Chuan smiled awkwardly and closed his eyes and said that everything was fine. He thought that these were just minor injuries. Why is this all happening? The girl frowned at the guy, telling him to open his mouth. He obediently opened his mouth. Zhang Yufeng smiled as he looked at him and said that he survived the suicide bombing of a Yuanying period cultivator. He is truly lucky. Lu Chuan chewed the pill while looking at him and saying that unfortunately, they only got rid of one due to protection, and the disciple managed to escape. Lu Muon looked questioningly at the guy, asking about protection. She turned to the girl whose face was hidden by a veil, pointing at Lu Chuan with a smile, asking if she could help examine him. A girl wearing a long white dress and a straw hat, she had long gray hair and pink eyes. Yaowan clan, Yu Qingyue. Fan Hongwen pouted her lips and looked away, saying that the student of their gate was injured, and she decided not to turn to her doctor. Lu Muon looked at her in surprise. The dark-haired girl hugged Fan Hongwen's hand, looking at her worriedly, asking her to examine Lu Chuan. The green-haired girl replied that she was joking. The defense saved the guy's body. Lu Muon asked the truth. Fan Hongwen looked at the Taoist, asking with a smile, she also sees it. Yu Qingyue replied that Lu Chuan's body is fine. Yu Lingzhao walked forward, looking at the girl with dark hair and asking her who fought with her, who dared to attack the Lanhua clan. Lu Muon frowned, looking to the side and replied that Lu Chuan said that it was Wang Yu, the elder of the inner gate. The green-haired girl looked at the girl in surprise, asking again. Lu Chuan extended his hand and closed his eyes and said that he had not contacted anyone except Wang Lizho, so the attack could only have been carried out by Wang Yu, and he did not deny it. Su Jin frowned, sweat flowed down his cheek and he exclaimed, "It can't be, and isn't he on rocky thoughts?" Zhang Yufeng clenched his teeth and frowned, saying that he needed to send someone there to find Wang Yu. Gu Hong looked at the man and gritted his teeth, saying that when he came here, he saw Wang Yu and Wang Lizho running away. As soon as the battle at Shaozhou Peak began, he came here quickly, and he didn't think they were capable of such a thing. Zhang Yufeng frowned, shouting that it was too early to build. They needed to check Wang Yu. Nearby 3 people jumped into the air and Gu Hong looked at the man, answering yes with a smile. The dark-haired man put his hand on Gu Hong's shoulder, saying that he needed him to confirm the presence of dead souls and whether any of them were from the Wang family village. They jumped into the air, leaving behind a blue glow. Yu Lingzhao and Yu Qingyue looked after them. The Taoist looked forward while the veil hid her face. She asked Yu Lingzhao, now that the main character was okay, what she would do. The girl with brown hair looked at her, and Lu Muan behind her put her hand to her chin, wondering if they knew each other. Lu Chuan also put her hand to her chin, thinking that she had just come from the Yaowan clan. When would they have time to talk together? It seems there is some secret between them. Yu Lingzhao walked up to the guy and pulled his cheek, saying that she thinks they need to diagnose him, because Lu Muan is very worried about him. The guy closed his eyes and extended his hand, answering that he was fine. Someone suddenly grabbed Lu Chuan's hand, and a bright purple energy glowed around their hands. In front of the guy stood Yu Qingyue, who held his wrist while the energy shone around them. The guy frowned and thought that he needed to disguise himself with fantasies of emptiness, otherwise she would understand everything. Yu Qingyue looked at the guy, her face was hidden by a veil, only her violet eye was visible, when she asked him if he knew about the fantasies of emptiness. Lu Chuan looked questioningly at the girl, raised his eyebrows and asked what it was. Straw Hat Girl said that his cultivation problem has been solved, there will be no problems in the future, and he doesn't know about the fantasy of emptiness. Lu Muan immediately hugged the protagonist, smiling widely and said wonderful. She turned to the side with a smile, thanking Yu Lingzhao. The girl in the pink dress crossed her arms and frowned, saying that it was not worth it, and she just decided to find a good opponent for Lin Yanbing. Lu Chuan smiled, looking at her with displeasure and thought that she was a pretender. Next to her, a girl with dark hair looked to the side in surprise. Yu Lingzhao looked to the side and pouted, giving Lu Muan the keys and saying that Fan Hongwen left the keys to the hot spring, and if they want, then let them go. Lu Muan held a golden key in her hands with a smile, looking at the main character and asking maybe they could go together. The guy looked at her in surprise. Lu Chuan lay in the bathtub with his head on the side, his eyes were covered with a towel and he smiled, exhaling. Lu Muan said that this is a healing spring that will help heal wounds, restore muscles, help in further practice. Usually it is not so easy open. The guy replied that Fan Hongwen showed compassion for them for fighting Wang Yu. The girl stood in front of the guy, saying that she had a question for him, what kind of protection he mentioned earlier. I had never heard of such a thing. Lu Chuan looked up at the girl in surprise. Lu Muan was holding a towel wrapped in it and looking at the guy. She said that he should decide whether to tell him or not. Lu Chuan smiled, looking at her and said that she seemed to have completely forgotten about the rules of entry. The girl lowered her gaze, answering okay. Suddenly, Lu Muan slipped on the water. She began to fall forward onto the guy, gasping loudly, and he looked at her in shock. A splash of water was seen as the girl fell. Lu Chuan told her to be careful. Lu Chuan frowned as he called out to the girl in front of him. His eyes widened and he blushed deeply, trying to say something. He asked her to be careful. Lu Muan frowned, her eyes half closed, her chest pressed against the guy's chest. There was no towel on her. Lu Muan looked down and frowned and blushed deeply. The windows from which the light was shining, the girl shouted, "Pervert." Lu Muan crossed her arms and pursed her lips. Behind her Lu Chuan said with tears in his eyes and a bump on his head that he didn't think about anything like that. The girl sat in the hot springs, looking at him displeasedly and said that he had a competition in full swing. What was he even thinking about? She was worried about him. Lu Chuan closed his eyes, saying that then he used the barrier that she taught him previously. When she was away, he had not stopped cultivating, having already reached the 9th rank of qi refinement. Lu Chuan raised his index finger up, saying that moreover, at this stage, only those who are in the top 64 can participate. Lu Muan abruptly stood up from her seat, looked at the guy in surprise and loudly asked if he really entered the top 64 strongest. The towel that the girl was wearing began to fall. And the main character looked at it in shock, his mouth open. A fountain of blood gushed out from Lu Chuan's nose, knocking him aside. A white beam of light flew down the street and the girl shouted that she hated it. The moon was shining brightly in the sky, a gazebo with a dark roof, trees were visible in the distance. Lu Chuan stood behind Lu Muan, who looked at him while holding a mug of tea, saying that he had done a good job this month while she was gone. Lu Chuan smiled, looked down at the girl and said that he was still far from her. After all, she went in search of a doctor for him. It must have been difficult for her. The girl smiled and blushed slightly, saying that after all, Yu Lingzhao had given her consent to Taoist Yu Qingyue's invitation. The guy massaged the girl's shoulders, saying that anyway, Isn't this the main reason why his cultivation problem was resolved? Even without Yu Qingyue, he would have been able to cultivate under the guidance of Lu Muan. The girl closed her eyes and replied that he is always more serious than others in such moments. She opened her eyes and looked to the side, saying that there was something he needed to know about. Lu Chuan stood in the gazebo, holding a teapot, saying that it turns out that Wang Yu attacked him not because of Wang Lizhou's defeat, but because the affairs of their clan could be revealed. Lu Muan sat at the table, raising her hand and saying that at that time he was almost killed and it seems that he lost his memory. Perhaps he was afraid that the main character would be able to remember everything. Lu Chuan looked at the girl in surprise, raising his eyebrows and replied, "That's it." He thought that amnesia was a cover for his transformation into this body, and he did not think that the enemy who wanted to kill the original owner of the body would return. Lu Muan looked up at the guy, asking if Wang Lizhou wasn't at the nascent stage, and the guy said that he had defeated him. Lu Chuan smiled broadly and looked away, saying that she herself was in the Golden Core period, when she defeated the enemy of the Yuanying period. What questions should she ask him? The girl with dark hair smiled and closed her eyes, saying that this was true. The guy thought that flattery never failed. Lu Muan opened her eyes, looking sideways at the guy and said that there is a very large gap between their periods. Even if she defeats Wang Lizhou, it will be more difficult with Lin Yanbing, so let him remember that he should not be arrogant. Lu Chuan looked up, thinking about the gray-haired girl, saying the name Lin Yanbing. He closed his eyes and smiled widely, pouring a drink into the cup that Lu Muan was holding, and saying that she just returned. Don't they have anything else to talk about? The girl blushed and closed her eyes, asking him to stop pouring already. He's making her drunk. Lu Chuan smiled widely, looking down at the teapot and replied that he himself made this alcohol, so it cannot intoxicate her. Lu Muan looked at him in surprise, asking how much ability he had. The guy let out a sigh and the drink spilled over the edges of the cup. Lu Muan looked down, her chest and clothes were wet from the drink and she blushed slightly, asking what kind of hands. Lu Chuan extended his hand and smiled widely, closing his eyes, saying that he was mistaken, and let her take off her clothes. He will wash them. A gazebo, over which the bright moon was shining. The girl loudly asked what he was doing and the guy replied that he just wanted to help. Two people flew over the city, leaving behind a purple trail. Wang Lizhou turned to Wang Lizhou, who said that below is the city of Zitai. Here they will hide for now. The guy replied that he did not think that because of some Lu Chuan they would turn into fugitives. They need to take revenge. Suddenly, a man appeared in front of them, with blue energy sparkling around him, and who asked them where they were going. Wang Yu looked at the man in shock, frowned and asked who it was. He wondered if they were being followed. He didn't even notice it. The blue figure of a man with clothes flowing in the wind and hair that was tied into a ponytail. The man thought that this was a period of rebirth, and this energy was very dangerous. Wang Yu frowned at the blue figure from which lightning was emanating, asking why he was blocking their path. The figure replied that he had just wanted to kill him, and now he was pretending not to know. Wang Yu's eyes widened, sweat flowed down his face and he shouted, "Is it Lu Chuan?" The blue energy around the guy began to dissipate, revealing his face and he clenched his teeth, screaming blood for blood. Wang Lizhou and Wang Yu screamed loudly as they were hit by numerous blue rays. After a while, the competition continued. Lu Chuan stood on the field in front of the defeated opponent, clasped his fist with his palm and said that he was defeated. He looked towards one of the back ones, thinking that he had not failed Lu Muan. The system window showed the mentor's task, the mentor's daily honor, progress 1 out of 5, and the guy thought that he had succeeded. Lu Muan smiled as she looked at the field. Behind her, a guy with blonde hair smiled and put his hand on his chin, saying that Lu Muan accepted a good disciple, despite early difficulties. Now he can cultivate without problems. Another guy in blue clothes said that not only is he good in cultivation, but also in the intent of the blade. He will definitely become an asset to the clan. The girl with dark hair blushed and looked over her shoulder, asking about the intention of the blade. The blonde asked her if he wasn't her student. How could he not know this? Yu Lingzhao smiled and crossed her arms, saying that it seems Lu Muan does not know everything about his student. Lu Muan's eyes widened and she looked forward displeasedly, thinking that it seems that Lu Chuan forgot to tell her about this, and she will ask how to return. Behind her a girl with brown hair looked displeasedly, thinking how dare she ignore her. There was a man lying on the field. The main character stood with his back to him and the presenter said that the winner of the current round of Lu Chuan in the period of Qi purification. After all, the Manhwa clan is considered one of the 5 great clans. The number of capable students they have is more than enough. When the secret is revealed kingdom, how can they compete? Lu Chuan jumped over the fence, landing on the ground as 2 people in black cloaks looked at him. Zhou Yutian walked up to the guy and smiled at him, spreading his arms to the sides, and saying that he heard that in the secret realm there may be 5th and even 6th levels, so sometimes it's worth cooperating. Lu Chuan looked at him. The red-haired man smiled wider, asking if Lu Chuan would like to join them. Ho Tao smiled widely, looking at the main character, saying that they can work together, and with his formations they have a chance of success. Zhuoboi extended his hand, saying that ordinary monsters are definitely not their rivals. Lu Chuan looked to the side and frowned, thinking that Zhou Yutian was a hypocrite, and was he still planning to attack him in the secret realm? The guy turned to him, standing in front of a man in a blue bandana, and thought that he would have no chance of success. A house between 2 rocks, a voice was heard from there that said that at the moment the competition in the top 32 was over. Lu Chuan looked forward, purple energy appeared between his fingers. Ho Tao and another man with brown hair stood at his side at the fence. Someone said that the entrance to the secret kingdom was declared open, another said that this year would be truly exciting. The protagonist snapped his fingers, and 4 purple lightning bolts shot towards Zhou Yutian. The man opened his mouth wide as purple energy flew around him and loudly asked what it was. His mouth began to deform into a maw with sharp teeth. Ho Tao and Lu Chao looked at him in shock. Instead of Zhou Yutian, there was a huge red monster, with sharp fangs and red hair, around which purple energy was flying and whose eyes glowed with purple light. Someone shouted what was the matter. Someone asked where the demonic cultivator was from. Lu Muan turned to the side in surprise and frowned. A red monster leg that stood on the ground and had purple energy around it. Lu Muan stood in front of the main character, who looked at the girl in surprise. She extended her hand in which she was holding the sword and frowned, narrowing her eyes and telling him to step aside. Zhang Yufeng opened his eyes wide, frowned and loudly shouted to grab him. The monster jumped into the arena, followed by 3 people with blue energy flying around them. The man in blue clothes extended his hand, closing his eyes and shouted to come here. A golden ribbon emanated from his hand. Skill, Immortality Vine. A golden ribbon wrapped around the huge red monster and it opened its mouth wide, screaming. Drops of sweat were running down the demon's face, and he thought why the body suddenly appeared and he needed to run. He needed a new body, he couldn't get caught by it. The demon clenched his hands into fists, throwing his head back and roaring loudly as purple energy emanated from him. The man with the brown mustache frowned, sweat dripping down his face and shouted, how dare he resist? The man thought that his disciple Zhou Yutian was definitely not like that. The demon must have taken over his body. Ho Tao put his hands to his head, frowned and shouted that Zhou Yutian was acting as usual and what happened to him. He must have been affected by the fog in the valley. He needs to report everything to the head. Zhang Yufeng extended his hand, from which a golden glow emanated and said that until the end of the detention no one was allowed to leave the arena. Lu Chao extended his hand, turning to the dark-haired man with concern, saying that it was after the Valley of Fog that Zhou Yutian began to change. Zhang Yufeng looked at him and said that in any case, they need to find out everything about him. Gu Hong put his hand to the red monster's head while standing behind him. Blue energy began to emanate from the monster's head and he screamed loudly, opening his mouth wide. The demon looked at Qi Siyuan who was standing in front of him. The demon shouted that it was him, Zhou Yutian. In the Valley of Mist he was influenced by demonic cultivators, that's why he looked like this. Let him help him. The man clenched his teeth, sweat dripping down his face as the demon continued to shout for Qi Siyuan to look at him. He was his disciple, he was the one who caught his energy in that village. It was only thanks to him that he was able to become a cultivator. Qi Siyuan opened his mouth wide, shouting that the test showed that the disciple was dead, and he was a demon. The demon was on his knees, wrapped in golden shackles, shouting how dare he would kill him. The demon shouted that he would kill Gu Hong too. The old man narrowed his eyes, looking at the demon with his mouth slightly open. The demon said that he would kill the main character too. He could definitely get rid of all of them. Lu Chuan frowned, looking at him irritably. The guy approached the demon's face, leaned down and told him to try if he could. Lu Muan looked at the guy in surprise, raising her eyebrows, calling him by name. The demon opened its mouth wide, purple lightning emanated from it, veins bulged on its face. He shouted that he hated them. The demon exploded, leaving behind a huge cloud of purple mist. Zhang Yufeng looked at this, asking the elder what kind of person this was. Gu Hong gritted his teeth and replied that it seemed that he had modified his memories to make it difficult to analyze. The white-haired man frowned and looked to the side, saying that it is obvious that the enemy came from the Valley of Mist. In addition, he is very strong. In addition to Zhou Yutian, there are other people who were affected. Lu Chuan frowned, pursing his lips. Lin Yanbing also frowned, squinting her eyes when Gu Hong said that he was worried about Lu Chuan and Lin Yanbing. Zhang Yufeng looked at the gray-haired man with folded hands and asked if the opponents must have had some purpose. Gu Hong extended his hand, answering that their opponents had thought it through well, faked their identities, tried to improve their cultivation by absorbing energy of their students. A man with dark hair asked if this was a conspiracy. A man whispered something in Zhang Yufeng's ear, and Zhang Yufeng turned around in shock, asking if Wang Lizhou and Wang Yu were really dead, and where their bodies were. The dark-haired man clenched his teeth, sweat dripping down his face as people began to whisper behind him, asking if Wang Yu was not an elder, and there must be some connection between these events. Zhang Yufeng thought that now was not the right time. Calm. The man turned to the three people in blue robes, holding out his hand and telling them that in any case it was too early to draw conclusions. The secret kingdom was about to open, their clan would discuss further plans with other elders, but for now no one was going anywhere. The people in front of the man agreed answered. Lu Muan took Lu Chuan's hand, saying that they were returning. The guy agreed, looking at Qi Siyuan, who clenched his teeth and called his student. Qi Siyuan said that when everything is over, he will take him home. Lu Chuan looked at him with a frown. A wooden house, with high green mountains in the background. The main character said that changes were coming, and Lu Muan was tired. It was time for her to rest. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and smiled, narrowing her eyes and saying that she heard the main character understood the intentions of the blade. In the month of her absence he had grown a lot in his abilities, and let him show her how far he could advance. Lu Chuan smiled nervously and looked away, sweat dripping down his face, and he replied that this was nonsense, he just scared Wang Lizhou. The guy extended his hand and looked at Lu Muan, saying that he had let her down. The girl looked at the guy in surprise, telling him to stop it. Lu Chuan smiled and closed his eyes, blushing slightly, saying that she doesn't have to worry about him, everything will be fine with him. Lu Muan also smiled, blushing slightly, looking down at the guy and answered perfectly. The wooden house that the stairs led to. Lu Muan smiled, saying that they would go to Hushan to practice swordsmanship with him. Lu Chuan smiled awkwardly and replied that it was too late. Hushan, trees on which green leaves grew, a white stream of air flew between them. Lu Chuan held the sword in his hand, pointing it forward. Lu Muan stood next to him, holding his hand with the sword, looking at the guy and saying that he needs to be one mind and spirit, his will must be one with the blade. She helped the guy swing the sword, leaving a blue mark from the cut, saying that the blade is him, and he is the blade. Lu Muan stood behind the main character, putting her other hand on his shoulder. He waved his sword, cutting 3 trees. The girl said that without diligence nothing will come of it. The girl stood in front of the guy and raised her hand, telling him that he has good fundamentals. She must be rushing things too much. Lu Chuan smiled, answering that he was too stupid, let her not worry. The girl smiled widely, blushing slightly and closing her eyes, saying that they had a lot of time, so there was no hurry. Lu Chuan smiled shyly, saying that she had never practiced fencing with him before. He asked about paired cultivation and the girl blushed deeply, looking at the guy in surprise and frowning. She put her hands to her cheeks, imagining how Lu Chuan was bending down to face Lu Chuan, saying that she could not agree to this. Lu Muan walked forward while steam was coming from her head and said that the student, of course, is very good, but young. Lu Chuan looked at the girl in surprise, asking where she was going and weren't they studying. Lin Yanbing, who narrowed her eyes, looking forward, a guy with long blonde hair who was looking at the girl, Duan Wuxiao, vs inscription between them. A field for competition. People were discussing how after what happened with Zhou Yutian they have a desire to compete. Someone asked if they were not afraid of anything, another said that stop talking nonsense, those who publicly do evil will die. Lu Chao clenched his hand into a fist, raising it and saying with a wide smile that the competition had begun. A girl with long gray hair frowned and held a sword in her hand, blue energy appearing around her. Duan Wuxiao clenched his hands into fists, a powerful green energy appeared around him, circling in the air. Someone shouted that this was his technique, the water cave. There were green beams of energy emanating from the entire arena in the air. Lin Yanbing frowned and placed her hand with her sword behind her back, blue lightning emanating from the sword. The girl pointed her sword forward, cutting through the shield of green energy that opened in front of Duan Wuxiao. Someone asked if this was the legendary swordsmanship. Someone said that this was a good battle, nice to watch. Duan Wuxiao held out 2 fingers in front of him, looking forward with a frown. A green mist appeared in front of the gray-haired girl as she flew through the air. She frowned and looked to the side. The girl swung her sword, cutting through the green mist in front of her, blue beams of energy appearing around her body. The blonde looked up at the girl and frowned. He extended one of his hands behind his back. Dark green rays of energy were flying around. A huge green dragon appeared above Lin Yanbing. A girl flew towards him. Someone shouted that they are too strong, ordinary cultivators are powerless against them. Someone said that Lin Yanbing's swordsmanship is truly unique. Not only is she good at attacking, but also on the defensive. Duan Wuxiao is also not bad, despite the fact that he has a spiritual water root. He has pushed his techniques to the limit of his capabilities. The huge dragon opened its mouth wide, its eyes glowing green. Lin Yanbing stuck her sword into the dragon's nose, blue sparks emanating from her sword. There was a strong explosion, from which blue reflections and sparks flew off. The girl swung her sword, cutting off the head of a huge dragon, from which green rays of energy emanated. Someone shouted that Duan Wuxiao was a little inferior, but the competition was not over yet. Lu Muan looked at the competition, with a serious face, saying that you need to clearly examine every action of those who compete, since often the fight ends in the blink of an eye. Lu Chuan stood next to her, looking at the arena with wide-open eyes. Yu Lingzhao smiled, looking aside at the girl, and said that Lu Muan needs to train his student, otherwise he will soon have to admit defeat. A girl with dark hair walked up to Yu Lingzhao, raising her hand and frowning, saying that Lu Chuan was very good and would never lose. Besides, they recently had a couples training session. The girl in a pink dress asked if they were secretly training. Yu Lingzhao tilted her head, raised her eyebrows and asked if it was just him and her. Lu Muan turned to the side, put her hand to her face and narrowed her eyes, frowning, wondering what was wrong with this. The main character looked at the arena in surprise, saying that the blade stretches for tens of meters. It feels as if it is about to cross the continent. Is it really Lin Yanbing? The 2 girls turned to the side of the arena. Duan Wuxiao was lying on the ground. With his hands up, a girl with gray hair was flying above him, holding her sword behind her back. Rays of blue energy were flying in the sky. The boy with blonde hair opened his mouth wide, his eyes turned white and he weakly said that he had lost. Lin Yanbing looked down at the guy when the host announced that she had won. Yu Lingzhao asked in surprise how she did. Lu Muan pulled the main character back by the clothes, leaving. Yu Lingzhao smiled happily, saying that this was her student. Other people discussed that even Duan Wuxiao could not resist her, the terrifying energy from the blade, as if it was about to make a breakthrough, a real genius. Lin Yanbing shouted that she hadn't finished speaking, and where were they going? Lu Muan held Lu Chuan by the hood with a dissatisfied face, telling him to remember her words. The main character stood in front of a guy with blonde hair who was smiling. The host announced, Lu Chuan vs Pan Fu. The competition begins. Lu Chuan thought that it seems that Pan Fu is the elder's grandson. He didn't really cultivate, he only took growth pills. A guy with blonde hair looked at Lu Chuan while standing in front of him and said that he had been following him during battles and wanted to say that he had very good techniques. Pan Fu scratched the back of his head and closed his eyes with a wide smile, saying that he wanted to give up right away. Lu Chuan looked at him in surprise and frowned, asking what. The guy with blonde hair walked back, waving his hand and turning over his shoulder, said that he was giving up. Lu Chuan looked after him with a nervous smile, asking all this. People began to say that he had every chance, he could go to the secret kingdom, and why humiliate himself there. Lu Chuan put his hand to his forehead and closed his eyes, frowning and sighing, thinking that he couldn't understand how this was possible. The guy opened his eyes and turned back, talking about Lin Yanbing. The girl with gray hair looked down at the guy and Lu Chuan said that she was getting closer. Wooden house to which the stairs led, night. Lu Chuan sat in front of the blue system window, saying that at first he sat without a back seat for several years, and now they decided to become more active. How could this be? On the system window it was written that holiday tasks were available to him. He needed to select one of the available ones. First, tidy up for the holidays, put his mentor's clothes in order. Second, thousands of faces, do a massage. Third, be on the alert, touch the ears. Lu Chuan frowned, looking forward at the system window, and said that Lu Muan would not like it if he touched her clothes again. The massage is also not quite suitable, only the ears remain. It seems that this is the simplest thing. Lu Muan approached the guy on the side and raised her eyebrows questioningly, asking if he was looking for her. The guy's eyes widened. There was an incense burner on the bed with white steam coming out. Lu Chuan said that she was just in time, asking her to sit down. The girl was sitting on the bed, looking up and blushing. She raised her hand, asking why. Lu Chuan smiled, saying that he had learned something new. Lu Muan frowned and blushed more. The guy said that he just wanted to try it. The girl opened her mouth wide, breathing heavily and trying to say something. She squeezed her legs, which were shaking, asking what he was doing. Lu Muan closed her eyes and squeezed the sheets on the bed, saying that this was too good and exhaling loudly. The girl looked at Lu Chuan in surprise, rubbing her ear, and said that it seemed that the voice had become louder. What kind of spell is this? The guy smiled, holding an ear stick, and answered, his mother taught him this. You just need to twirl the stick in your ear, asking is it better to hear. A notification appeared above the guy. The holiday task is completed. Lu Muan smiled while holding the ear stick and looked sideways at the guy, saying that she would try it too. The main character lay down on the girl's lap, blushing and smiling. Lu Muan looked down at him, blushing. She stabbed the ear stick into his ear sharply, and Lu Chuan's eyes turned white, raising her hand. The roof of the room, high windows were visible. The guy frowned and said that she was pressing too hard, and his ear would burst. Lu Muan said worriedly that it seemed they urgently needed a nurse. Night, wooden house. The main character asked Lu Muan if that was enough, and she replied that she would help him. A green frog with big black eyes licked its lips. There were two figures standing in the arena for the competition, Lu Chuan and Lin Yanbing. Someone said that one of them is a brilliant swordsman, and the second is a dark horse who stands out from the environment. The battle promises to be interesting. The other replied that he thinks he will win. Lin Yanbing. Yu Lingzhao smiled widely and put her hands on her waist, saying that in any case, disciple Lu Muan will lose. The girl with dark hair next to her looked at her in surprise. Lu Muan smiled as she looked down at the arena and thought that Lu Chuan had grown in his abilities, and she hoped he would win. The judge in blue waved his hand between the guy and the girl, saying that the final was beginning. Lin Yanbing tilted her head, looking at the guy from under her brows, saying that his air-cutting blade was quite strong. Lu Chuan smiled, holding the sword by the hilt, saying that the ice rain blade is also striking. Someone shouted to stop chatting and let them start fighting. The guy in the black boots pushed off the ground with his foot, jumping forward. The girl in white boots did the same, pushing off the ground with her feet. Lin Yanbing slashed with her sword, but Lu Chuan blocked it by holding his sword in front of him. They flew in the air, striking each other with their swords, and Lu Muan said in surprise that Lin Yanbing did not use the intention of the blade. Did she really decide to win like that? Yu Lingzhao smiled, saying that not only fencing is important, but also the correct placement of body parts, which is also very important. Lin Yanbing pointed her sword back, rays of blue energy flew around it, and blue blades appeared next to the girl and flew forward. The swords flew towards the main character, who fought them off. The girl pointed her sword towards him. Lu Muan shouted that this was a blade formation. Lin Yanbing jumped forward, pointing her sword forward and frowning. Her sword blade is aimed at the back of the head of the guy who stood with his back to her. Lu Chuan turned around, frowning and narrowing his eyes, blocking the girl's blow with his sword. Lin Yanbing squinted her eyes at him and thought, this is it. Lu Chuan swung his sword towards the gray-haired girl, but she jumped back. The girl landed on the ground while the guy raised his sword in front of him. Someone shouted that he was great, another asked how he could do it. Lin Yanbing raised her sword up, blue swords were reaching towards him. Someone shouted, if Lu Chuan had missed by even 3/2 centimeters, he would have already died. Lu Muan shouted to be careful. Lin Yanbing waved her sword towards the guy, and rays of blue energy reached towards him. Lu Chuan raised his gaze, saying blade formation, barrier. Huge golden blades appeared, which obscured the guy and into which swords crashed, around which there was blue energy. Yu Lingzhao looked at this in surprise, opening her eyes wide and asked if he is capable of this. Lu Muan also opened her eyes in surprise, calling the main character. Lin Yanbing put her hand behind her back and pointed the sword forward, thinking that he could prevent her attack, but she couldn't. The girl jumped into the air and swung her sword, releasing a beam of blue energy, screaming frosty slash. A beam of energy hit the huge swords, from which golden energy emanated. Lu Chuan clenched the sword in his hands, small fragments flew off, and cracks appeared on the sword. The golden huge sword split into two parts. Lin Yanbing stood in front of them on the ground, a white mist rose into the air. Someone asked what those sounds were, another said that it was an extremely powerful attack, one that could cost one's life. The girl with gray hair looked at the guy, asking if he wanted to change weapons. He raised his sword in front of him, saying that of course, it would not be easy to use a broken blade, but he did not choose the easy way. Lu Chuan smiled, narrowing his eyes, holding the sword in front of his face and said that it does not matter whether the blade is made of wood or broken, what is more important is his soul. Lin Yanbing frowned, holding the sword in front of her and tilted her head slightly, saying that they would finish. Lu Chuan smiled and frowned, saying that he would do his best. Lin Yanbing spread her arms to the sides, blue energy appeared around her and the girl shouted, "Slanting moon." Lu Chuan put his sword forward, golden energy appeared around him and he shouted, "Bright day." The guy clenched his teeth, frowning, beams of golden energy flying around him. Lin Yanbing pursed her lips and also frowned as beams of blue energy flew around her. Orange and blue energy collided with each other. Someone shouted that nothing was visible, and was this really the highest skill? A thick blue fog appeared in the arena, with rays of dark energy flying next to it. Someone asked who won. Thick white fog, in which golden reflections were visible, two figures were visible in it. Lin Yanbing lowered her gaze, her clothes were torn, and she stood in a cloud of fog, saying that she had lost. Lu Chuan also stood in a cloud of fog. There was a cut on his cheek with blood flowing out, his hair was blowing in the wind. The audience was asking what happened and did Lin Yanbing really lose, and Lu Chuan is not even injured. This must be true. Yu Lingzhao opened her mouth in shock and frowned as she looked at this. Behind her Zhang Yufeng stood with the same shocked expression. Lu Chuan smiled and closed his eyes, walked up to the girl with gray hair, saying that it was he who had the scratch, so he lost. The girl replied that his blade intention was stronger than hers, and she admitted defeat. Lin Yanbing looked at the guy with a calm face, saying that the sun rises in the east, so his technique was too powerful. The main character smiled, looking at her with raised eyebrows, and replied that if she had been a little more assertive, he was afraid he would no longer exist. The presenter shouted that the winner is Lu Chuan from Shaozhou Peak. The multi-story building that stood by the mountain, people said that he really won. How so? Others said that he took first place, being in the 9th rank Qi refining period. After this battle, Lu Chuan will definitely be on everyone's lips, and no one can surpass him. Another person said that even Lin Yanbing was not as good as him. He will have a happy future and their clan will definitely become great. Lu Muan looked down at the arena with a smile, blushed slightly and said that Lu Chuan, her favorite disciple, had finally opened up completely. A wooden house with a light roof illuminated by the sun, Tianlan Peak. Lu Chao and Ho Tao sat at a round table with a white tablecloth. The latter said that it turns out that Zhou Yutian died innocent. Lu Chao replied that Qi Siyuan made it clear that they were powerless. Some noise was heard from the window and Ho Tao frowned, asking why it was so noisy outside. He looked out the window where people were walking along the street. Someone shouted that this year's cultivator competition was very exciting. Who would have thought that a Qi refinement period cultivator could defeat everyone? Another replied that he had made a bet that Lu Chuan won't even make it to the quarterfinals. Who knew that he would defeat everyone? Ho Tao looked at the two people under the window who were discussing the competition, and asked if the main character had won. Zhuo Boyi raised his gaze and smiled widely, asking if he didn't know, and saying that Lu Chuan fought against Lin Yanbing. After all, they both took advantage of the blade's intent, but the guy was a little stronger. The second guy with dark hair frowned and looked at him, saying that they are grieving now, they have no time for games. Lu Chao looked forward in surprise, saying that this was incredible. Ho Tao put his hands to his head and closed his eyes, saying that it was a pity that they could not attend the competition. They should make amends to Lu Chuan, and when will they meet next time? They will definitely congratulate him. 3 days later, Secret Kingdom. Night, a wooden house with bushes growing next to it, Shaozhou Peak. The hammer hit the black blade of the sword. Lu Chuan held a black sword in his hand. next to which blue sparks were flying. Looking at him in surprise, 2 system windows showed. The 4th main task, take first place, is completed. The reward for the first task is the Eye of the Void. The reward for the second task is a random experience book 5 skills. Reward for the third task, 100,000 character experience, fencing level 6, weapon making level 5. Blue energy emanated from the eyes of the main character, and he said that the Eye of the Void allows you to bypass any lie by looking into the essence. There were golden lines running along the blade of the sword, and blue energy appeared around it, and the guy said that, in other words, in the future, he would easily be able to see the hidden demon inside the cultivator, as long as his level did not exceed it. Lu Chuan blushed and smiled, thinking about Lu Muan, who was smiling and whose clothes were unbuttoned, saying whether he could do it. He sharply hit the sword with a hammer, closed his eyes and said that you can't do that. The stars were shining in the sky, the roof of the house was dark. The main character said a call, a black sword with a white hilt was flying in the air, from which rays of blue energy emanated. Lu Chuan took the sword, looked down at it and smiled, saying that the blade has its own spirit. In the future it will follow the example of the ice rain blade and become just as powerful. Lu Muan raised her index finger up, blushing slightly and saying that although the protagonist was able to take first place in the competition, he needs to continue cultivating so as not to lose his place, and if he does not cultivate, he will be surpassed. The girl held a yellow pill over her hand, which Lu Chuan looked at in confusion. She said that today she would help him discover a new stage of laying the foundations. The guy took the yellow pill in his hand, looking at it and thought that Fan Hongwen must have given the pill to Lu Muan to make a breakthrough, but the girl decided to give it to him. Lu Chuan ate the yellow pill, closed one eye, thinking that he wanted to move to a new period as quickly as possible, so as not to hinder Lu Muan from reaching the Yuanying period. The girl looked questioningly at the guy, asking how. He scratched the back of his head and opened his eyes in surprise, asking maybe the pill was working slower. Lu Muan put her hands to her head, asking with tears in her eyes, is this again a bottomless abyss? Everything is in vain again. Lu Chuan smiled at the girl, frowning, and told her not to worry and everything will be fine. Lu Muan raised her hand and, looking at the guy, blushed slightly, saying that she really hoped so. The main character looked at the girl with a wide smile, asking if they could go to a couples training session. The girl blushed more and, putting her hand to her chest, lowered her gaze, embarrassedly saying that she had never done such a pair training. The guy extended his hands to Lu Muan with a wide smile and said loudly that he was joking, let the clothes remain in place. Suddenly, Lu Chuan's eyes opened wide, and blue energy appeared in his eyes. The guy spread his arms out to the sides as bright blue energy appeared around his body and flew around him. He clasped his hands together, lowered his head, and Lu Muan looked at him in surprise, telling him to concentrate and not pay attention to anything. The girl smiled as she looked at the guy and thought that even though he took the breakthrough pill, it could help speed up the breakthrough process by 10% or 20%. The main character smiled, looking forward. Next to him there was an inscription, Breakthrough, Foundation Period, and the girl thought that he exceeded all her expectations. Lu Muan smiled widely and hugged the main character's neck, saying that this was so great. Lu Chuan smiled, saying that he succeeded. Lu Muan looked up at the guy, smiling tenderly and blushing, thinking that she believed in him. The girl closed her eyes and said that she was proud of him. Lu Chuan also smiled widely, closing his eyes. The system window showed the golden root, and the inscription, Mentor's Daily Honor Task Completed, Task Reward, Character Experience plus 500, Random Gift Set received, 300-year-old Daoyuan. Lu Chuan thought that this pill is considered very valuable for breakthrough, that's lucky. The guy clenched his hand into a fist, smiling and said that the secret kingdom is about to open, but first he would like to prepare food. Lu Muan raised her hands, clenched her fists with a wide smile and agreed. A red ribbon hung in the house with the inscription Solemn Feast. There were many plates with various dishes on the table. Lu Muan opened her eyes and mouth wide, her cheeks slightly red and saliva dripping from her mouth. The girl looked at the main character, who was carrying another plate of food, smiling widely and saying that it was for her. Lu Muan took out a yellow and red firecracker, holding it in her hands, and told the guy to take his time and sit down. Multicolored confetti flew out of the firecracker and the girl closed her eyes, saying that she congratulated the guy, and she hoped that in the future he would be pursued by good luck and progress. Lu Chuan looked at the girl and smiled at her, thanking her. Lu Muan sat at the table, holding chopsticks in her hands and looked up at the guy, saying that of course it will be difficult, but if he encounters any danger in the secret kingdom, he can safely call her. Lu Chuan leaned over to the girl and wiped the cream off her nose with a smile, which made her blush, opening her eyes in surprise. The guy said that they should enjoy the evening and not think about future difficulties. Lu Muan smiled and closed her eyes and replied okay. There was still cream on her nose. Two figures of a girl and a guy were visible in the window. The girl said that Lu Chuan is so funny and let him not move, she will draw him. The guy said that the cream has already melted. A large stone gate between two rocks. There were 5 people standing at the gate. There were knights on each side of them, and in the distance there was a crowd of people. Ho Tao looked at the main character, congratulating him with a smile on his first place. Lu Chao also smiled and said that it looks like he has become stronger again. Lu Chuan closed his eyes and smiled, saying that he was flattered. Ho Tao extended his hand and said that this time many people had the opportunity to enter the secret realm. They say that in the Yang family there are also people whose ancestors were immortals. Lu Chao frowned as he looked at the guy and said that they should not gossip. In any case they need to be careful so as not to repeat the fate of Zhou Yutian. Su Zhen and the other 3 people at his side extended his hand upward. Blue, yellow, purple and green energy glowed above their heads. 5 crystals flew in the sky. The crystals ted into one stone, from which golden light emanated, from which multicolored energy stretched. Blue, green and purple energy flew through the air towards the gate. Someone said that the secret kingdom was open and they were asking everyone to go through. Ho Tao turned to the main character as he walked forward and smiled at him, saying that they can stick together. He responded well. Duan Hai stood opposite Su Zhen, clenching his hands into fists and saying with a wide smile that he was leaving. Lu Chuan walked forward, but was stopped by a man wearing a straw hat, placing his hand on his chest and calling out to the guy. Lu Chuan lowered his gaze, and at his chest was Su Zhen's hand, which was holding a white flask. Su Zhen closed his eyes, standing with his back to the guy and thought that he had done everything he could. Lu Chuan looked at the flask in surprise, asking if this was really for him and shouldn't it have been intended for Duan Hai. Lu Chuan smiled while looking at the red sticker that was on the flask, thinking that Duan Hai had a very good mentor and would take care of everything. 3 people stood on a rock in front of a dense forest. One of them said that this is a real secret kingdom. The energy here is so powerful that it can compare with the Cave of Immortals. Ho Tao said that time is running out, and they need to find a place to stay for the night, and they can bring Lu Chuan to their Lingyi mountain. Ho Tao put out 2 fingers in front of him with a smile and waved his hand. A white crane with a black neck and tail appeared on the ground. A guy with brown hair said that soon the main character will see everything. Ho Tao and Lu Chuan were flying on the same crane over the forest. A guy with brown hair asked, "Isn't it wonderful? Much better than walking, and there is nothing better than flying." The main character replied that having a pet is very cool. Ho Tao shouted forward with a wide smile. The crane flew faster and the main character smiled widely, raising his hand, followed by another person on the crane. Duan Hai looked at them, holding the mountain with his hand, and said that there was an abyss between them. Standing next to the stone gate to the secret kingdom were Su Zhen, Lu Muan and 2 other people in dark cloaks. A girl with dark hair walked forward, frowning, 2 people walking behind her. Su Zhen frowned at the girl and said that he relied on her. He still had things to do. He needed to prepare for the reopening of the secret realm in half a month. Lu Muan walked into the portal from which the golden lightning came and said that she would return them safe and sound. Su Zhen asked Elder Gu Hong to go too. A man with white hair jumped down holding a mirror with a turquoise frame above his hand. Someone loudly asked why he needed a mirror heart. Gu Hong shouted to shut up and frowned. He raised his hands above him. Blue energy began to swirl around him. A man with blonde hair and a straw hat looked at the soldiers with spears and shields, saying that he was on the right path. One of the soldiers opened his mouth wide, sticking out his long tongue. His teeth became sharp. The soldier next to him turned to him in shock, opening his mouth wide. In place of the soldier, a huge monster with a wide mouth and red horns appeared and roared loudly. Su Zhen frowned and opened his mouth wide, shouting to grab him. The 3 soldiers extended their hands, from which golden energy emanated, towards the monster. He fell to his knees, resting his hands on the ground. Su Zhen said that the head was right. The demonic cultivators mixed with the teams. The man with blonde hair clenched his teeth and frowned, saying that he guessed correctly. The man waved his hand while standing in front of the soldiers, saying that they need to put guards on both entrances. First they will get rid of the spies outside, and then they will go deeper. If the demons go inside, they must be ready. At the same time, Ho Tao and Lu Chuan stood in a clearing in front of the trees. The main character said that Lu Muan said that the secret kingdom has been closed for a long time, many monsters are kept inside, but why is it so quiet here? Ho Tao smiled nervously, looking forward, and asked why the monsters were not felt at all. Lu Chao raised his gaze and answered that maybe there was something wrong with the monsters, the weak must have given way to the strong, and he also asked if he had found something. Main character Lu Chuan stretched out his hand to the large mark on the ground, looking down at it, and said that perhaps this is so. He thinks there are very powerful monsters here that scared away the weaker ones. They probably never even dreamed of the greatness of this monster. The trees were green, a loud roar and screams were heard from the depths of the forest, birds flew into the air. Lu Chuan frowned, looking forward, and asked if the animals were fighting each other. Green bushes, the guy shouted, they should look at this. On the ground stood a huge monster with black and white fur and sharp fangs. He growled at a huge orange beast whose fur had black stripes. Lu Chuan asked in surprise if it was a panda, but Ho Tao replied that he looked more like a monster. The main character frowned and smiled nervously, saying that they are very similar to a tiger and a panda. Ho Tao looked at him and replied that they were the fourth rank. No wonder the other monsters fled. Lu Chao looked at the battle, saying that a tiger is generally equivalent to an overlord, because he has a Tibetan peak of the fourth rank, and he believes that the panda is not his opponent. The huge panda fell face down into the ground, clenching his teeth and squinting one eye. The main character said that he wanted to help her. Ho Tao said in surprise that there was no point in approaching them, it would be better for them to wait until someone wins. Lu Chao agreed, saying that they shouldn't take risks. The monster is at the peak of the fourth rank, even the three of them can't handle it. Lu Chuan walked forward, holding a black sword with blue energy around it. The tiger in front of him opened his mouth wide and raised his paws over the panda who was lying on the ground. The guy said that he didn't want to watch the panda die. This was the first time he saw the national property. How can he just throw it away? The tiger turned sharply to the side, looking down and clenching his teeth. Ho Tao and Lu Chao frowned, shouting loudly that they couldn't leave one of them. They flew into the air, stones from the ground grew around the tiger, and a golden seal opened above his head. The tiger threw back his muzzle and growled loudly. The main character looked up at him, saying that this was great. Lu Chuan jumped into the air and swung his sword, which left behind blue energy, striking the tiger, shouting receive. The tiger fell back onto the rocks, opening its mouth wide and growling, blood flowing from the cut. He looked forward with his red glowing eyes. Dark energy began to emanate from him, and Ho Tao said that he seemed to be furious. Lu Chuan turned to him, smiling and telling him to calm down, golden sparks flying next to him. The guy stretched out his hand with a smile, shouting a slash of heaven. A huge blue sword appeared above his head, with blue energy swirling around it. A huge sword stabbed into the ground in the center of the forest, and a loud cry of a tiger was heard. Mountains were visible in the distance, the sun was shining brightly. A huge panda stood in front of the main character, blood flowing down her chest and face, and she was breathing heavily. Lu Chuan looked up at her, frowning. Lu Chao behind him said that it looks like he is not evil. The panda opened her mouth, her body trembled, and she waved her finger with a sharp claw. She walked along the road and the three of them followed her. Ho Tao said that he wanted them to follow him, and Lu Chuan replied that he thought he was different from other animals and they would see what awaited them. A round passage into a cave, in the depths of which there was darkness. The giant panda held his paws next to the little panda who had a green crystal on his head and whose eyes were watering. The huge panda smiled, sitting on the ground. Ho Tao looked at the little panda, saying that it was coming out. He decided to entrust the child to them. Lu Chao said that it seems that he understands that his life is coming to an end, but he doesn't want to leave his child, that's why he asks take care of them. A guy with gathered brown hair stood behind the main character, saying that these monsters are not particularly fierce. If raised from an early age, they can become excellent companions. Lu Chuan looked down at the little panda, who was hugging his parent by the claw, and asked about the companion. A guy with dark hair took the little panda in his arms, saying that now they are destined to be together. He said that now his name will be Jojo. The panda looked at the guy, slightly blushing, with watery eyes. The sky turned orange, illuminating the mountains and trees. The two people in dark cloaks turned towards Lu Muon, who was holding a green crystal showing two dots representing her and the protagonist. One of the people in the cloak said that the head must have known about the demonic cultivator's plans in advance, but still allowed them to infiltrate into the secret kingdom, and why it was impossible to catch them at the entrance. The second answered that many students do not know anything, so it is easy for demons to gain their trust and harm them. The man in the black cloak looked at the girl, saying that she needed to focus on what was happening, saying that this place was finished and asking what next. Lu Muon lowered her gaze to the crystal, saying that she would go to the southwest. As for the remaining territories, they would draw lots. Girl raised her gaze, looking forward sadly, and called Lu Chuan. A deep cave, illuminated by a warm orange light. Ho Tao asked the main character with a smile if there was something in the world that he didn't know. He could do so many things, create formations, and be a master of fencing, and also excellent cooking. Lu Chuan smiled broadly and replied that he was flattered and would also like to thank them for the ingredients. The three of them were sitting by the fire, meat was roasting over it, a huge white cat and a panda were sleeping nearby. Ho Tao looked at the main character, saying that the skills of their beast were not limited to simple riding, he was able to help other spiritual beasts. Lu Chuan was chewing meat, calling him a nanny. The big cat closed his eyes, tears flowing from them, and Ho Tao said that the panda would only let him go when he grew up and weaned. The main character smiled widely, saying that this is a wonderful skill for raising spiritual beasts, and can they help in learning it? Ho Tao answered without any problems, but then Lu Chao hit him on the head with his palm. The guy with blonde, gathered hair smiled awkwardly, closing his eyes and said that despite their friendship, they were from different clans, and if they passed on their unique knowledge to someone outside the clan, the elders might find out about it. Ho Tao closed his eyes and awkwardly scratched his cheek, saying that he almost forgot about it. He heard that they should also have books on the art of training spirit beasts, so he might find something. The main character scratched the back of his head, smiling awkwardly and holding a piece of meat in his hands, answering accurately. Ho Tao lowered his head and sighed, saying that if everything was fine with Zhou Yutian, he could sit next to them. The guy with dark hair also lowered his gaze, sadly saying that despite the fact that he did not get to meet the real Zhou Yutian, he thinks they would have become friends if the circumstances had been different, because they are very sincere. The guy with brown hair tied in a ponytail pursed his lips and lowered his gaze, frowning and thinking that Zhou Yutian would definitely make friends with him. Lu Chao next to him looked forward, thinking that even the fake Zhou Yutian was acting quite friendly, wasn't the real one would not perceive Lu Chuan differently. Both guys in dark cloaks looked at the main character with tears flowing from their eyes, calling him sadly. Lu Chuan looked at them in confusion, mentally asking what was wrong with them. The guy picked up the blue crystal in his hand, looking down at it, and thought that it was a pity that Lu Muon was not around, how she was doing, and I wondered if she had eaten. On the crystal there was a surface that depicted mountains, next to it there were two dots, one of which denoted the main character, and the second Lu Muon. A girl with dark hair and blue clothes stood on a rock in front of a dense forest. The wind blew her clothes and hair. She closed her eyes and frowned. Above her there was an inscription that she had been patrolling all day. Lu Muon said that not a single demonic cultivator was found here, but this can hardly be called good news, and she has not been to the north, so she does not know. How are things going there? Judging by the chapter's calculations, cultivators from the south and north will meet in the middle in 3 days. If demonic cultivators get into the main cave, then there will be trouble. Some noise was heard, and Lu Muon frowned, turning to the side and asking who it was. The girl's eyes opened in surprise when she saw Lu Chuan, who was looking at her with a smile. The girl asked how he ended up here. The guy raised his hand, saying with a wide smile that he saw that she was close. Lu Muon hit him on the head with her fist and frowned, blushing, calling the guy a fool. Lu Chuan rubbed his head while sitting on the ground and looked at the girl with tears in his eyes. She closed her eyes and said that it was very dangerous here and how could he walk like that at night. The guy replied that he was mistaken, but let her not worries. Along the way he used a talisman that hides his energy. Lu Muon looked at him displeasedly and said that in this case it was disrespectful that he was able to pass by her, but let him not do such rash acts again. Lu Chuan raised the white bundle in his hand with a smile and replied that he understood everything. The girl asked what it was. The package in the guy's hands opened. It contained fried meat, doused with oil. White steam was coming from it, and the girl asked in surprise if he had really come here to feed her. Lu Muon lowered her gaze, raised her hand, and the main character said that since she was patrolling today, he thought that she had not eaten anything, and this meat was prepared from the monster he killed today with his own hands. Let her try. The girl thought that she thought he came on an important matter, but who would have thought that he would come with this? Lu Muon closed her eyes and turned away, pouting her lips. Her cheeks turned red as she called the guy naive. Lu Chuan smiled, closing his eyes, and replied that she can swear as much as her heart desires, but first let her try. The girl turned to the guy, looking at him sadly and folding her hands under the sleeves of her clothes, asking him not to act so stupid anymore. Secret Kingdom, northern part, entrance to a cave. A deep hole was visible on the ground, into which a bright white light flew. A man in a black hood landed on the ground, asking if the connection was set up. Next to the stone in the center of the cave there were other people in the same black cloaks. Two people stood in front of the mirror that was built into the stone. The mirror was red with a yellow symbol in the middle. One of the people replied that the blood spirit mirror was not responding, and Mr. Qianmian must not have arrived. One of the people in the black cloak was thinking about the demon in Zhou Yutian's body who was smiling. He asked how so, and the south side fortress is much closer than this, it takes less than half a day to get there. The other person answered him, maybe there's something wrong with him, something happened. Another man in a cloak stood in front of the three of them, saying that in any case, even if they cannot contact Qianmian, their plan still remains the same. Tomorrow at dawn he will rush into the cave with all his might, and they need to break the seal before, as the secret kingdom closes, they are obliged to save the master. The three people in cloaks answered in agreement. It was a dark night. In the distance mountains were visible, on the tops of which greenery grew, tree leaves, and blue energy flew in the air. Lu Muon sat on a stone, looking up at the main character with a smile and wiping her face with a pink handkerchief. The guy looked at the girl and said that it was time for him to go back. The girl sadly looked up at Lu Chuan, asking him to be careful. The guy approached the girl, bending down with a smile and taking a pink handkerchief in his hand, saying that he needed something from her for good luck. Lu Muon looked at him in surprise, blushing deeply. She looked at the guy with wide eyes, raised eyebrows, and blushed heavily, trying to say something, blue highlights flying in the air. Lu Chuan brought the pink handkerchief to his face, smiling and closing his eyes, thinking that with the talisman from Lu Muon he felt much calmer. The main character took the panda's armpit, looked at her and told her that while he was small, it was better to be with him. Ho Tao behind him stood next to two cranes, turning to the guy and telling him that after the closure of the secret kingdom, he advises how it is possible to acquire a spirit beast ring faster. The panda grows very quickly. After a certain time, his mana cannot bear holding him back. The whole group flew on two cranes over the forest. Lu Chao, sitting on the crane, said that he remembered that the elder of the inner gate raised the panda. If Lu Chuan wants, he can find out the details of how they will get out of here. The main character turned back to the guy and thanked him. Lu Chao smiled at him and asked him to drop his politeness. Two cranes flew across the sky, heading towards the mountains. Blue energy was flying in the dark sky and Ho Tao said that not a single monster was visible. The main character replied that since there were no low-rank monsters, it was better not to go down, and Lu Chao with a smile said they don't need to panic and they can check everything. One of the cranes stood on the ground, the second next to it descended onto it. The group dismounted from the cranes and were surrounded by trees. Lu Chuan walked behind the grey wolf, calling him and asking why there was such a noise. Ho Tao looked at him and asked if he really gave him a name. He is so unusual. Lu Chao held the black and red scales, frowning at them and saying that they were snake scales. Lu Chuan and Ho Tao looked at him and the latter asked in surprise about the scales. The red scales in the guy's hand, Lu Chao said, judging by the appearance, they are very similar to the fire snake scales that are described in the Book of Strange Monsters. Ho Tao frowned, lowering his gaze, remembering the book with the image of a huge snake. He asked if this was not a monster that became considered very dangerous once it reached rank 4. Lu Chao looked aside at him and replied that he seemed to be an adult. Since the rank 4 tiger did not rise higher, he dared to assume that he had a higher rank. A guy with brown hair in a ponytail ran forward, stretched out his hands and shouted that they could never cope with him, and he offered to go around him. Lu Chuan closed his eyes and caught the guy by the black hood. Lu Chao turned back, holding the red scales in his hands and said that he thought the snake was in the molting stage. Lu Chuan smiled, raised an eyebrow and asked Lu Chao if he really wanted to say that the monster was now weakened, which meant that they would be able to defeat it. Ho Tao turned to the main character in shock, mentally asking if he was really that confident in himself. Lu Chao sat on the crane, stretched out his hand to the two guys and said that they can check everything in the sky first, and after the accident with Zhou Yutian, he has a bad feeling. He frowned, looking down, and said that if one day he had to be separated from them, then it would be better for him to die in battle now. Ho Tao looked up at the guy in surprise and frowned, blue sparks flying nearby when Lu Chao said that he wanted to continue cultivating to prevent a tragedy with Zhou Yutian. Ho Tao raised his hands, clenching them into fists, and shouted, "Yes, they better fight for their lives. He wants to see with his own eyes when he gets to the very limit." Lu Chuan smiled as he looked at him and crossed his arms over his chest. The main character threw his hand over the shoulder of a guy with blonde hair, clenched his other hand into a fist, and with a wide smile said that now everyone has said everything. He suggests taking a short break and then hitting the road. Ho Tao and Lu Chao smiled widely, squeezing their teeth. The round entrance to the cave, next to which there were trees, on one of the sharp rocks inside the cave there was dark red energy wrapped. Ho Tao said that the energy was much stronger than that of a fourth-rank tiger, and Lu Chao replied that, apparently, he could completely encircle the mountain in less than 3 days, and then no one can defeat him except the elders. The huge red snake opened its mouth, sticking out a long tongue. A red light emanated from its body, its eyes also glowed, and Lu Chuan said with a smile that in that case they can vote. If the majority is in favor, they will go on the offensive. The three guys brought their hand to the stalactite, around which the snake was wrapped. The main character said that it seems that no one is going to give up, they still have a chance to become immortal. Ho Tao replied that if they find that they cannot win, then let they give up immediately. Lu Chao smiled and clenched his fist with his palm. Golden energy appeared next to his hands, and he said that since this was a rank 5 monster, it was time to activate the most effective formation. The guy raised his hands, golden energy appeared in the air, and a golden seal appeared above the red snake. Lu Chao shouted a formation of gold. The red serpent threw back its head and opened its mouth wide, growling loudly and sticking out its tongue as beams of golden energy hit it. The three boys stood in front of the red snake, whose face was twisted with anger as he looked at them. The snake swung its tail, hitting the ground. Ho Tao dodged the blow, asking if he shouldn't be weakened, and it seemed as if he had only become stronger. Lu Chao and Lu Chuan also jumped to the side, dodging the blow. The latter shouted that it was only a 5th rank. Lu Chao extended his hand, next to which a golden seal opened, and shouted formation again. Spikes of stone appeared under the serpent, striking its scales, and the serpent opened its mouth wide, growling. Lu Chao closed his eyes and clenched his teeth, holding out 2 fingers in front of him, with golden light shining around him. He said that he would not be able to hold it back for long. Calling the main character, Lu Chuan flew into the air, holding his sword. Lu Chuan shouted that he understood and flew forward. Blue sparks appeared around him. The guy swung his sword, leaving a blue trail of energy and cutting across the snake. The serpent clenched his teeth as particles of red energy flew around him. The snake turned its body and opened its mouth towards Lu Chuan, pulling out its long tongue. Ho Tao extended his hand with a golden light shining next to it, frowning and shouting a shield of gold. A golden shield appeared in front of the huge snake, which it bit. Lu Chuan clenched his hand into a fist and jumped to the side. The snake swung its tail, hitting the ground and breaking rocks. Lin Yanbing stood in front of the forest, blue energy flying around her. A wolf with whitened eyes lay on the ground. There was blood under his muzzle and on it. The girl with gray hair turned over her shoulder, looking forward, and said, "Is there really a 5th rank energy there?" She suddenly jumped from her seat, flying across the forest and leaving a trail of blue energy behind her. Lu Muan walked forward to the stone on which there was a red mirror. She said that the source of the past fluctuations in spiritual power came from here. The girl extended her hand towards the red mirror, saying that she did not see any magical formation here. There was no spiritual stone either. She asked how it all worked. Lu Muan lowered her gaze. Blue energy appeared near her eyes and she asked if she could use spiritual power. A red light suddenly began to emanate from the red mirror and the girl looked at it in surprise, saying that it was here. The girl looked into the mirror, in which the silhouette of a man in a black cloak appeared. He said, turning to Qian Mian, that it was he. "You sure?" They entered the secret kingdom. He must arrive at Qingxian Hall and release his blood. The time for Mr. Shura is here, about to run out. Lu Muan thought that judging by the suit, it was a golden snake cultivator. The girl looked down with a frown, a faint red light illuminated her face and she thought about Yushur, Qian Mian and Mr. Shura. Why had she never heard of these names? There was a crevice in the mountain, blue energy was flying in the air and the girl shouted, were these all demonic cultivators? Lu Chuan was breathing heavily as he stood in front of the huge red snake that was sitting on the rocks and emanating red energy. Lu Chao stood behind the guy, holding his shoulder, a purple wound was visible on his face and said that he would support the main character. The huge snake lowered its head and opened its mouth wide, roared loudly, sticking out its tongue. Lu Chuan swung his sword. He clutched his sword in two hands, blue lightning shone around him, the guy clenched his teeth and frowned. He swung his sword, leaving behind a blue beam of energy and shouted, striking the snake. Lu Chao shouted that he was preparing to release the demonic pill and let the protagonist be careful. The snake opened its mouth, in which violet energy shone, dark red rays of energy flew next to it. The snake shook its head, releasing purple balls into the air. Lu Chuan clenched his teeth as he dodged one of the purple energy balls. Lu Chao pushed Ho Tao back, throwing him away from the purple ball and yelling at him to move aside. Lu Chao flew away from the blow, screaming loudly, blood running down his face, and Ho Tao turned to him, shouting the guy's name in concern. The guy with brown hair clenched his teeth and frowned, trembling and saying, what kind of brother is he if he can't even protect his comrade, and he will avenge Lu Chao. Ho Tao raised his hands, between which a fireball appeared, his eyes were covered by a shadow, and he thought that his mentor once said that he was very bad at swordsmanship, but if he promoted what he really liked, he would have a chance to protect his dear one's people for him, so all that remains is to try. Ho Tao looked up, stretching out his hands, golden palm symbols appeared in the air. The symbols flew towards the snake, crashing into its scales and striking. The guy shouted, the fist of the mountain. Lu Chuan looked down at this in surprise, opening his mouth slightly and saying, what is happening? Ho Tao frowned, opening his mouth wide, red sparks flying nearby, and he shouted that he also wanted to try something, to protect them. The main character raised his sword back to strike, bright blue energy glowed around the sword, and the guy shouted that Ho Tao was right. Lu Chuan struck the snake's head, cutting it off from the body, blood flowed out of the wound, and the snake opened its mouth wide, and the guy shouted that he had succeeded. Lu Chao was lying on the ground, purple steam was emanating from him, and Ho Tao, who was sitting next to him on his knees, said that because of him he got hurt. Lu Chuan landed on the ground, telling him that then he will examine him, maybe he can help. The guy with brown hair replied that if he didn't die, then great, but otherwise he would have to live with it for the rest of his life. Lu Chuan crouched in front of the lying guy, looking down and frowning, thinking that he had decided to sacrifice himself to help them survive. The guy said that the poison was poisoning his body, and he needed to find an antidote. The two guys turned back, looking at the red core, which had red energy around it. It was lying next to the snake's body, and Ho Tao said that it was a demonic pill. At the same time, the southern gate of the secret kingdom. The girl with short green hair and black clothes blushed and raised her eyebrow, asking if the demonic cultivators were planning to make a sacrifice in 3 days, also about Qian Mian. That person was asking who it was. Lu Muan closed her eyes and frowned, saying that she was also puzzled. This must have something to do with Zhou Yutian, maybe it was Qian Mian who possessed him. The girl with green hair put her hands on Lu Muan's chest, and she clenched her hand into a fist, saying that she was talking about serious things here. What was she doing? The girl in the black cloak asked what she was talking about. She extended her hand and smiled, saying, didn't she listen carefully enough, and she needs to report everything, and let Lu Muan take care of his student for now. The girl with green hair flew into air, holding out her hand and saying that she had to go. The girl with dark hair looked after her. Lu Muan sighed and put her hand on the clothes on her chest, closing her eyes and saying that it hurt. Lin Yanbing descended through the passage on the ceiling of the cave, landing on a rock with a huge red snake lying on the ground. The girl with grey hair lowered her gaze, saying that Lu Chuan's energy is here, it seems that he has become stronger. Lin Yanbing walked forward, looking at the cut snake, saying that the teacher was right. Thanks to the golden core, she has decent abilities, but her maximum is a 4th-rank monster. Lin Yanbing lowered her gaze, remembering the protagonist with a dissatisfied expression, and said that compared to her, his cultivation base is much lower. How did he manage to defeat a rank 5 monster? The girl smiled, blushed slightly and said that she would like to compete with him again. Two cranes flew across the sky between the rocks. Ho Tao and Lu Chao were flying on the same crane. The latter smiled and thanked the main character for saving him from certain death. Ho Tao also turned to the guy who was flying next to him and said that now they are indebted to him. Lu Chuan looked at them and said with a smile that he should just take care of himself, and if it weren't for the demonic pill, he wouldn't be able to help. Lu Chao looked at him with a smile, turning his gaze to the side, saying that he thought she would help Lu Chuan break through in the future. Lu Chuan held a red crystal, which Jojo, sitting at the guy's feet, was reaching for. He asked if he really wanted one too. Lu Chao, who was flying behind them, said that with the exception of a rank 5 monster, their journey went quite smoothly. Very soon they will be in the center. A dark crevice in the center of the earth, with tree leaves visible next to it. Ho Tao said with a smile that with their current speed, they must be the first to go to the middle. Now they will have access to very powerful treasures. Lu Chao said worriedly, that it seems to him that the cave of the fallen dragon is a bad place. Quite a lot of people have died here over the years. In addition, he did not forget the elder's request not to go there. Ho Tao looked back at the cave and replied that he heard something. Lu Chuan looked over his shoulder, looked down and said about the cave of the fallen dragon. He said that first they will get out of here, and later they will return again. Suddenly, a huge purple pillar of light appeared between the rocks, with purple energy flying around it. Lu Chuan and Lu Chao looked at him in shock, opening their eyes wide and asking what it was. Violet energy was approaching the cranes the group was flying on. The crane with Lu Chao and Ho Tao turned around, flying forward, and they shouted to run. Lu Chuan looked at the purple energy with a frown and clenched teeth. He flew forward on a crane, his body illuminated by a purple light from the energy glowing behind him. The guy closed his eyes and extended his hand as he began to fall back, white lightning striking around him. Ho Tao and Lu Chao turned around in shock, eyes wide and frowning at this. They flew over a purple ball of energy, calling the main character, whose crane was flying next to the ball. Lu Chuan stood on the ground, looking at a huge column of purple energy, from which the stones were destroyed, and a crane dissolved nearby. The guy frowned at this and said that the path ahead was blocked, and the mountains were collapsing. There was no way forward or back. A huge column of energy glowing in the air, with rays of energy flying around it. Lu Chuan asked if there might be a spiritual treasure in the center of it. In the column of energy, 3 golden objects were visible, which cast golden light from themselves, and the guy shouted, "Is this really a high-quality spiritual treasure?" He frowned, looking forward. Next to it was a pyramid, divided into brown, orange, gold and light yellow. From the bottom to the top it was written, "Innate spiritual treasure, talisman, magic weapon." Next to it was a sword that shone with golden light. The arrow from him pointed to the 3rd tier of the pyramid from the bottom. The guy said that even if after training a thing becomes a magical weapon, isn't that enough? Lu Chuan looked again at the purple pillar that shone in the distance and which illuminated his face and said that this was a deception. Something had happened in the center of the secret realm. On the other side of the pillar of light, next to the split that led to the cave, stood 4 people. 3 of them fought with monsters, and the other in golden clothes stood aside with his back to them. They said that they did not think that they would see with their own eyes the birth of a spiritual treasure and they want to take possession of it. Lu Muan walked forward, breathing heavily, drops of sweat flowing down her body. People nearby shouted that they needed to go to the center, but there was no need to rush, and it was unlikely that anyone could do it faster than them. The girl opened her mouth slightly, breathing heavily as something flowed down her chest and neck. Lu Muan looked forward with raised eyebrows and said that almost 3 days have passed. All the elders have been notified. The girl jumped from her seat, freezing in the air, and said that they needed to stop them, asking the main character to be careful. Lu Chuan was sitting on the ground next to the stones, which were illuminated by a purple light. He closed one eye, looking away at the pillar of energy behind him and said that the secret kingdom has been open for 4 days. He doesn't have much time to explore everything here. If he looks for the others, this will all drag on for a long time. He closed his eyes. A panda was sitting on his lap and the guy said that now he would act alone. A girl in a blue dress appeared above him. Lin Yanbing flew up to the guy, looked down at him and called him by name. He looked at the girl and blushed deeply. Lu Chuan smiled, raised an eyebrow and said what a coincidence that she was also here. He thought why she and her mentor were so unusual. The guy stood up, holding a panda in his hands, and asked why the girl was alone and hadn't she united with the others. She extended her hand to the panda, blushing deeply, and replied that it seemed the others were afraid of her, so she walked alone. Lu Chuan raised his index finger up and closed his eyes with a wide smile, saying that she is very talented. The others must understand that they are much weaker than her, so they don't interfere. Lin Yanbing pointed a finger at herself, holding a sword in her other hand, and asked if the protagonist would like to team up with her. Lu Chuan blushed, looking at the girl in surprise and wondering if this was a sincere proposal. He mentally apologized to Lu Chao and Ho Tao with tears in his eyes. The guy grabbed the girl's hand, saying with a smile that it was a great honor for him. She looked at him in confusion. Lu Chuan stood on the stones in front of the purple pillar of energy, looking at it, and said that it was quite difficult to pass through this opening because of the wind, so something needs to be done. Lin Yanbing looked at the guy, saying that she would protect him. The guy swung his sword, releasing a powerful beam of blue energy forward, which broke several stones. A purple seal appeared on the ground in front of the two of them, which emitted a bright light from itself. The guy said that he was afraid that the stones were only the first, weakest level of protection, behind which something more extensive was hidden. Lu Chuan opened his eyes wide, looking forward, next to the name of the skill, research. The main character looked at the purple seal with purple energy flying around it and said that it was here. He pulled out a sword with a smile, and Lin Yanbing, looking at the guy, asked about his blade. He replied that it was broken, so he remade it a little. The girl with gray hair raised her eyebrows and answered, "That's it." The main character looked back at the girl with a smile, saying that they could work together to sort everything out. Lin Yanbing began to unsheath her sword, with a panda sitting on her back and smiling. They both stood on the stone, pointing their swords forward. The guy shouted "Sun Strike," and the girl shouted "Moon Strike." A powerful beam of blue energy flew out from their swords, which crashed into the ground. Beams of blue energy were directed at the purple seal that was on the ground, and the guy shouted that they had broken through. The purple pillar of light slowly began to disappear, and Lin Yanbing and Lu Chuan looked at it. The guy said that fortunately they were able to break through the defense. If the mountain was new, they would have had a hard time. The guy took the girl's hand with his hand. He handed her a white flask, smilingly saying that he had not noticed that Lin Yanbing had not yet fully recovered from her injury, and let her take these pills. It would help her recovery. The girl looked at the flask in surprise. She raised one eyebrow at the guy and answered correctly. Lu Chuan grabbed the girl's hand and frowned, asking with a dissatisfied face what's wrong with her, and they are on the same team. Let him lower his excessive politeness, or she wants to leave him right there and continue the rest of the way alone. Lin Yanbing blushed, looking down at the guy, and replied that it was not so. The main character brought his face closer to the girl's face, frowning and telling her that the secret kingdom is filled with various kinds of dangers, and he alone cannot cope. Does she really want to watch his death? The girl replied that everything is not like that at all. Lu Chuan put his hand on Lin Yanbing's cheek, and with the other hand he stuffed a round pill into her mouth, saying that then let her stop behaving politely. It would be better for her to eat it, and then regain her strength. The guy smiled, closing his eyes, and the girl put her hand to her face, blushing deeply and thanking him. Lu Chuan walked forward, pointed his finger at something and said that they didn't have much time. It was time to go. Lin Yanbing looked sideways at him and smiled, her hair blowing in the wind. There was a house on the rock with white smoke coming from it. A lake was visible under the rock. Someone said that the center was different from other places. The energy here was much more powerful. Lu Chuan was sitting next to him in front of the spit on which the meat was being cooked. He held out a plate of meat towards a girl with gray hair. She was standing near the wall, saying that she didn't think he knew how to do that. The guy replied that he liked to cook. Let him try it. This is quite rare meat. Lin Yanbing chewed the meat, looking forward in surprise, and the main character smiled, asking her how it tasted. The girl smiled, blushing slightly, and replied that it was wonderful. Lu Chuan looked at her with a smile, knitted his eyebrows, and said that he finally managed to see her smile. Lin Yanbing looked at the guy in embarrassment and blushed deeply, opening her mouth in surprise. The main character looked at Lin Yanbing, smiling and leaning towards her face, saying that she is very young, but for some reason she doesn't smile often, and if she smiles more often, people will understand that she is also a living person. Lin Yanbing put her index fingers together, blushed deeply, and asked about the young woman. She thought that she was already 16 years old. Lin Yanbing and Lu Chuan flew through the air, surrounded by a bright blue light, and leaving it behind them, there was a huge gorge below them. The girl with gray hair looked to the side and said, "In front is the cave of the fallen dragon," and asked if the protagonist wants to take the spiritual treasure from there. The guy looked ahead, answering that no. Along the way he met monsters with injuries from cultivators. Someone must be deliberately using the energy of a spiritual treasure to lure them into a trap. Lin Yanbing looked at him, asking then why they continued on their way. The guy turned to the girl and clenched his hand into a fist, saying that they were already far away, so there was no way back, and besides, they could be killed on the way back. The girl blushed and called the guy by name. She looked at Lu Chuan, who had his back turned to her, saying that in the cave of the fallen dragon, it would be difficult for him to protect her, so it was better for them to part ways here. Lin Yanbing ran forward, looking at the main character with a blush, and she said that he is bravely walking forward, and she cannot turn back. The guy agreed. 2 rays of light descended into the cave. Lu Chuan said that this was the cave of the fallen dragon. Green energy was flying near the entrance. They both stepped on the yellow flowers that were on the ground. Lu Chuan walked forward as they walked through the flower field, and the guy told Lin Yanbing to follow him. A white fog was flying in the air. The guy and the girl looked at a high rock, from the other side of which a loud roar was heard. The guy said that he would do everything. Lin Yanbing and Lu Chuan were climbing the mountain, and the guy looked at the girl, telling her that he thought it was a rank 4 monster. The problem was not that they couldn't defeat it, rather, they might attract the attention of the demonic cultivators. A huge boar with huge tusks and clenched teeth was running across a field of flowers. Lu Chuan and Lin Yanbing watched as a huge boar ran across the field, leaving behind a cloud of dust. The guy turned to the girl and asked her not to be afraid. Lin Yanbing put her hands on her cheek, blushing deeply and looking at the guy in embarrassment. She was breathing heavily, and Lu Chuan asked what was the matter and where the excitement came from. He frowned and said that it was all over. It must be because of the pollen, and I thought something was wrong. Lin Yanbing approached the protagonist's face, calling him mentor and asking why she was here. The guy looked at her embarrassedly, blushing deeply, and asked if this was a hallucination. The guy took the girl's hand, looking at her, and said that they would find a place where he would help her get rid of the pollen. Lin Yanbing, blushing deeply, looked at their hands, asking for help. The girl was sitting on a stone. The guy stood nearby in a field of flowers, waving his hand, causing a blue dome to appear around the girl. Lu Chuan looked at the trembling girl who was sitting on the stone and said that now she is hidden from everyone. No one will hear her, be it a monster or a person. Lin Yanbing threw back her head and unbuttoned her dress on her chest, closing her eyes, sweat dripping down her neck and breathing heavily. Lu Chuan looked at the girl in shock and frowned, blushing deeply and asking what she was doing. The girl with gray hair opened her mouth slightly from heavy breathing, a drop of saliva running down her lips. She imagined how Yu Lingzhao brought the saucer to her, closing her eyes and with a wide smile saying that if she lost, then she needs to drink. Lin Yanbing, closing her eyes, answered that she was drinking, but she was hot, and the girl with brown hair replied that she needed to drink more a little, and then the fever will subside. Lin Yanbing clenched her legs, drops of sweat flowed down them, and the protagonist embarrassedly told himself not to look. The guy put his hand to his head and closed his eyes, frowning and asking if he didn't put an effect on himself, and why he didn't have the powers. Someone called the main character, and he opened his eyes wide in surprise. Lu Chuan sat on the hospital bed wearing a casual t-shirt and pants with short hair, looking to the side with a surprised face. Lu Muan put one hand on her thigh, and in the other she held a folder with documents. She was wearing a tight white dress and round glasses. She said that this is the second time. Why be shy? The guy looked at the girl in surprise, blushing heavily and embarrassedly asking what this meant. The girl knelt in front of the guy and spread his legs with her hand, talking about his pants. Lu Chuan frowned, looking at the girl in shock, and thought no, he can't. He said that he didn't feel well, it must be a dream, maybe they could at least turn off the light. Lu Muan stood over the guy, looking down at him and asking what he was talking about, and does he really think the teacher is incompetent? This is the second time he has injured his knee, and it's all because he doesn't even try to stop. Lu Chuan looked at the girl in confusion and he asked why then he needed to take off his pants. The girl sat down next to the guy, lifting up his trouser leg. A small abrasion was visible on his knee. Lu Muan sharply lowered the cotton wool onto the abrasion, and the main character screamed loudly, his eyes turning white. The girl frowned at the guy and told him that she might be a little sick. The guy held his knee in tears, saying that he made a mistake and he won't do it again. Lu Chuan, wearing his usual clothes and long hair, lay on the yellow flowers, trembling and with his eyes closed, saying that he would not do this again. The entrance to the cave, only darkness was visible inside, green leaves of trees were visible. Dead monsters lay on the ground, with pools of blood underneath them. In the cave there were 3 people in black cloaks who were tied with rope, and 2 more people in black cloaks stood above them. The girl with green hair crossed her arms over her chest and looked to the side, saying that there were traces of demonic cultivators on the corpses, so their guesses can be considered correct. Duan Hai sat next to him on a stone with his eyes closed. Lu Muan held a blue stone in her trembling hand, where there was an icon with her, and another small dot in the distance. The girl's eyes were covered by a shadow, she pursed her lips, drops of sweat were running down her face, and she said that everyone should be more careful about their safety, and she needs to go to the cave of the fallen dragon. Lu Muan frowned and bit her finger, raising her hand to her face, asking what she should do with Lu Chuan. Deep in the cave of the fallen dragon, Qianlong Lake, next to the lake stood 4 people in black cloaks. 3 of them stood in front of a man with white hair and red eyes, who asked if this was all and where the others were. Yang Qi. One of the people in a cloak, with a long grey beard, extended his hand and replied that no one must have reported this to her yet. Since they entered the secret kingdom, the elders of the main 5 clans began to patrol everywhere. They are checking everyone who are entering the secret kingdom, and they have lost quite a few allies. Suddenly the man's mouth opened wide and hands appeared, and someone swore loudly. The man's skin disintegrated. Inside him was the red silhouette of a girl who opened her mouth wide, screaming that they couldn't even do that. Then what good were they? The 3 cloaked people fell to their knees in fear and lowered their heads, asking you sure to have mercy. The man with a white beard said that they do not know the goals and motives of the main 5 clans, and he thinks they are about to be exposed. He said that judging by their movements, they noticed something was wrong even before they entered the secret realm. A girl with pink hair that had red streaks in it, and wearing a red top, skirt and long sleeves, crossed her arms over her chest and frowned, asking if there was a spy among them. The white-haired man frowned, sweat dripping down his face, and replied that among them, only Master Qian Mian was in contact with the Lanhua clan. The guy with brown hair behind him opened his eyes in shock and asked how come Qian Mian could not be detected, only if this was not facilitated by a person during the period of transformation. Yang Qi kicked the man with brown hair and he said, "Are there people in this area who could be in this period?" The girl shouted that this is all nonsense. Regardless of the stage of revealing their plan, they must protect Shura. Yang Qi smiled and raising her hand, she said, "As for Qian Mian, if something really happened to him, then Shura will personally appoint a replacement for Qian Mian." Outside Qianlong Lake, on the edge of the mountain sat a man in a black cloak, who said why only his father forced him to sit here. He thought that he could gain greatness if he engaged in demonic cultivation, but as a result he only became a useless child. A guy with white hair on the edge of the mountain extended his hand. 2 people approached him from behind and one of them asked if he was a demonic cultivator. The guy asked who dared to interfere with his grandfather. Suddenly a man put a sword to the throat of a guy with white hair. He looked at him nervously, sweat running down his face. The guy turned back with a nervous smile, asking to put away the weapon. Lin Yanbing with a dissatisfied face held a sword at his throat and Lu Chuan smiled, saying that he told them a lot of interesting things. Maybe they can chat. The guy agreed. The main character was holding a red pill in his hands, approaching him and asking him to eat it with a creepy face. The guy nervously answered yes. Lu Chuan closed his eyes with a smile and raised his index finger, saying that this pill destroys bones. In just an hour all his insides will crumble. During attacks he will suffer from agony. The channels will begin to tear if the antidote is not taken in time. The guy with white hair frowned and shouted that he would tell him whatever he wanted. Let him just give him an antidote. The main character replied that everything would depend only on him. He asked how many cultivators there were near Qianlong Lake. The guy with white hair knelt with his hands on the ground and answered with tears in his eyes that there were more than 30 people. Lu Chuan asked, and with that many they decided to catch all the cultivators in the area. The guy with grey hair nervously smiled as he looked up and said that they had already activated the formation. Even a person with the Yuanying period would not be able to enter through their formation. Once the sacrifice took place, Mr. Shura would be able to be reborn again, and then even a person with the Yuanying period would not be able to withstand against him. The main character looked down at the guy and replied that even if the Yuanying holders fail, he thinks they will at least call the other elders. The guy with gray hair smiled nervously, looking at him and replied that in any case, it is too late to interrupt them plan. The main character put his hand to his chin and smiled darkly, frowning and saying that he had nothing to worry about anymore. He was poisoned anyway, and if anything happened, he was a dead man. The guy with gray hair extended his hand to him and frightenedly asked him not to do this, saying that he was not such a bad person, just an inferior representative of demonic cultivators. If it weren't for his father, he would not have harmed anyone. Lu Chuan stood towards him, turned his back to him and replied that it was enough to talk about his life, and asked if he had an extra suit. The guy with gray hair looked at him in confusion, sweat running down his face and snot coming out of his nose. Entrance to Qianlong Lake. At the entrance to the cave there were 3 people in black cloaks. One of them asked if they would definitely not be exposed, and the second replied that stop pretending to be a victim, even they are not afraid. But what about him? The guy with gray hair was trembling and crying, saying that if the truth comes out, then he will be finished. Lu Chuan in a black cloak smiled and looking at him, said that's why he should start cooperating with them, they are connected. The guy with dark hair looked back at Lin Yanbing, who was unsheathing her sword, with an awkward smile, saying that she was too nervous and if she was so vigilant, they would be discovered. The other guy said stop talking to them and they came. The 3 stopped in a cave, and a man stopped next to them. A man with a long gray beard pointed at them and frowned, asking who these 2 were and why they hadn't come before. The guy with gray hair smiled nervously and said that these were his comrades from the Golden Snake clan. They were carried away by their business, so they also wanted to attend. The man replied that in that case they needed to go. Sitting on the stone throne was Yang Qi, who raised her leg with a smile, asking if they had decided to pay tribute. 3 people in black cloaks knelt in front of her and lowered their heads, saying that they worshipped her. Yang Qi put her foot under Lin Yanbing's goatee, who was trembling and blushing, asking if this was a cultivator girl. Didn't he say that these 2 came for the sake of the Lord? The guy with gray hair smiled nervously and extended his hand and said that the 2 had long been carried away by demonic forces, but they had no one to help them, so they were looking forward to meeting her. Yang Qi looked down at them, asking the truth. She sharply waved her hand, cutting off the head from the body of a guy with gray hair, who managed to say that he knew nothing, and they entered the secret kingdom from another entrance. Yang Qi frowned, looking to the side and asked, did they really think that she was so easy to deceive? And she would start with the fact that she did not feel the energy of the Snake clan from them, and they also lacked the energy that comes from the pills that were taken daily accepted in the clan. She shouted what they were worth, let them grab them. Lin Yanbing and Lu Chuan threw off their black cloaks. The guy shouted to the girl to be careful when they were surrounded by 3 people in black cloaks. Lin Yanbing and Lu Chuan swung their swords, leaving beams of blue energy from the blows. The girl with pink hair watched them with a wide smile, holding out her hand, saying that this was interesting, and if they agreed to join them, they could become real guards. The main character frowned at the girl and shouted that despite her pretty appearance, he shouldn't even dream about it. Lin Yanbing raised her sword to strike while a beam of blue energy glowed around it and shouted that she would not wait. The black and white sword, which were surrounded by blue energy, headed towards Yang Qi, who was looking at them with a smile. She smiled wider, blue lightning visible next to her face, and said that since they decided to die, she would do them a favor. Yang Qi waved her hand forward, red beams of energy glowed next to her, and several monsters ran forward. Lin Yanbing and Lu Chuan waved their swords towards them, jumping back. The pink-haired girl smiled widely as she extended her hand with dark red energy flying next to her and said that these ghosts have a golden core period and she doesn't think they can withstand their abilities. Red thread stretched from the girl to one of the ghosts. The monster ran forward, opening its mouth, and the girl shouted for them to die. Lin Yanbing clenched her teeth, looking down at one of the monsters, which opened its mouth. The second monster stood behind the girl, also opening its mouth wide. Lu Chuan hit the monster behind the girl with his sword, shouting to her to be careful. She turned around in shock. They jumped back, looking at the monsters who fell to the ground, red threads visible around their bodies. Lu Chuan looked at the girl, thinking that a little more and he would reveal his secret. You need to hold on. Lin Yanbing also looked at the guy and took his hand. The 2 of them jumped onto one of the mountains, running away from the monsters. They jumped into the lake and 2 men in cloaks stood on the rock in front of him, shouting that they had escaped and what they should do. Yang Qi sat on the throne, cross-legged. She raised her hand, around which there was dark red energy, and frowning, said that they managed to get here, but in the depths something worse awaits them. Finally she found something new: let others, if they leave them alone and continue preparing for the sacrifice, they must release Mr. Shura as soon as possible. Manhwa clan, search party. Several people in dark cloaks entered the cave. One of them said that the source of the outbreak was located somewhere here. The other replied that something was wrong. He felt the presence of a very powerful formation that was waiting when they fell into the trap. Someone asked if they would go in. Lu Muan frowned, looking to the side and pursing her lips, said that the stone showed that Lu Chuan was somewhere nearby. She asked why he was not visible. A group of people stood at the entrance to the cave. Sunlight was shining from there. Stone columns and a blue lake were visible in the depths of the cave. Lu Muan walked behind a girl with green hair, who extended her hand and said that she thought there were students caught somewhere nearby and they needed to help them. Other members of the squad stood below on the floor of the cave, looking around. One of the group members noticed a bound, trembling man. The guy put his hand to his face and shouted to the others that he had found them. 3 students in white clothes were tied with rope. A guy with brown hair with tears in his eyes asked to help them, saying that their energy was depleted. The other asked faster. One of the people put his hand on the rope that was wrapped around one of these students. Suddenly dark red energy began to emanate from it. The man in the dark cloak withdrew his hand in shock. Red liquid appeared on his fingers and cheek. More dark red energy appeared to the side. Someone shouted loudly. Lu Muan and the green-haired girl stood next to the red energy that was swirling in the air. The girl with green hair frowned at it and asked what it was. Lu Muan also frowned, her eyes wide in surprise, and asked what was the matter. A huge red seal appeared in the cave, with white mist emanating from it. A group of people stood in front of it. Yang Qi and the other demonic cultivators walked out of the portal. The pink-haired girl smiled widely and crossed her arms, saying that the cultivators of the 5 major clans were real fools for daring to enter here. The green-haired girl and Lu Muan looked at the girl in surprise. The latter frowned and shouted that this was the same Yang Qi they were warned about. They stood in front of a girl with pink hair. A dark red energy was emanating from the seal behind her. Yang Qi said that it seemed like she was some kind of celebrity, and apparently Qian Mian told. Lu Muan asked if Qian Mian was the one who was in Zhou Yutian. She asked why they should organize a sacrifice. The girl with pink hair said that they caused too many problems. The girl with green short hair took off her cloak, under which there was a dress, with belts at the waist, and clenched her hand into a fist. Blue energy appeared around her and she said that this is all nonsense. It's time to join the fight. Lu Muan asked her to be careful. Yang Qi smiled widely as she looked at her and blushed slightly, asking if this was a cultivator, and she couldn't wait. Excellent blood, it suits her. The 3 demonic cultivators shouted that they understood everything and jumped forward, their faces distorted with anger. The green-haired girl frowned at them, blue energy emanating from her eyes. She slammed her fist forward. There was blue energy around her hand and the girl shouted to go away. One of the demonic cultivators clenched his teeth, blood flowing from his wounds. Yang Qi looked at this with her arms crossed and said that this was interesting. She smiled widely and frowned, stretching her hand forward. Red threads appeared next to her and the girl said that it was very interesting. A puppet with a white head appeared in the air and jumped at the girl with green hair. The girl dodged the monster's blow, clenching her hand into a fist, blue energy glowing around it. She delivered a sharp blow to the puppet's head, causing it to fly to the side and hit the rocks. The girl with green hair looked in shock at the puppet, who raised her head, and frowning, asked what kind of demons they were. They were only in their foundation period, but they were strong enough to resist her. The girl frowned, beads of sweat running down her cheeks and neck, and she sighed, cursing. A loud scream was heard from her side, and the girl looked to the side. A huge slime appeared in the cave, which had many red tentacles. The group stood in front of it, asking what it was and saying that they should run. The slime grabbed Lu Muan, wrapping it around her arm, in which she held the sword, waist and leg, and the girl looked to the side at him, asking about the sacrifice. She clenched her teeth as one of the tentacles rubbed against her cheek, and the second began to pull down the clothes on the girl's chest. Lu Muan swung her sword sharply, cutting the slime's tentacles, shouting for everyone to be more careful. The blood of this monster could cause harm. The girl frowned, narrowed her eyes and pursed her lips, and said that everything needed to be done quickly. Yang Qi smiled widely, blushing as she looked at her and said that they still couldn't be defeated. Behind the pink-haired girl whose face was hidden in shadow, a huge monster with a huge sword appeared, red dark energy flew in the air, and dust rose from the ground, the late stage of the Golden Core period. Yang Qi smiled widely, knitting her eyebrows, and shouted that they should be grateful that they were able to become a victim of such a swordsman. The monster jumped into the air above the green-haired girl. He raised his hands, raising his huge sword to strike. The girl looked up at him and frowned, shouting, "Late stage of the Golden Core period." Lu Muan frowned at this and shouted to Zhao that she would help. The monster opened its mouth, lowering its huge sword, striking. Zhao clenched her teeth, dodging the blow, and a beam of red energy passed next to her. A huge monster flew through the air, leaving behind a bright beam of red energy, next to which dark red lightning sparkled. Zhao closed one of her eyes as a strong cut ran across her shoulder and chest, blood gushing from the wound. Lu Muan grabbed the girl by the shoulders, calling her in fear. She threw back her head, blood began to flow from her mouth. Zhao put her hand on her shoulder and looked ahead, narrowed her eyes and frowned. Lu Muan behind her also frowned and said that he is very good at using his abilities, although his own level is not high. They must team up to defeat him. Yang Qi looked down at them with a wide smile, raised her hand and asked if they really wanted to grab it. It was funny. A huge monster stood in front of the two girls, holding his huge sword on the ground. Red energy glowed around his head and sword, and Yang Qi shouted that since they decided to kill him, then let them die together. Lu Muan held out two fingers in front of her, her sword flying in front of her, and she frowned as blue energy appeared around it. The girl extended her hands, flying into the air, and shouted the pearl. From her and the sword blue lightning struck towards the monster, who put his hand in front of him. Blue energy flew around the huge monster, and Yang Qi crossed her arms over her chest, dissatisfied, thinking that she didn't know that the Lanhua clan would be so difficult. The pink-haired girl raised her hands and frowned. Beams of red dark energy appeared around her and the girl screamed for them to die. The girl looked down at them, screaming 1,000 blows. She flew into the air, surrounded by fog and red energy, and many red beams of energy flew down from her. Lu Muan jumped to the side, shouting to be careful. Zhao looked up in surprise as beams of red energy hit the ground. Lu Muan turned back in surprise when she saw two dark red shadows opening their mouths. The girl raised her sword, dodging the hand of one of the monsters. Next to her Zhao frowned, striking another monster with her fist. The girl with green hair clenched her hand into a fist, looking at the next monster that was running towards her. The green-haired girl grabbed the monster's face, turned back and told Lu Muan that she would deal with them, and let the girl deal with Yang Qi. They can't continue to waste time on them. Lu Muan turned to the side and frowned, pursing her lips. Yang Qi smiled widely, clenched her teeth and called Lao Qiu. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind Zhao, with red dark energy coming out of its holes. He sharply thrust the dagger into Zhao's back, piercing right through her chest, and she opened her eyes in shock. She clenched her teeth and frowned, raising her fist to strike and saying that this was so shameless. Suddenly, Zhao's hand was struck by another monster. She opened her mouth slightly, holding onto the dagger that was in her chest. Lu Muan looked at this in shock, frowned and screamed Zhao's name. Yang Qi smiled widely and blushed slightly, saying that this is such an exciting smell of blood. At the same time, Lu Chuan is standing aside. After falling into the lake, Lu Chuan sat next to the lake on his knees. The ground underneath him was wet. Lin Yanbing stood next to him. The guy put his hand behind his back, holding the hilt of the sword, looking to the side and saying that after immersing himself in the water, he had a rather strange feeling. Lin Yanbing lowered her gaze, standing nearby. They walked deep into the cave together. The guy said that surprisingly, the demonic cultivators did not chase them, and they needed to be careful. He looked at the girl and asked her what she thought. Lin Yanbing responded by asking why they ran away, and she thinks they would definitely be able to resist them. Lu Chuan looked forward and replied that in fact, he heard a voice calling him, and maybe someone wanted to help them. The girl nearby frowned silently. The guy looked at her sadly and thought that he had told the truth, but for some reason she didn't believe it. Lin Yanbing looked at the guy and said that she thought he was lying. The main character pointed forward, looking there in surprise, and said that there was something there. In front of them was a wall with a picture of a man in golden robes. Behind him was a red sun, and from all sides people with weapons were running towards the man. Lu Chuan asked what the girl thought. were these cultivators similar to these? The guy looked at the wall in surprise, raised his eyebrows and said that in this case they live much longer than he thought, and they must be chasing an inheritance. The two of them stood in front of three tall pillars. One of them glowed with blue energy and had the inscription mirror on it, the second emanated yellow energy and had the inscription of a generation on it, the third pillar glowed with red energy and had the inscription seal. Lu Chuan and Lin Yanbing looked up at them in surprise and the girl asked what it was. Suddenly, blue energy shone from the pillar with the inscription mirror. She was flying in the air next to the guy and the girl and they put their hands on their swords. The guy shouted to be careful. Lu Chuan looked at the stone, saying something about it, but did not have time to finish, as the pillar lit up with bright blue energy. A mist rose in the air, only two silhouettes were visible, and blue energy was flying in the air. Trial version activation, human cultivators, spiritual roots of the 5 elements, 5 levels of qi refining. Lu Chuan frowned while holding the sword and looked to the side, thinking that he didn't know that there would be a testing ground under the lake. It seems that the 3 steels symbolize the 3 trials. He looked to the side, squinting his eyes, and wondered what the mirror meant. Lu Chuan turned to the side, looking at the person who stood in front of him. In front of him stood 3 copies of himself, their faces hidden in shadow, and reaching for the sword on their back. Lu Chuan frowned, looking at the doubles, and said that they are 1-to-1 like him. It turns out that a copy of the participant is being created to test the abilities. The guy looked to the side, saying that they seems unable to judge his true cultivation rank. Lu Chuan suddenly jumped forward and swung his sword, cutting through the doubles. A strong beam of blue energy emanated from the sword and the guy said that it is not so easy to recognize. Perhaps these tests are not suitable for a demonic cultivator. This is what they need other people for. Lu Chuan looked back, thinking that he now needs to help Lin Yanbing. He hid behind one of the pillars. Lin Yanbing was visible lying next to him. The guy raised his head in surprise, looking at the generation inscription that glowed brightly in front of him. A guy in red clothes with a wide smile folded his hands. There were smiling people nearby, first generation, middle, prosperity. The guy and the girl stood in red wedding clothes, looking at each other. Lu Chuan put his hands on his head while sitting on the floor and clenched his teeth, closing his eyes. A guy in a straw hat with long brown hair was running. His long hair was blowing in the wind. He had a mask on his face. The main character opened his eyes. There were golden lightning bolts next to his head and he shouted that he is not Wei Qiuxin, and not an assistant. He is Lu Chuan. The guy opened his mouth wide, breathing heavily and looking down at the floor. He knelt in front of 3 columns. The fog in the air dissipated, and he said that he barely got out of the illusion. How terrible it was. Lu Chuan raised his gaze, looking at the columns. Rays of golden energy were flying nearby and he said that if not for his past life experience, what would be hidden in the most difficult level? A huge column that glowed with red energy and on which there was an inscription seal. Lin Yanbing was lying on the floor, her eyes closed and her mouth slightly open. The main character asked what the purpose of these tests was. Fog was flying around the column, red energy and chains from it were glowing nearby. The main character stood in front of the column, loudly asking if the spiritual power was sealed. A blue book was flying next to the column, which was surrounded by red energy, and the guy asked what it was. He walked up to the book, looking at it in surprise. It was written on it, the Taoist scripture Qing Xian. Lu Chuan extended his hand to it, asking maybe the essence of the 3rd test is for him to try to practice something new. The guy raised his hand to the book, which opened on the system window. Next to it was a progress bar, which was half filled, and he said that the book was quite difficult for ordinary people to disassemble. In addition, the task became more difficult, since the spiritual power was sealed. Lu Chuan smiled and frowned, squinting his eyes and saying that he was not an ordinary person. The fragment is next to the guy. The man raised his hand to his chest, and raised the other one on himself. On the 2nd shard, the man raised his 2 arms above his head, palms folded. On the 3rd fragment, the man raised his leg and arm. On the 4th fragment, the man put his palm to his chest, lowered it and extended his other hand to the side. Lu Chuan raised his head, clenching his hands into fists, golden energy flying next to him, and he said that in fact, such a thing would not be difficult for him. He could study everything without a trace. It seems that the Taoist scripture Qing Xian can be equated to a reward. The guy looked to the side. Lin Yanbing was lying on the ground near the white fog and the guy called her name. He wished her luck. The girl spread her arms to the sides, lying with her eyes closed. Meanwhile, the genius Lin Yanbing lives up to his reputation and tries to understand the blade's intentions. Lin Yanbing jumped forward, cutting through her two diaries, frowning. She thought that the mirror was just an illusion, which would not be difficult to deal with. Having acquired a new blade technique, the girl looked down, bending her knee and moving her arms back, thinking that since she lost to Lu Chuan, she has not stopped honing her skills for a moment. For the sake of marrying a princess, a girl sitting on a pink flower wearing red clothes and a veil that covered her face. For the sake of the city gate guard, Lin Yanbing stood in heavy armor, with a red scarf around her neck. And for the sake of other incarnations, Lin Yanbing stood in a pink flower, her eyes were hidden by shadow, and she was wearing a white long-sleeved robe. She will continue her cultivation path, with the help of the Taoist scripture Qingxian. The gray-haired girl closed her eyes as pink flower petals fluttered around her. She was completely naked, the petals covered her body. She opened her eyes slightly. Lin Yanbing sat down on the floor and the main character next to her looked at her in surprise, asking if she was okay. The girl replied that she was fine and the guy said that they must have passed the test. They stood on the floor, looking at the pillar with red energy glowing around it, and Lin Yanbing said that she had never heard of this place before. Lu Chuan pointed to the side, turned back and said that perhaps the answer to their questions would be hidden behind. Lin Yanbing also looked back. The two of them walked to a large temple, to which a staircase led. There were golden columns against the wall, and the girl asked if this was Qingxian Palace. Lu Chuan behind her said that all these demonic cultivators had gathered here for the sake of the palace. The guy stood in front of the door, above which hung the Qingxian Palace sign. Someone whispered that he was here and the guy opened his mouth in shock, looking at the door. He pointed to the door and turned to Lin Yanbing, saying that this was the same voice. It was right outside the door. She looked at the guy in confusion and answered, "Didn't he come up with an excuse again, asking what was wrong with him?" They opened the doors and walked into the palace. A large figure was visible in front, with a golden light glowing around it, and the main character said to be careful. A huge golden dragon with large horns sat on the stones. In its mouth there was a golden sphere. A golden sphere, in the mouth of a huge dragon, which emitted a bright glow. A voice asked to help him. Lu Chuan stood in front of the dragon, looking at it and asked if this was the dragon pearl. Lin Yanbing nearby wondered in surprise, was it really someone calling him? A man came up behind them and asked if it was beautiful. Lin Yanbing and Lu Chuan's eyes widened in surprise. They turned around, looking at a man in a black cloak and with a long grey beard, asking who it was. The man with the grey beard clenched his teeth and smiled widely, squinting his eyes. The main character thought that even with his divine consciousness, he never managed to sense his presence. He must be in the period of emptiness. The man said that he recognizes the young people nowadays have proven to be very capable. Lu Chuan looked at him with a frown, asking who he was and why he was here. The man extended his hand and, closing his eyes, said that after passing the tests, they did not have any thoughts on this matter. The main character stood in front of the man, clenching his hands into fists, asking if he really wanted to say that he was the owner of the palace. The old man replied that this was true. The main character looked back at the golden dragon, who frowned, saying that the man was lying. The old man closed his eyes, standing in front of the dragon and said that it looks like this is the same opponent. Lu Chuan looked over his shoulder, looking at the dragon and frowning, thinking that perhaps the demonic cultivators had gathered because of him. The reason they were planning to make a sacrifice was him. The guy turned his gaze forward, parted his mouth and thought that if this was so, the seal restraining a person in the period of emptiness would collapse. The old man looked at the main character, narrowing his eyes slightly, and the guy thought that no one from the outside could become his opponent. The old man extended his hand and closed his eyes, telling Lu Chuan not to be so attentive. He was caught in a trap hundreds of years ago. He no longer seeks to kill, he is ready to calmly sit down and discuss everything. Lu Chuan frowned at him while the dragon asked him behind his back to help him. The old man frowned, red energy began to emanate from him and he asked if he really wanted to fight him. Lin Yanbing looked at the man, sweat flowed down her cheek and she said that they could attack together. The main character looked at her. He pursed his lips and lowered his gaze, frowning, thinking that if he was even the least bit careless, the threat to his life would increase dramatically, and he couldn't put it in danger. The guy extended his hand. Lin Yanbing flew into the air, surrounded by blue energy, and opened her eyes in surprise. She looked at the guy while flying in the air and called out to him, her hair and clothes flying in the air. The girl sat down on the blue seal on the floor, and Lu Chuan lowered his head, waving his hand, apologizing to the girl. The man narrowed his eyes at this and said that it was interesting. The main character extended his hand and smiled at him, asking if the demonic cultivators had come after his soul. The old man replied that if he said no, what would happen then? The guy remembered how he fought with the demon, cutting off its horns, clenching his teeth, and said that he once had a dream in which all his comrades were killed. The clan plunged into a bloodbath. They were besieged by countless demonic cultivators. The old man replied that this was just a dream. The main character remembered Lin Yanbing, Li Cheng, who was smiling, Fan Hongwen, Yu Lingzhao, and Lu Muan. He said that it made a lasting impression on him, and if one day his dream comes true and everything comes true, will it all be part of the story depicted on the wall? The old man with gray hair frowned at the guy, narrowed his eyes, and replied that in any case, he could always change the course of action. Lu Chuan clenched his hand into a fist, blue energy glowed around him and near his eye, and he said that he did not want this. The old man smiled widely, his long hair and beard fluttered with red energy around him, and he said that he had not met such an ardent person for a long time. He was worthy to know his name, the name of the deity, Shura. The main character's face was hidden by a shadow. Rays of blue energy appeared behind him and he reached for his sword on his back. Skill name, Peak Blade. Shura and Lu Chuan ran at each other. There were dark red lightning in the air, and rays of blue energy were emanating around the guy. The old man clenched his hand into a fist, red energy appeared around it, and he said that he was constantly distracted. He thought he could withstand him, he considered himself stronger. The man extended his hand, firing a red beam of energy at the protagonist, who swung his sword, deflecting the blow, and Shura loudly asked if he was arrogant. Lu Chuan clenched his teeth and frowned, looking at the sword with red energy appearing around it, and said that it won't be easy. Shura flew into the air, clenching his hands into fists, his black clothes and hair flying with energy, and red ghosts appeared around the man, with dark eyes and wide open mouths. He shouted that it seemed like he had set too high expectations for the guy. Red ghosts flew down towards Lu Chuan, who was holding his sword. The guy clenched his sword in both hands and squinted his eyes, pursing his lips, thinking that it was time to act. Yang Qi stood in front of the person who was surrounded by dark red energy. The girl with pink hair flew in the air, spreading her arms out to the sides and sending red energy towards the girl with short green hair. The skin of Zhao's face peeled off, her eyes fell out, and she opened her mouth wide. Yang Qi said that she used a rather unique technique, completely draining the spiritual power and blood from the body, leaving only an empty shell. The girl with pink hair smiled widely, red energy came out of her red mark on her forehead, and she screamed that she was already feeling this presence of fresh blood. Someone shouted that she needed to be stopped and Elder Zhao needed to be stopped. Sweat dripped down Lu Muan's face and she frowned and looked forward, calling Zhao. Bones fell next to Yang Qi, surrounded by red energy, and a girl with pink hair asked with a smile if they really wanted to interfere. She said it was too late. The girl looked to the side. Smiling widely, the red symbol on her forehead glowed again, and she told the people behind her to move on. 3 people in black cloaks stretched out their hands, opening a red portal in front of the lake, from which red lightning sparkled. Yang Qi shouted, "Let them know true power." The water from the lake flew into the air, forming a huge column of water. A huge ball of blue energy appeared in the cave, with other rays of energy next to it. Lu Muan turned to the side and frowned, shouting to the others to be careful. Yang Qi, with a crazy look and a wide smile, extended her hand, from which purple energy emanated. Lu Muan shouted to everyone to leave. A passage opened in front of the girl with pink hair in the water, in the depths of which a bright light was visible. Dark blue lightning began to emanate from the bright white ball in the depths. 2 people in white robes and black cloaks flew down into this hole, screaming loudly and stretching their hands up. Lu Muan frowned and looked to the side, wondering out loud where the main character was. Yang Qi and the other 2 people in black cloaks stood in front of a large whirlpool. The girl said that the shackles have been removed, now nothing will stop us from going further. The 3 of them pushed off sharply and flew down straight into the whirlpool, leaving behind a purple light. Lu Muan looked at it, saying that Lu Chuan must be somewhere at the bottom of Qianlong Lake. One of the people in the cloak said that they are not her opponents and they need to leave. The girl with dark hair frowned and shouted that her student was there. The man in the cloak was holding her wrist, shouting that he knows that she cares about her student very much, but if she acts rashly, she will die, and every person is important to them, capable of fighting, so they need to evacuate in an orderly manner. The girl looked forward with wide-open eyes, disappointedly wondering whether she needed this, why she had been cultivated in the clan all this time. She lowered her gaze and pursed her lips, tears appeared in her eyes and she thought that it must be in order for her student to feed her delicious food when he came home. The girl closed her eyes, tears flowed down her cheeks and she thought that when he first got into the cave of the fallen dragon, she ran to look for him, but when he is in danger, how can she retreat? Lu Muan opened her eyes and looked forward with a determined look, frowning and saying that she had to protect the student, so she would not go anywhere. The girl jumped from her seat, flying towards the lake and leaving behind a bright beam of blue energy. The man in a black cloak and dark hair clenched his teeth and frowned, saying that she was very wayward. Lu Muan flew towards the white light that was inside the whirlpool, mentally asking Lu Chuan to wait for her. Suddenly, the white portal began to change and more beams of white energy began to emanate from it. Lu Muan's eyes widened as she looked at this and her mouth opened slightly in surprise. A huge golden sword appeared from the water in front of the girl, with golden lightning sparkling around it. Yang Qi flew out of the water and raised her arms while flying forward. The girl with dark hair frowned at this and loudly asked what was the matter. Yang Qi flew near the water, looking forward with a frown, her sleeves fluttering. The face of the girl with pink hair was distorted with anger and she loudly asked what happened to Shura, did he really lose to this simpleton? The main character appeared above the water, holding a sword in his hands, next to which golden energy was shining, and Lin Yanbing was flying in the air next to the guy. The guy smiled, looked down at Yang Qi and asked about the simpleton. He said that this is not true, and he is a disciple of Shaozhu Peak. Lu Muan looked at the guy with a wide smile, raising her head and calling his name. Lu Muan, Lin Yanbing and Lu Chuan stood in front of a girl with pink hair who was floating next to a white ball with water flying around it. Lu Muan looked at the guy with a smile and said that she was glad that he was okay. The girl with pink hair frowned, looking down, the red crystal in her forehead glowed and she shouted that she didn't believe it, Shura couldn't lose to such a weakling. The main character smiled nervously and looked at his mentor, frowning and saying that he assumed it was all because Shura lay at the bottom of the lake for a long time, his bones became completely decrepit, he thought that it was quite difficult to come up with an excuse. Literally an hour ago. Shura stood in front of a dense cloud of white fog, asking if it was really just one hit. He frowned and raised his hand, around which a bright red energy appeared, he said not to blame him for his existence. From the cloud of fog the voice of the main character was heard, who said that it was too early to count him out, he had not yet revealed his main trump cards. Shura asked in surprise what. Lu Chuan flew forward with his hands clenched into fists, and there was a powerful blue energy around him that obscured everything around him. The guy frowned and pursed his lips, inscriptions appeared next to him, early stage of transformation, middle stage of transformation, late stage, fusion period. The man with gray hair looked up at him in shock and shouted as loudly as possible. Shura extended his hand forward, many red ghosts with black eyes appeared around him, the man's clothes fluttered with energy and the man shouted that no one could stand against him. Many red ghosts flew towards the protagonist, who was surrounded by blue energy. Lu Chuan swung his sword, turning his head to look at the ghosts around him. Blue lightning appeared around the guy and, opening his mouth wide, he loudly shouted the blade. The guy cut Shura's body with his sword, releasing a beam of blue energy in his direction, and drops of blood flew out of the old man's mouth. The man with gray hair opened his eyes in shock, as blood flowed from his nose and mouth, and blue lightning flew nearby. He asked who the guy was. Lu Chuan closed his eyes tiredly and replied that it was quite difficult to explain. Yang Qi smiled broadly, looking forward and said that the old man should have been removed from his position long ago, and he had just made a new position for her. The main character looked down at the girl with a gloomy look and said, since their final goal is not the liberation of Shura, then why all this, really for the sake of the dragon pearl? The girl with pink hair smiled widely, her eyes were hidden by a shadow, and red highlights were flying nearby. She said that he was smart, but smart people die quickly. The girl hovered in the air in front of the guy, looking at him and holding out her hand. She said that the real pearl was in his hands, let him hand it over or courageously accept his death. Lu Chuan frowned, looking at the girl from under his brows, and asked where they came from and why they decided to confront them. Weren't they afraid that as soon as their plans were revealed, persecution would begin? Yang Qi bowed her head with a wide smile and replied that for the sake of the pearl they are ready to do anything, and does he really think that they are afraid of some fallen state? No one can defeat Yu Yetian. Lu Chuan and Lu Muan's eyes widened in shock, while Lin Yanbing narrowed her eyes, and the three of them frowned as they asked about Yu Yetian. A girl with pink hair with a wide smile extended her hands while red sparks flew around and said that he definitely wouldn't be able to do this. Lu Chuan clenched the hilt of his sword with an angry face as powerful blue energy glowed around him. Yang Qi's eyes widened in shock and she nervously looked at the guy and asked who he was. The guy smiled, looking at the girl with red energy glowing around her, and asked if she really thought he was lucky to kill Shura. The pink-haired girl clenched her teeth, frowning at the guy as blue lightning began to emanate from his figure, and thought that this was a terrible pressure. The system showed, late foundation stage, golden core period, Yuanying period, divine transformation period. Yang Qi lowered her head, her hair flew up with energy, and the clothes on her body were torn. Red rays of energy flew around, the crystal on the girl's forehead glowed brightly. Lu Chuan looked at the girl in confusion, frowning. Dark red energy appeared around the girl's legs, hips and chest. The whites of Yang Qi's eyes turned black, and rays of energy flew around. She screamed that she originally planned to deal with Shura herself. She didn't want to touch him, but the main character forced her. Lu Chuan smiled and pushed off the ground, jumping forward, asking if this was the late stage of divine transformation, and she didn't even have half the strength that Shura had. Yang Qi's face contorted with rage and, opening her mouth wide, she shouted that it was not for him to say this. They flew at each other, and a powerful red explosion occurred at the site of their collision. Lu Muan looked at this in surprise, beads of sweat running down her face, and said that she joined forces with Zhao, but still could not compete with Yang Qi. Now she has made a breakthrough. The girl with dark hair sadly lowered her gaze, tears appeared in her eyes, and she asked what Lu Chuan had to go through. The main character hit Yang Qi with his foot, and she flew away from the blow. Blood began to flow from the wound. The girl stopped over the lake, clenched her teeth in anger and screamed that this was impossible. She looked at Lu Muan, who was standing aside, and thought that she should at least grab her. Yang Qi, surrounded by powerful red energy, flew forward towards the dark-haired girl. She smiled widely and extended her red hand in her direction. The main character appeared in front of the mentor, who grabbed Yang Qi's hand, and Lu Muan looked at him in surprise, her mouth parted. The girl with pink hair looked at the guy in shock. Drops of sweat were running down her face and she loudly asked what. Lu Chuan clenched his teeth and squeezed Yang Qi's wrist, which he was holding, causing the girl to scream loudly. The main character raised Yang Qi's hand, who was looking at him in shock, and looking down at the girl with a terrifying expression on her face. Lu Chuan said that she deserved her death. The guy told her that she shouldn't have touched her mentor. He raised his sword behind his back to strike while Yang Qi threw back her head, opening her mouth wide. A bright beam of powerful blue energy was visible near the mountain, and waves from the energy pulse rippled across the lake. The blue energy cut Yang Qi's body in half, and she opened her eyes and mouth wide. The blue energy cut Yang Qi's body in two, her eyes turned black, and her body began to dissolve into stripes of dark red energy. The main character was holding in his hands a brown container that sucked up red energy, and the guy, looking at this, thought that so much energy was coming from it. He smiled nervously and put the container behind his clothes, looking at Lu Muan and saying that he thought he shocked her. The girl looked at the guy, trying to say something. The main character put his hand on Lu Muan's wrist, smiling at her and saying that it's over, so he thinks it's time for them to go. Lu Chuan lowered his gaze with a raised eyebrow and thought that the teacher looked tired. She must have never stopped looking for him. Behind him a panda climbed onto Lin Yanbing's face. Blue sky, tree leaves were visible nearby. Lu Muan held a panda in her arms, who smiled while looking at the girl. A golden core was visible next to her muzzle, and Lu Chuan said that the real dragon pearl was now hanging on Jiujiu's neck. The girl with dark hair sadly looked at the guy, hugged the panda and said that she was very worried. He extended his hand and replied that in fact, he was only able to resist the demonic cultivators because he borrowed the power of the pearl. He raised his index finger and said that this might be why he ended up in Qingxian Palace. Lu Chuan crossed his arms and frowned. Behind him was a huge golden dragon who was holding a golden core in his paw. The guy said that he believed the cultivators wanted to make a sacrifice in order to take possession of the pearl, which holds immeasurable value spiritual strength. Lu Chuan closed his eyes and sighed, saying that unfortunately, this is not his power, but the power of the pearl, so he is not able to appropriate it for himself. Lu Muan looked at the guy in surprise. She looked at him in confusion, hugging the panda and hesitantly asked the truth. He shuddered and answered of course. Lu Chuan sighed, closing his eyes and thought that it is not that he does not want to reveal the truth, he is just afraid that no one in the world will simply understand him. Lin Yanbing looked at the guy, saying that the spiritual power of the pearl is very powerful, and how his body held up. The guy nervously turned to the girl, opening his eyes wide, sweat running down his face. Lin Yanbing looked at the guy with narrowed eyes, thinking that this was very suspicious. Lu Muan raised her eyebrows questioningly, looking at the guy and thinking that her words made sense. The main character blushed and smiled nervously, scratched the back of his head and looked away, saying that perhaps the pearl did not want Shura or anyone else to take it. Despite his low level of cultivation, his channels are quite strong. The mentor asked, really this is true? Lu Chuan looked at the girl, smiling nervously and said that of course it was true. She had not yet forgotten about the pill that she herself gave him, the pill that cultivators of the Golden Core period used to break through to Yuanying. After he absorbed it, there was no effect. The spiritual power must have been accumulating in his body all this time. The guy mentally asked his mentor to believe him. Lu Muan tilted her head, looking at the guy trustingly, and replied that his physique was really strange, and that was probably why the pearl chose him. The main character smiled and clenched his hands into fists. His clothes and hair fluttered from the energy around him, and he said that thanks to the power of the pearl, his level increased. The girl asked in surprise if this was really the period of laying the foundations. Lu Chuan looked at the girl with a smile, agreeing with her. The guy looked at Lin Yanbing, asking if she had taken part of the Qingxian Sutra. She answered yes, and the guy asked her to enlighten them too. Lu Chuan touched his finger to the girl's forehead, causing blue energy to glow there, and Lin Yanbing closed her eyes and blushed. She blushed harder and clenched her legs, lowering one hand, asking what it was. Blue energy appeared around her. Lu Chuan extended his palm towards the girl and said that he had poured his part of the sutra into her, and let her be sure that now nothing would interfere with her cultivation. The girl with grey hair blushed deeply and lowered her gaze, saying that this is a real treasure. Then why is he giving it to her? Lu Chuan looked at the girl with a smile, saying that he had obtained the dragon pearl, so he considered it inappropriate to hide the sutra. Lin Yanbing put her index fingers together, embarrassedly trying to say something, and the guy interrupted her, telling her not to worry. He was thinking that she could fully understand the Qingxian Sutra. When the time came, he would definitely seek her advice regarding it. The girl closed her eyes and clenched her fist with her palm, embarrassedly saying that she would never forget his kindness. Lu Chuan asked if there was any point in it. The main character smiled, looking at her and said that they had already discussed everything, and they acted as a team. The guy asked if Lin Yanbing had forgotten everything, and the grey-haired girl lowered her gaze in embarrassment, blushing deeply. The guy looked at Lu Muan, who was hugging the panda and pulling her by the crystal on her head. He told her that she could also use the Qingxian Sutra, and maybe they will look for some secluded place and try it. Cave of the Fallen Dragon. Among the blue energy and destroyed stones, a blue animal and a red dragon flew, which opened its mouth towards the animal. 3 people stood looking at this on the edge of the mountain, asking if they were the only ones who survived. And what about the patrol elders? Another person approached them from behind. The guy in the black hood lowered his head, saying that they had lost contact with the 5. The second one looked at him and asked what about Elder Lu Muan. A guy with brown hair that was visible from under the hood said that she went in search of her student. Now they don't know if she's even alive. The other 2 members of the group looked at him. The 3 people in black cloaks turned back to the man who was holding the black cloak of another. He said that he had caught a demonic cultivator, and he needed to try to get information out of him. One of the men with a dark beard frowned and said that he would help. A palace with golden columns and a turquoise roof. A man with a dark beard stood over a demonic cultivator who was kneeling. The man put his hand on his head. Blue energy appeared around them, and the man said that in the memory of this cultivator there was a palace on Qianlong Lake. It seemed like it was built a long time ago. Inside the palace hides a dragon pearl. 200 years ago, a demonic cultivator named Shura, disguised as a follower of one of the 5 great clans, entered the secret kingdom to seize the power of the Dragon Pearl. Shura, whose face was contorted with anger, and who had chains surrounded by dark red energy, the man said that he was trapped by the palace, so there was no way to escape. Shura, with torn chains flying around him, raised his hand with a smile, above which a golden ball was flying, emitting a bright light. A guy with brown hair that was visible from under a black hood said that it seems demonic cultivators have been around longer than they thought, but what was the point anyway? What were the sacrifices for? Another person next to him said that the origin was impossible to trace, further memories blocked. In any case, once they capture all the demonic cultivators, the danger will pass. One of the men in the cloak waved his hand, standing opposite the others, and shouted that they should throw all their strength into defense, asking them to gather all the students, contact the guards, saying that they need to send everyone back. Lu Chuan and Lu Muan sat on the field in the golden circle opposite each other. The guy smiled, looking at his mentor, and told her to open her mind and relax. Lu Muan closed her eyes with a smile and blushed slightly, asking if he would teach her. The girl's eyes opened wide and she blushed. The girl closed one eye and opened her mouth. There was something red next to her, everything else was blurry. She asked if this was the Qingxian Sutra. The girl closed her eyes and frowned, pursing her lips, a bead of sweat running down her cheek. She opened her mouth, breathing heavily, red mucus visible nearby. Lu Muan smiled as the red slime nearby began to disappear. She looked at the guy and raised her hand with a smile and said that Qingxian ascends to heaven in the sutra. Thanks to the coordinated work of Lu Chuan, Lin Yanbing and Lu Muan, as well as the blessing of the Dragon Pearl, the remaining demonic cultivators in the secret realm were eliminated. Lu Muan, Lin Yanbing and Lu Chuan walked along the road between 2 cliffs. The girl with dark hair raised her hand and looking forward said that the Qingxian Sutra is like a gift from God, and she thinks now none of the other great 5 clans will go against them. Behind her, the main character looked at the girl in surprise. He approached the mentor, and putting his hand to his face, told her that he should moderate his ardor, and if someone found out, they might have problems. The entrance to the secret kingdom, the 3 of them walked next to the portal, and the main character was called out by 2 guys with blonde hair. One of them raised his hand. Lu Chuan turned around at them. Lu Chao shook the main character's hand, walking up to him and said that it was good that nothing happened to him. He was worried. Ho Tao said that they were told that the main character went to the cave of the fallen dragon, and he made them nervous. The black-hooded man looked ahead with a nervous smile, asking Lu Muan how she managed to get out and what about the demonic cultivators. The girl with dark hair looked at the man, answering that it was a long story, and she would tell everything later, but for now she needed to report everything to the head. Behind her, Yu Lingzhao with a wide smile extended her hands to Lin Yanbing. The girl in the pink dress hugged her student tightly, closing her eyes and saying with a wide smile that she was so glad that everything was fine, and she was very worried about her. Lin Yanbing pressed her face to her mentor's chest, looked up at her and said that thanks to Lu Chuan, she was not hurt, and also said that she could not breathe. A group of people were approaching a large stone gate, walking towards the portal, and someone shouted that they were leaving. Zhang Yufeng jumped onto the rock that towered above the portal, with Su Zhen approaching him from behind. The man with dark hair frowned as he looked down and said that many were hurt. Lu Muan came up behind him, saying that she would like to report to him, and the man crossed his arms over his chest, saying that he was listening. The girl looked at him with a frown, saying that this was a very important matter, and it needed to be discussed with other heads. Zhang Yufeng looked at the girl, saying that in this case, they will change the place. A man in yellow and white clothes sat on one of the stones, crossing his arms over his chest, and asking what. The main character stood in front of him. Lu Muan was nearby, and a man in blue clothes and a black cloak stood to the side, who crossed his arms over his chest, saying that it comes out, Lu Chuan has uncovered the conspiracy, and it looks mediocre. A man with a long brown beard, a blue cap and a dissatisfied face said that they say he is a swordsman genius comparable to Lin Yanbing, but he does not look like such a person at all. Zhang Yufeng next to him simply closed his eyes. The man in yellow clothes opened his eyes, looking forward with a serious face and said that he had heard about the hero's exploits in the secret kingdom from Elder Lu Muan, but he would like to hear the details from him. Lu Chuan looked at the man, asking him to speak. A man in white and gold robes extended his hand, his beard and hair flying in the wind, and he asked how he managed to gain recognition for the Dragon Pearl, and how exactly he killed Shura. Lu Chuan looked at the man with a serious face, his hair in a ponytail also fluttering in the wind, and he said that they had discovered a demonic cultivator, forcing him to cooperate with them. They made their way to the rest of the cultivators, but they were discovered quite quickly. In a hurry he heard a call Dragon Pearls, so he dived into Qianlong Lake, where he discovered the palace. Lu Chuan remembered how he and Lin Yanbing walked towards a large temple with golden pillars. He remembered the golden dragon, which held a golden core in its mouth, and a man with a long grey beard. The guy said that in the Qingxian palace they encountered Shura. The enemy wanted to deal with him, but the Dragon Pearl came to his aid. Lu Chuan remembered how he swung his sword, releasing a blue beam of energy towards the man in the black cloak. He said that in this way he joined forces with the pearl, in which the accumulated spiritual energy was stored for years, and then he was able to defeat Shura. The main character put his sword behind his back, stretching his second hand forward. Rays of golden energy were flying around him, which emitted a golden core that was flying nearby. The guy said that he would never have stood up against Shura alone. The man in blue clothes hit the stone with his hand and shouted that this was absurd. Lu Chuan looked at him. He looked at the man with a calm face, who shouted that the secret kingdom had existed for tens of years, and no one had yet been able to discover the Qingxian palace, and even the powerful owners of Yuanying had not been able to achieve recognition of the pearl. The man looked at the main character with displeasure, grimaced his face and shouted, asking how such a lowly cultivator managed to do this. Lu Chuan picked up the panda, who was smiling with his tongue hanging out and a golden ball hanging from his neck. The guy said that he was afraid. They don't know everything yet. Here is the pearl. The guy said that it was real. A glow began to emanate from the golden pearl, and white eyes were visible inside it. A huge golden dragon appeared above them, threw back its head and opened its mouth wide, sticking out its tongue. Zhang Yufeng opened his mouth, looking at the dragon in surprise, sweat dripping down his face. The man in the black cloak clenched his teeth and frowned, saying that it was him. Lu Muan and Yu Lingzhao also looked at the dragon in surprise, and the latter said that it has very powerful spiritual energy. The golden dragon stood behind the protagonist, who, looking at everyone, said that previously her energy was controlled by Shura, so no one could detect it. The guy turned to the dragon with a smile, asking him if the cultivator from Qingxian Palace was evil, and the dragon replied that it was so. Lu Chuan asked the dragon, he called him so that he could defeat that bad man, didn't he? And the dragon, opening his mouth, replied that the guy was a good person. The main character smiled, clenched his hands into fists and asked if they believed him now. Above him the golden dragon began to disintegrate into golden energy. The brown-haired man frowned and clenched his teeth, saying that in any case it's not completely, and he thinks he needs to look into Lu Chuan's thoughts and make sure of everything. Lu Muan frowned, asking why they still doubted him, and they constantly treated Shaozhu Peak and the people from it with contempt. The brown-haired man looked at the girl angrily, clenching his teeth, and said that is there any reason to worry if he is telling the truth? Besides, if they figure out his thoughts, won't Shaozhu Peak rise? The girl also looked at him angrily. A man, her face was hidden by a shadow, and lightning passed between them. Lu Chuan hugged his mentor by the shoulder with a smile and said that he was ready to pass all the tests. The man looked at him with a smile. The guy narrowed his eyes at him, a shadow falling on the guy's face as he said that he wasn't thinking. That he could stay safe if he used his mirror technique. Lu Chuan stood in the center of the platform with blue energy glowing around him. His reflection could be seen on the floor. Someone asked the first question, is the guy a demonic cultivator? The main character tilted his body, looking forward, and answered no. The man asked a second question, has he ever colluded with demonic cultivators? Lu Chuan answered never. In the reflection of the platform, the face of Zhang Yufeng was visible, who frowned and asked if everything he experienced in the cave of the fallen dragon was true. The main character fell silent, clenching his hands into fists. Opposite him stood two people in black cloaks, as well as Zhang Yufeng and a man in blue clothes, who said that there were still problems. One of the people in the cloak said that it seemed like he really was a demonic cultivator and they had been thrown into the dust. Lu Chuan raised his gaze, blue highlights were visible around him, and he said with a serious face that he hid his true abilities that he showed in Qingxian Palace, but his conscience is clear. A small addition, on the roof of the building sat two people with cat ears, looking at the moon. Lu Chuan with red cat ears smiled widely and took Lu Muan's hand, saying that she believed in him all this time. he didn't do anything bad for Xiaozhu Peak in that cave. The girl replied that she believed in him from beginning to end. She clenched her hand into a fist and turned to the guy, asking if he could lose to them. He replied that the mentor was wonderful. He hugged the girl, throwing her onto the surface of the roof, and closed his eyes, saying that he was happy that she appeared in his life. Lu Muan, blushing, embarrassedly asked where he was stretching his hands. The main character and Lu Muan stood next to each other. One of the people in a black cloak and hood asked what about the palace. A man in blue clothes and a black cloak asked if it was possible to get extra strength there, and Zhang Yufeng said that he didn't think that there's something worthwhile lurking there. Lu Muan crossed her arms and frowned, saying don't they know that asking about this is taboo. Zhang Yufeng frowned, saying that they held a gathering in order to find out the involvement of the protagonist with demonic cultivators, but all suspicions were removed. He asked Elder Cheng if he was satisfied with the result. The man with brown hair turned to him. Cheng frowned and clenched his teeth, raising his hand and speaking that there is nothing to add, but he still very much doubts the authenticity of the Dragon Pearl. It seems to him that it should be handed over to higher officials. Lu Muan frowned and looked at the man with displeasure and shouted that this was nonsense. Did the representatives of the Yuanying period really intend to take away the students' gifts? But the man only turned away from the girl. Yu Lingzhao looked at them, the sleeves of her clothes and hair fluttered, and the girl said what lengths people will go to get what they want. Cheng turned a dissatisfied look at the girl and said that in any case, he could be given another reward. The girl in the pink dress put her hand under the hem of the dress on her chest. Her eyes were hidden by a shadow, and she said that they had already found out Elder Cheng's opinion. The girl with brown hair showed a large turquoise crystal with patterns and said that she thinks they all know about this order. Its owner can deal with the affairs of the League of Immortals. She is the leader, so she gave the right to use the pearl to Lu Chuan. Cheng clenched his teeth and narrowed his eyes. Sweat flowed down his face, and he displeasedly asked where she got it from. One of the people in the hood asked if this was true. They were not capable of more. The second said, isn't Yuqing Palace one of the 6 the most powerful sections? Yu Lingzhao frowned at them and said that in addition, the League also intended to pay Lu Chuan compensation of 100,000 spirit stones, and the collection would be done from the treasuries of the various clans. Cheng looked at the girl angrily, and Zhang Yufeng closed his eyes and asked why he needed to get involved with her at all. The girl with brown hair smiled contentedly, crossing her arms over her chest. Lu Chuan and Lu Muan looked at her with sparkling eyes. After Elder Yu Lingzhao's speech, the matter of the Dragon Pearl was shelved, and it was time to discuss issues related to the Valley of Mist. A large building with red roofs, a staircase leading to the entrance. Someone said, so that's it. Zhang Yufeng and Cheng looked forward with serious expressions and pursed their lips. The protagonist looked away, remembering Yang Qi with red eyes and red energy that surrounded her body. He said that he was looking for information to uncover the conspiracy as quickly as possible. Mountains, below which there was thick white fog. The guy said about the Valley of Fog. People in black cloaks and hoods with red accents. The guy said about the Golden Snake Clan. A large silhouette of a building, around which there was a faint purple glow. Fragments with the same glow were flying nearby. The main character spoke about Yu Tian, which he had never heard of before. Zhang Yufeng clenched his hand into a fist and frowned, saying that it looks like they were using the cultivators from the Golden Snake Clan as cover, and they need to mobilize troops and send to the Fog Valley to finally deal with the enemies. Several black hooded people behind the man shouted that they understood the order. Lu Chuan looked at the man with a determined look, saying that he also wanted to participate. Lu Muan nearby looked at the guy with concern and said that he was only at the late stage of laying the foundations where he was going. The guy smiled and raised his eyebrows, saying that now he can borrow the power from the pearl and fight on par with the cultivators of the Yuanying period. A man with brown hair looked at the guy with a serious face, saying that in this case, he needs to train more. He is the hope for a bright future for their clan. Let him not spread information about himself to anyone. Lu Muan raised her eyebrows at the main character, saying that this matter is much more dangerous than the test in the Secret Kingdom. The guy thought that he could not look at the way the mentor was drawing. Yu Lingzhao put her cheek on her palm and tilted her head, frowning, telling the guy that since he says that he can withstand the owner of the Yuanying period, then let him fight with her. If he survives, he can freely participate in the operation. Zhang Yufeng, Lu Muan and Lu Chuan turned towards the girl, looking at her in surprise. The main character closed his eyes and smiled, clenching his fist with his palm, saying that if he loses, he will accept any punishment. Yu Lingzhao agreed with a smile. She stepped forward, clutching a fan in one hand, her sleeves and hair flying in the wind. The girl jumped over the main character, bending one leg at the knee and extending her hand. Golden energy appeared around her and she told the guy to hold on. She struck the guy and Lu Chuan clenched his teeth, closing one eye and thinking that she was strong. The girl smiled, raising her second fist to strike and said that the guy was fast. They jumped away from each other in the air, throwing 2 punches. The people in black cloaks looked on. Lu Chuan landed on the ground, tilting his body and clenching his teeth. He straightened up, clenching his hand into a fist. A huge golden dragon and a pearl appeared above him, which cast a bright golden light from itself. Someone asked if he was actually fighting with Elder Yu Lingzhao. One of the people in the cloak said in surprise that he also uses the power of the dragon pearl. This is amazing. The second replied that if he is already opposing it on an equal footing, he is afraid that he will soon be able to compete with the representative of the reincarnation. The main character wiped his face with his hand, looking to the side and thinking that he couldn't give his best, otherwise there would be trouble. He looked forward as sweat ran down his face and thought that he was afraid of hurting her. The guy looked at the girl, extended his hand and awkwardly said, maybe she will act more seriously, or she is afraid of killing him, afraid of the anger of her mentor. Yu Lingzhao frowned and shouted at him so that he should not talk nonsense. She just feels sorry for him. Yu Lingzhao raised the hand in which she was holding the fan. A bright golden energy appeared around him and she asked with a wide smile if this is all he can do, and she thinks he will have to stay here. The main character was clutching a sword in his hand. There was blue energy around him and frowning. He thought that this was not bad. The guy waved his sword, and a large powerful column of blue energy appeared in front of him. The clothes that Yu Lingzhao was wearing were torn to shreds and the girl blushed deeply, her eyes widening in surprise. Zhang Yufeng looked at this in shock, his mouth wide open. Lu Muan next to him smiled. Tears appeared in Yu Lingzhao's eyes as she blushed deeply. A large temple, around which trees grew. A loud sigh from the girl was heard. Yu Lingzhao clenched her hand into a fist, raised it and shouted that she would train him. Lu Muan closed her eyes, stretched out her hand and covered the girl's chest, shouting that he showed her his strength, so that's enough. The girl with brown hair looked at her angrily and shouted at her to see what he had done. Lu Muan frowned, looking into her eyes and replied that now Yu Lingzhao has realized that she can rely on him. The girl with brown hair was leaving, dressed in a black cloak, saying that it was good that she did not have such a disciple. Lin Yanbing walked next to her, holding her mentor by the arm. Lu Chuan sighed, looking at them and thought with a smile, it's good that he won. Valley of Mist, secret place of the Golden Snake clan. A man in a black hood stood by the Red Lake, saying that something had happened, and that Yang Qi had been overthrown. A girl with long white hair was visible in the lake. She came out of the lake, red liquid flowed down her legs and the girl asked if Yang Qi was coming out. The man in front of her folded his hands, saying that besides her, other clan representatives were also killed. A girl with white hair, dressed in a thin white cloth, frowned, looking to the side and said to send someone to investigate, and they need to find out what happened in the secret kingdom. A flying boat heading towards the Valley of Fog, a wooden boat with a green light around it, flew across the sky above the gorge. Lu Chuan sat cross-legged. Next to him there were several system windows on which it was written, Main Mission, Journey to the Secret Kingdom, Exploration of the Secrets in the Cave of the Fallen Dragon completed, Progress, 100%, Reward for completing Task 1, Memory Fragment, Reward for completing Task 2, Book of Experience of Random Skills 10 pieces, Reward for completing Task 3, Book of Experience of a specific skill, you can choose, 5 pieces, Reward for completing Task 4, 200,000. Character Experience. The guy smiled, looking forward and said that there are so many rewards here. He held out his hand, holding an iridescent blue crystal from which blue energy emanated, and said that he would look at the fragment of memories. An iridescent crystal, around which blue energy flew and small blue stars were visible. Lu Chuan and Lu Muan stood next to each other in a dark cave and the guy wondered if this was the cave of a fallen dragon. The girl put her hands on her waist and, frowning, asked the guy when he would learn to be careful. Didn't they agree that they would first wait for the elders to arrive, and only then deal with the demonic cultivators? Why he always acts alone. She turned away from the main character, looking in his direction and said loudly that even though he had defeated the enemy, but next time he might not be lucky, and what would he do then? Continue to fight alone, let him not forget about his mentor. Lu Chuan looked at the girl sadly. Blue sparks were flying nearby and the guy said that he did not want to put her in danger. A wooden arch, red lanterns hung on the ceiling, two people in red wedding clothes stood at the end of the arch, the words of worship and honor could be heard. The main character in red clothes stood opposite a girl in the same red clothes and with a veil on her head. They said mutual respect and the guy thought whose wedding it was, and whether he was the groom. Lu Chuan asked who the bride was. He lifted the hem of the girl's veil. She smiled, her dark hair was visible. Lu Chuan asked why it was so dark and who his bride was. The guy with a smile held a small saucer with a drink. The girl handed him the same one and the guy said that from today she is his wife. Lu Muan, dressed in red clothes and with a veil on her head, she smiled, pressed her hand to her chest and agreed. The guy thought that this was a mentor. The main character approached the girl's face, calling her with a smile. Lu Muan was lying on the bed, looking forward embarrassedly. Her red clothes were unbuttoned and she embarrassedly asked to be careful. Lu Chuan put his hands on his head and frowned, shouting that this cannot be and stop thinking about it. He put his hand to his chin and smiled, blushing, remembering the girl who was lying on the bed and said that everything looked very good. She was definitely his type. The guy waved his hands, closing his eyes and blushing, saying that he was going crazy. He'd better look at the awards. He looked at the system window, which was written, name, Lu Chuan, age, 17 years old, level, 60, 201,300 out of 400,000, skills, fencing level 8, cooking skill level 5, crafting level 4, construction level 4, medical skills level 5, pill making level 5, weapon making level 5, talisman making level 4, shaping level 5, techniques, heart determination great knowledge, Kungshuan Sutra second knowledge, eye of emptiness, Jingxian first stage of knowledge. The guy said that at first glance everything quite good. It is in the late foundation stage, but its real combat power is in the early fusion stage. As for weapons, things are also quite good. Yu Lingzhao sat on the bed, stretching her stockings on her legs, saying that Lin Yanbing must be very bad now without her mentor. The girl frowned, her eyes turned white with anger, and someone knocked on the door behind her. She said that it was all because of Lu Chuan. He was the one who confused her student. She told the person behind the door, if you need holy water, then they got the wrong door. Yu Lingzhao looked over her shoulder, loudly asking what else was there. Lu Muan came into the room and raised her hand, saying that it was her. The girl with brown hair looked at her, asking what business she was on. Lu Muan smiled looking at the girl and said that she was on Lu Chuan's case and wanted to thank her for standing up for him back then. Yu Lingzhao blushed, resting her cheek on her hand and waved her fan in her other hand, saying that if she thought that she wanted to help him, then she was deeply mistaken. She only wanted to annoy Elder Cheng, and despite the fact that the guy benefited from this, she did not try to help him. Lu Muan looked at the girl in surprise. The girl with dark hair smiled again and said, is Yu Lingzhao really continuing to prevaricate? They are on good terms. Yu Lingzhao looked at her displeasedly, asked what was wrong with her, said again, she did not intend to help Lu Chuan, she only wanted to her student once struck him down. Lu Muan Shire smiled, looking at the girl in front of her with raised eyebrows and said that anyway, she helped him, and if she needs anything in the future, she can contact her at any time. Yu Lingzhao closed one of her eyes, waving her fan in her direction, and said with a smile that if she really wants to repay her, let her break through to the Yuanying period as soon as possible and compete with her. Lu Muan looked at the girl in confusion, saying that she had already reached the Yuanying period, which means that she had already won. Why compete with her again? The brown-haired girl clenched her teeth in anger and frowned. The door slammed shut in front of an irritated Yu Lingzhao and Lu Muan shouted that she was leaving. The girl with dark hair closed her eyes, walking away from the door with a smile, from which the screams of Yu Lingzhao could be heard, who said how infuriating she was, and if she had known earlier, she would not have helped. A sword with a black blade, the edges of which were gold and a white hilt, blue light emanated from it. The main character held this sword with a smile, looking at it and said that it looks like the body of the blade is intact, now it is a full-fledged weapon. The guy lowered his gaze, thinking about the two silhouettes of people and said that it was time for the spirit of the blade to appear, but he had no idea what form he would take. Lu Chuan looked at the golden pearl in his hands with a smile and said that in the current state of the dragon pearl, could it enter the blade and become its soul? Eyes and a mouth appeared on the core. She blushed, awkwardly answering no. Lu Chuan smiled widely and, closing his eyes, told her not to worry so much. He simply said what came to mind. In fact, he himself was curious how this spirit would turn out. The pearl exhaled. The guy looked in surprise at the pearl in his hand, asking what its origin was, what kind of person she was. Pearl's hands appeared and she folded her 2 index fingers, sweat flowed down her surface and she said that she didn't even know what to say. Pearl smiled and raised her index finger up, shouting accurately. She grabbed the guy's face with her hands, approached him and spoke into his head. Lu Chuan's eyes widened in surprise. He raised his head and many beams of blue energy appeared above him and swirled in the air. The guy looked to the side, frowned and said that it was her. A girl with long pink hair and small yellow horns on her head. Instead of legs she had a pink fish tail with scales, and the guy shouted that she was the 3rd princess of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. A girl with pink hair with a wide smile hovered above the main character, looking at him and raising one of her hands. The guy looked at her in surprise, saying that it turns out that this is Aoli. The girl with pink hair hovered next to Lu Chuan, who looked at her in surprise. There was a beam of blue energy between them and the guy thought that when she was very young, she secretly escaped from the Dragon Palace, but was injured by a cultivator. Aoli looked in fear at the spears and rays of dark red energy that were aimed at her. They wanted to turn her into a slave. The silhouette of a man who was kicking other people. The girl looked at him with a wide smile and sparkling eyes. Qing Xian appeared and saved Aoli from trouble. The girl took the man's hand. Since then Aoli protected him. She witnessed the power of Qing Xian, and gradually grew up, following him. Lu Chuan looked forward in surprise, raising his eyebrow and remembering the golden dragon that held the pearl in its mouth. The guy said that before parting, she only vaguely remembers the creation of the palace, which helped save her. She fed on the energy of the palace to be reborn. Lu Chuan frowned, thinking about the old man with a long white beard who was holding the pearls and said that he doesn't know how many years have passed, but she was awakened by Shura, who wanted to gain her power and favor. The guy smiled at the girl and said that he read a book that said that 10,000 years ago the East China Sea was wiped out, and it turns out that she lived here 10,000 years ago. Aoli scratched the back of her head and closed her eyes, speaking probably. The guy asked her if she had ever heard of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Aoli raised her hands, closed her eyes and replied that she did not know. Lu Chuan looked to the side, explaining that the Yuhua immortal dynasty was a powerful dynasty that appeared on the islands of the East China Sea about 5,000 years ago. It was a great clan that disintegrated just 1,000 years ago. A girl with pink hair was flying in the air. She was surrounded by water floating in the air and she said that she doesn't know about this. She only knows that the legacy of demonic cultivators is already more than 10,000 years old, which means that they will be more terrible than others. Lu Chuan looked at the girl, saying that he had underestimated them. A voice called Lu Chuan was heard from behind, and the guy looked back in surprise. He hid the golden core in the bag with a wide awkward smile, looking at Lu Muan who was peeking out from behind the door. The guy looked at the girl, starting to say something with a wide smile. He frowned and put his hand to his mouth, thinking that he had almost called his mentor his wife. Suddenly, Lu Muan hugged the guy and lowered her head onto him. The main character opened his eyes wide, looking in surprise towards his mentor, wondering what it was. Lu Muan hugged the guy. Her eyes were invisible, and she said that he must have been working a lot lately, and let him not be afraid, she will always be there. The guy hugged the girl, putting his hands on her back and thanked her. Lu Chuan put his hand on the girl's shoulder, looking at her with a gentle smile, saying that everything is fine. Lu Muan also smiled, looking at the guy and said that what she was most afraid of was that he would start engaging in demonic cultivation. The guy asked her not to worry. Lu Muan frowned at the guy and said that he did a good job in the secret kingdom. It's a pity that she couldn't come in time to help him. The main character looked at the girl sadly. He tilted his head looking at her and thought that Lu Muan was the main person in his life. She was the one who watched his growth and helped him. You could call her a parent. Lu Chuan smiled while holding the girl's hand and told her not to blame herself. He had originally planned to team up with Lin Yanbing to stop their plans, but he didn't expect that the opponents there would quickly reveal them. The girl blushed slightly and patted the guy on the head with a smile, saying that in any case, she was glad that in the end everything was fine with him. He also got a pearl, but he's not very proud of it. He won't be so lucky every time. Lu Chuan closed his eyes and said with a smile that he understood everything. Lu Muan frowned and pulled his ear, saying that this time he was also going to the Valley of Fog. Although she was against it, he didn't care, and the Valley of Fog was the basis of the camp of demonic cultivators. When he got to the right place, let him not dare to act alone, in case of battle let him stay away. Lu Chuan smiled with tears in his eyes, closed his eyes and said that he would do everything as the mentor said. She frowned at the guy. Lu Muan put her hand to her cheek and looked down sadly, saying that she knew that she was too worried. The main character closed his eyes and smiled, answering that he understood everything. The guy took the girl's wrist in his hand and leaned towards her face with a smile, saying that she just wants him to not get into trouble. Lu Muan blushed deeply, looking at the guy. She pulled away and looked at him embarrassedly and said that it's good that he understands everything, it's already late. She said that she would go and disappeared. Lu Chuan looked after her. He raised his hand and smiled awkwardly, looking down and saying that it was still light. Lu Chuan leaned on the windowsill, looking out the window and said that we should prepare. What about our abilities? He opened the system window in front of him, waving 2 fingers and asking if maybe he should try something new. On the system window there was an icon of Yang Qi, which smiled widely, and the guy said that it looks like you can summon a puppet, and what will it do? A girl with pink long hair, wearing a bodysuit and rabbit ears, who was holding a black whip with a wide smile. A girl with gray hair, wearing a bodysuit and stockings, she had horns on her head and wings on her back, she smiled, raising her hand. A girl with long black hair and blue eyes, wearing a shirt, skirt and jacket, she had glasses on her face and was smiling. Lu Chuan looked at this in surprise, stretching his hand forward, blood was coming from his nose, and he asked what was wrong with the system. The guy smiled, narrowed his eyes and said that during battles he can be distracted by something like this. What kind of system is this? He said he would take advantage of this, a large wooden ship that flew through the air over the gorge. Yu Lingzhao closed one of her eyes, resting her cheek on her hand and waving her fan in her direction, saying that she doesn't know why this guy attracted her student, but she likes it. She closed her eyes and sighed, saying that she wouldn't have to take care of them, it was too boring. Yu Lingzhao slammed her fan on her palm and opened her eyes, frowning, saying that maybe she should go too. A large wooden ship that was flying between 2 rocks, tree leaves were visible. Yu Lingzhao stood next to the door behind which conversations could be heard. The girl opened the door, translucent steam was flying next to her and she asked in surprise what kind of smell it was. The girl entered the room, several people were standing at the table with smiles, and on the table there was food that was emitting steam. People said that Lu Chuan cooks well, another said that this is a rather rare dish that is very difficult to cook, and he heard that it is so tasty that you are speechless. The third said that after eating a piece, you can feel immortal. Yu Lingzhao frowned, asking what was going on here. Zhang Yufeng next to her looked at the girl and replied that if she wants to eat, then let her stand in line, everyone is waiting. The girl looked away with her eyes. The main character stood at the table with a smile, next to the frying pan. In one hand he held a ladle, closing his eyes. Behind him there were a couple of silhouettes of people. Yu Lingzhao pushed the man aside with her hand, and told the guy that she heard that he cooks here without meat. Lu Chuan looked at the girl in surprise, answering that everything was so. She said that she thought his skills were not that good, and let's see what he can do. The girl took a plate of food, frowning at it and said that she would try the dish and decide. Others looked at her displeasedly, asking where she was going without queuing. Yu Lingzhao put the chopsticks in her mouth, asking like this. She smiled and put her free hand to her cheek, closing her eyes. The girl licked her lips with her tongue and said that this is a real creation, even the aftertaste is wonderful. Zhang Yufeng looked displeased at the girl and the main character, saying that she was not in line, but they had been waiting for a long time. Yu Lingzhao raised her hand and looked to the side, frowning, saying that she took back her words. Lu Chuan looked in surprise at the bottle of golden liquid in his hand and asked if this was living water and could this be considered payment. Yu Lingzhao closed her eyes, saying that this was payment for the meal. She thought that she not only tasted his dish, but also helped a little. The guy behind her looked at the girl in confusion. Zhang Yufeng tiredly looked after the girl. The main character lowered his gaze to the bottle, thinking that he was about to prepare a simple dish. How did it all come to this? The man with dark hair looked down at the plate of food, thinking that after Yu Lingzhao he had to wait longer. He said that it was time for him. Zhang Yufeng waved his hand as he walked towards the exit and said that they were coming. The man behind him frowned, asking about money, and Lu Chuan was holding the blue crystal in his hand in confusion. Zhang Yufeng said that the elder had already given living water. Suddenly someone's hand suddenly slammed the table and Lu Chuan and Cheng looked at it in surprise. A tall, muscular man crossed his arms over his chest. He had brown hair and a mustache. Huiyun Valley. On the table in front of the man was a blue book with the inscription of a technique for cleansing the body. The man asked to put food for him too, and since he is so talented, he will be happy to see him at home. You never know, he will want to leave his valley, and he offers to cat. The spirit of the beast. Lu Chuan looked at the blue book in surprise, asking about the spirit beast. The guy smiled broadly, looking to the side and took the handle of a frying pan in one hand, and held a ladle in the other hand. He said that unfortunately, he does not have the skills suitable for this. If the elders help him, he is sure that he can catch the beast and cook the best dish. A girl with long gray hair and a veil on her face, who was holding a package tied with a red ribbon, Zhu Lingyun from Lotus Peak, she said that she had a book on the arts of winning over animals. Despite the low level, the benefits can be obtained extensively. Lu Chuan smiled widely, holding a plate of food and thanked the girl. The girl with gray hair blushed and held a plate of food in her hands, saying that she thinks that soon he will become very powerful. Now he can improve in many ways. The man with the mustache was holding another package, smiling widely and saying that it was a transformation technique that would be able to maintain his form if he turned into a beast. Behind him stood a guy with a green crystal over his hand and smiled awkwardly. The man with a brown beard clenched his teeth in anger and thought that now he would definitely not get anything. Valley of Fog. The ship was flying over rocks, near which thick fog was flying. Zhang Yufeng looked down at the two people in black cloaks and said that in front of them was the border of the Valley of Fog. He asked everyone to be careful. The main character followed other people, looking around and thought that the atmosphere was quite oppressive, but this is not surprising, because this is the border of two territories. Not a single clan wants to recognize this territory as theirs. The group stood on the edge of the mountain. A dense fog could be seen below and someone said that this is strange. Usually there are many cultivators on duty at the border. Why is there still no one visible? One of the hooded people said that not long ago, their disciples from the Lingyi clan had already reached this place, but everything looked completely different. The man with the brown mustache clenched his teeth and frowned, closing his eyes and saying that their goal was to capture several demonic cultivators to find out about the situation. A guy in black clothes with red accents looked around, his hands were tied, and behind stood Zhang Yufeng and a man in a hood, above whose hand there was a mirror from which blue energy emanated. The guy in black clothes asked what they were up to. One of the hooded people approached Zhang Yufeng, saying that this was not a demonic cultivator, but a disciple from the Golden Snake clan. The golden-robed man frowned, saying that in that case, he should be released. Zhang Yufeng looked at the guy in black clothes, asking what events had happened recently in their clan. The guy turned to the man, frowning and saying, does he really think that he will report everything to him? Zhang Yufeng clenched his hand into a fist. Blue energy appeared around him. The man's face was hidden by a shadow, his eyes also glowed with blue light and he asked what. The guy in black clothes smiled in fear, sweat was dripping down his face and he said that not long ago their elder went out with several students. When he returned, he announced a change of power. He temporarily held the post of head, since the last head was somewhere gone. Someone said that the head of the Golden Snake clan was called Luofeng, was in the middle of the Yuanying period. The second said that how could such a person simply disappear. Zhang Yufeng frowned, causing the veins to bulge on his forehead and clenched his teeth and said, remember when he saw chapter for the last time. The guy in black and red clothes fearfully said that he only knows that he was no longer present at the previous meeting. They say he went to explore forbidden places, and then their elder and a group of disciples followed him. Zhang Yufeng raised his head, his eyes were hidden by a shadow and he asked if the guy knew where they went. He replied that he was not that strong, and he had no influence. The guy was trembling, looking at the man in fear and with a nervous smile said that he told everything he knew, and could they let him go? Zhang Yufeng put his hand to his chin, raised an eyebrow and said that he would stay with them for a while and leave when they settled everything. The guy asked in surprise what. Zhang Yufeng, Yu Lingzhao and several people were standing in a group discussing something. A guy in black and red clothes was being held by the shoulder by another hooded man. Zhang Yufeng smiled widely, looking to the side with sparkling eyes and putting his hand to his chin said, okay, then the following happened. Lu Chuan with painted lips, wearing black and red clothes, looked down embarrassedly, holding large breasts. Next to the inscription, it is believed that Lu Chuan looks good as a girl. Behind the guy stood a man with a long dark beard and painted lips, who frowned, asking why he should also change into this, next to the inscription, former Elder Cheng. Zhang Yufeng looked down at the man with a smile, saying that he himself said that he would go if the main character pretended to be a girl. Cheng, frowning, replied that this was not what he wanted to say at all, and there was no need to take the phrase out of context. Lu Muan looked forward with a worried face, folded her hands and called Lu Chuan. Two people were heading towards a large gate, on both sides of which stood guards with weapons in their hands. Cheng trembled with anger, looking at the main character who was walking next to him. The man clenched his teeth and thought that he said that he would only help if Lu Chuan dressed up as a girl, but who would have thought that he would actually dress like that, and he doesn't want to go with him. Lu Chuan looked at the man with his hands on his chest and said that the head said that he should also reincarnate. The man with a gloomy face pulled the hood over his head, asking if he would teach him. Golden energy was flying around Cheng, his face grimaced with dissatisfaction and he clenched his teeth and told the guy to stand next to him, otherwise he would not save him. Lu Chuan stretched out his hands with a smile and closed his eyes, saying that everything is fine, and he can always escape. Cheng looked at him angrily, clenching his hands into fists. His beard disappeared, and next to it there was an inscription that he had completely reincarnated. They walked towards two guards who were blocking the passage with sticks. One of them asked for tokens and Cheng extended his hand, saying here he is. The second guard asked the main character for the token. Lu Chuan closed his eyes while the guard extended his hand towards him. Cheng smiled nervously, saying that she was new, she needed to deliver a message to the elders, asking to let them through. The guard said displeasedly that the rules are the rules. Behind his back, Cheng in front of the token to the main character. Lu Chuan showed the token to the two guards, asking them not to panic and saying that here it is. The two guards allowed them to pass. The two of them walked along the road and Lu Chuan said that fortunately he reacted quickly, otherwise they would have been exposed, and it seemed to him that there was some strange smell. Cheng extended his hand and replied that he did not feel anything. The man looked at the guy with displeasure, saying that in any case, the people outside were cannon fodder. One of the people noticed them. The guy looked at Cheng and frowned and asked if he wasn't Qin and he wasn't going to hunt monsters, why did he come back? Cheng turned around confused, sweat running down his face. Cheng said that he didn't catch anyone at all. The guy with blonde hair smiled and pointed his finger forward. His name is Su Chendong. He said that apparently he didn't go far. Elder Qi also went hunting recently. It looks like he killed all the monsters nearby. Next to him stood a guy with a mustache who smiled with his eyes closed. His name is Xiangli. Lu Chuan put his hand to his chin and looked down, thinking about Elder Qi. Behind him Su Chendong smiled, asking who it was. Cheng put his hand to his face and frowned nervously as sweat dripped down his face. He said that this is Miss Lu, a relative of the master. He can't say anything more. The blonde asked about the gentleman in confusion and the main character folded his hands, blushing and closing his eyes, asking him to stop chatting. Cheng turned dissatisfied at him. Xiangli looked at the girl in surprise, asking if he was talking about Mr. Luofeng. The blonde next to him frowned and replied that everything was clear and they would not say too much. Lu Chuan in the form of a girl, putting her hands to her cheeks, blushing and asking if they had seen his father. She had to go to the Valley of Fog to find him, but Qin said that he was in reclusion, and she needed to give a family heirloom and a letter. Cheng closed his eyes and thought that girls communicate much easier. Xiangli and Su Chendong blushed as they looked at the girl, the latter asking about the letter and the family heirloom. Su Chendong smiled widely, looking at the girl who was clinging to him, and said that the master has not been here for a long time. How do they know where he is? Lu Chuan with a shining gaze said that she heard that her father went to explore the Forbidden Lands, but there is still no news. The guy smiled widely, asking about his father, and Lu Chuan put his hand on his chest, looking up, saying that his mother entrusted the relic before her death, said to give it to her father, and she should meet him. Su Chendong, breathing heavily and blushing heavily, looked at the girl, telling her not to worry, and he thinks that if she enters the Forbidden Lands, the head will definitely save her. Lu Chuan fell to his knees and put his hand to his head, closing his eyes and saying that if she cannot fulfill her mother's request, how can she look into her eyes in heaven, and she asks them to tell where the Forbidden Lands are. Xiangli and Su Chendong looked at him in surprise. The guy with the mustache frowned and shouted that she should not be sad. The Golden Snake is her new home, where she will always be helped. The blonde also frowned, waving his hand and saying that since she had decided everything, he would now tell her. the lands are in the southwest. If he travels 500 miles, he will come across an abandoned palace. Lu Chuan turned to them with tears in his eyes, putting his hand to his cheek and thanking the two guys. They waved their hand, asking them to be careful on the road. Lu Chuan headed towards the stairs, and Cheng turned towards them, telling them to take care of themselves. The two of them walked up the stairs, in front of the main hall of the Golden Snake. Lu Chuan looked ahead, frowning, and asked if everything was going too smoothly. Cheng behind him asked about it being easy, saying that they even had to reincarnate. Moreover, they need to hurry up and return to the others as quickly as possible. The main character put his hands on the gate, opening it, and agreed. The two of them walked into a dark room. Green fabric was visible. Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes, looking forward and saying that it was Elder Qi. A man with brown hair, green clothes and a calm face was holding a book in his hands. Elder Qi. Lu Chuan sat in front of him, putting a pin on the table, and closed his eyes, saying that her mother ordered her to find her biological father. This is a gift from her. Before she died, she said that her father's name was Luofeng. She had to walk many kilometers to get to this place. The man replied, "Is her father's name really Luofeng? That's interesting." He lowered his gaze and said that the head was in seclusion, so he would give him the jade. The protagonist and Cheng looked at each other. Lu Chuan mentally asked, "And what should they do?" and the man replied that they should ask about the location. Lu Chuan looked at the elder with tears in his eyes, sadly saying that she had spent a lot of time to find her father. She wiped her face with her hand while Qi looked at her displeasedly and said that she could not sleep peacefully, remembering her mother's instructions before her death. She hated herself for being powerless. She asked to be allowed to meet him. Elder Qi picked up the jade hairpin, looking at the girl, and replied that he would be out in about half a month, and he would arrange a meeting for them. Lu Chuan looked at Cheng with a frown, and he looked back at him with a smile. The guy mentally smiled widely and showed a thumbs up, saying that it was a good plan, and Cheng with a smile also showed a thumbs up, saying that everything would go well. The two of them bowed to the man who was sitting at the table to which the stairs led, and the main character said that she did not think that Elder Qi would be so kind. They left the temple and the man looked after them with a smile. Elder Qi looked back. A man in black shoes was approaching him. He asked to let them go or apply a control technique. A girl with long white hair and black clothes crossed her arms over her chest. Next to it was an inscription that she was the head. The girl said that they were too vigilant. If they noticed something, they would be immediately discovered. Moreover, they may need them, so there is no need to risk it. Elder Qi held the jade hairpin with a smile, looking over his shoulder, and said that her daughter is brave and smart. He admires her. The white-haired girl took the hairpin, sitting up and looking at it, saying that no matter how smart they were, isn't it useless? The man next to the girl folded his hands and closed his eyes, speaking as she commanded. The girl looked at the hairpin in her hand. She squeezed her hand, causing the hairpin to shatter into pieces, and said that they would see what else they could tell them. The girl raised her hand, the fragments from the hairpin flew down, and the girl smiled, saying that it would be interesting to look at their faces in the future.